Welcome, curious minds, to the deep dive. I am absolutely thrilled today because we are about to plunge into something truly extraordinary. The transformative power of daily English podcast listening.
It really is something special.
Yeah, and this isn't just about, picking up a few new words or maybe improving your accent slightly. We're talking about cultivating a habit that can genuinely revolutionize your perspective, open up unexpected opportunities, and, foster deep personal growth. Whether you're a non-native speaker chasing fluency, or maybe a native speaker looking to sharpen your communication edge.
Or even just curious.
Or simply someone like me with an insatiable curiosity about the world. Making English podcasts a daily routine is quite simply a game changer.
It really is.
Our mission today is to unpack precisely why this practice offers such a wealth of advantages, far beyond what you might initially imagine. We want to help you become truly well-informed, but without all the overwhelm.
And it's a phenomenon that's fundamentally reshaped how we learn and consume information. Podcasts, in essence, have democratized knowledge.
That's a great way to put it. Democratized.
Yeah, they are often freely available or very low cost, yet they cover just an astonishing range of topics. I mean, you can delve into the intricacies of quantum physics 1 minute,
right?
Explore ancient history the next, stay current with cutting-edge technology, get lost in captivating storytelling, pursue personal development, or simply keep up with global pop culture. It's all there.
The variety is staggering.
It is, and what makes them uniquely powerful is their unparalleled accessibility and flexibility. Unlike traditional learning methods, which might, chain you to a desk or a specific class schedule.
Yeah, fixed times, fixed places.
Exactly. Podcasts are incredibly portable. You can learn while you're commuting, during your daily exercise, while preparing a meal, or even just relaxing on the sofa.
It fits into the pockets of your day.
It makes them an ideal companion for busy individuals who want to maximize every single moment, turning what used to be maybe dead time into productive learning opportunities.
That flexibility is such a profound insight. It feels like we're unlocking hidden classrooms, hidden learning moments throughout our day. But for language learners specifically, what's the real magic here? What sets podcasts apart from, say, a textbook or a language app?
That's where it gets truly fascinating. For anyone learning English, podcasts offer a distinctive and incredibly valuable form of authentic exposure.
Authentic, okay.
Yes, authentic exposure to the language as it's actually spoken in real-world contexts. This is a crucial distinction from formal lessons, which, let's face it, often focus heavily on grammatical structures or perhaps highly scripted dialogues.
Those can feel a bit stiff, can't they?
They really can, a bit artificial sometimes. Podcasts, on the other hand, capture the natural, organic flow of conversation. This includes everything from everyday slang and idiomatic expressions.
And stuff that makes you sound natural.
Exactly. To nuanced cultural references and the subtle variations in speech patterns you encounter every single day. By immersing yourself in this dynamic medium, you absorb the language's true essence and nuances, all while staying engaged with topics that genuinely interest you.
So it's learning through engagement, not just drills.
Spot on. And beyond language acquisition, this practice can significantly enhance your cognitive abilities, broaden your worldview, and even bolster your emotional resilience. We're going to explore 10 core benefits today that illustrate precisely why incorporating this simple habit into your daily life can offer such profound rewards.
Okay, let's unpack this. Benefit number 1, and it's one of the most immediate and, significant advantages of daily English podcast listening. A dramatic improvement in your listening and comprehension skills.
Absolutely fundamental.
I know for so many people, especially those learning a new language, listening is often the trickiest part, isn't it? You have to process spoken words in real time with no luxury to pause and decode every single meaning.
It's relentless in a way.
Yeah. But podcasts, they offer this incredibly rich, varied source of spoken English that acts like a personal trainer for your ear, helping you become accustomed to different accents, varying speeds of speech, and all sorts of conversational styles.
You've hit on a fundamental truth there. Effective listening forms the very cornerstone of all communication. It's truly essential, whether you're just participating in a casual chat with a friend, attending a university lecture, or engaging in a crucial professional meeting. The ability to grasp spoken English quickly and accurately is paramount.
It really underpins everything else.
It does. Strong listening skills empower you to follow discussions effortlessly, respond appropriately and thoughtfully, and ultimately build more meaningful connections with those around you. For non-native speakers especially, truly mastering listening can significantly reduce anxiety in social or professional settings.
Oh, I can imagine. That fear of not understanding.
Exactly. It disappears or at least diminishes greatly simply because you'll feel much more confident in your ability to understand what's being conveyed.
So, if listening is such a challenge, how precisely do podcasts help with this? How do they facilitate this improvement without feeling like, boring homework? What's their secret weapon?
Well, there are several powerful mechanisms at play. First, they provide unparalleled exposure to diverse accents. English, as we know, is a global language.
Spoken everywhere, differently everywhere.
Precisely. Spoken with countless variations. Podcasts literally bring the world to your ears, featuring hosts and guests from places like the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, Canada, and, frankly, many other nations. This exposes you to a broad spectrum of accents.
So you get used to hearing different sounds.
You do. For instance, listening to a news analysis program from the UK will immerse you in British English, while maybe a popular storytelling podcast from the US will familiarize you with various American pronunciations and intonations. This broad exposure is vital for real-world understanding, preparing you for conversations with people from all over the globe.
I can definitely see how that would help you adjust your ear, almost making it more flexible, like tuning a radio.
Indeed, a very good analogy. Secondly, they foster real-time processing. Unlike reading, where you can pause and reread a sentence as many times as you need.
Which I definitely do sometimes.
We all do. Spoken language demands quick, on-the-fly comprehension. Podcasts, particularly those featuring unscripted or semi-scripted conversations, effectively simulate real-life interactions. They train your brain to follow English as it unfolds naturally, without you constantly needing to pause or rewind.
So it builds that mental muscle for processing speed.
Exactly. Over time, this consistent practice significantly enhances your ability to understand conversations naturally, without that internal panic of, wait, what did they just say?
That's a huge step towards true fluency, isn't it? Moving beyond just understanding individual words to grasping the flow of ideas and the whole message.
It absolutely is. Thirdly, podcasts enhance contextual understanding. Many podcasts use storytelling or discussion formats to convey information. This narrative structure provides a rich context.
A background story.
Right. A background that makes it considerably easier to infer the meaning of new words or phrases you encounter. For example, a popular science podcast might be masterful at weaving complex scientific concepts into compelling narratives.
Making science sound like an adventure story.
Precisely. As you listen, even if you encounter unfamiliar terminology, the surrounding story often provides enough clues to help you deduce its meaning. It's almost like a puzzle where the pieces gradually reveal the whole picture.
So you're learning new words almost by a form of guided discovery rather than just looking them up in a dictionary.
That's a perfect way to put it, guided discovery. And fourthly, they cultivate improved focus and attention. Engaging with podcasts demands sustained attention. You're actively listening, sometimes for extended periods.
You have to concentrate.
You do, which naturally strengthens your ability to concentrate on spoken content. This is particularly valuable for language learners who might otherwise struggle to maintain focus during long, uninterrupted conversations or lectures in English. It builds that mental stamina, turning you into a more active and engaged listener in all areas of your life.
Okay, so for our listeners who are thinking, right, I want to do this, what are some concrete tips? How can they really maximize this benefit and make sure they're getting the most out of every listening session?
An excellent question. First, if you're newer to English, start by choosing beginner-friendly podcasts. Look for ones specifically designed for learners.
Like ESL podcasts.
Exactly, or things like BBC Learning English. These typically feature slower, clearer speech and simpler vocabulary, making them more accessible as you build your foundation.
Makes sense. Start easy.
Secondly, make use of transcripts. Many podcasts offer written transcripts, a huge bonus. This allows you to read along while you listen.
Connecting the sound to the word visually.
Precisely. This practice helps you directly connect spoken words to their written forms, significantly reinforcing your comprehension and helping you catch nuances, maybe in pronunciation or word stress that you might otherwise miss.
That's a brilliant way to bridge the gap between listening and reading, reinforcing both skills simultaneously.
It is. Thirdly, practice active listening. Don't just let the words wash over you while you're doing something else. Instead, consciously focus on specific elements. Maybe the speaker's tone, perhaps newly introduced vocabulary, or even the sentence structure they're using.
Pay attention actively.
Yes, consider taking brief notes or even repeating key phrases aloud to reinforce what you hear and engage more deeply with the material.
Get involved, even if it's just in your head or quietly to yourself.
Right. Fourthly, gradually increase the difficulty. As your skills sharpen, challenge yourself. Move on to more complex podcasts, maybe something with faster speech, more advanced vocabulary, and a broader array of topics.
Like news podcasts or interviews with native speakers talking naturally.
Exactly. Things like Freakonomics Radio or maybe even certain interview shows, depending on the guest. Lastly, and this is important, remember to listen in short bursts if needed. If lengthy episodes feel overwhelming at first.
Like an hour-long deep dive might be too much initially.
It might. So begin with manageable 10 to 15-minute segments and gradually extend your listening time. The key here is consistency, not necessarily duration. A little bit every day is far better than a huge chunk once a week.
Consistency compounds the benefits.
It really does. By dedicating time each day to podcast listening, you'll find that understanding spoken English becomes remarkably more intuitive, truly paving the way for confident communication in diverse, real-world situations.
Okay, that's a fantastic start, building that foundation of understanding. Once our ears are better attuned to the rhythm and sound of English, you're primed for the next step, right? Which is absorbing the rich tapestry of its words and phrases.
The vocabulary.
Because simply hearing them is one thing, but truly owning a rich vocabulary, especially those tricky idioms, that's where the real challenge often lies, isn't it?
It certainly can be.
So, for our second core benefit, let's talk about expanding your vocabulary and those idiomatic expressions. For me, podcasts are a veritable treasure trove for new words. The real power here, I think, isn't just learning words in isolation from a list.
Like flashcards, yeah.
Right, but rather encountering them embedded in context, seeing how they live and breathe in a sentence.
You're absolutely spot on. And especially with idioms, slang, colloquialisms, these are the very fabric of how native speakers truly use the language in everyday conversation.
They add the color.
They do. These aren't just obscure phrases. They reflect deep cultural nuances and often carry meanings that are not immediately obvious from the individual words. For instance, understanding a phrase like kick the bucket.
Meaning to die.
Right. Or spill the beans.
Reveal a secret.
Exactly. Understanding these allows you to navigate casual conversations and comprehend cultural references with ease. Without this understanding, you might miss the entire point of a joke or a subtle comment, leaving you feeling, a step behind.
Definitely feeling like an outsider sometimes if you don't get those. So how do podcasts actually help us acquire this kind of vocabulary, especially those phrases that defy literal translation? How does that work?
Well, again, several powerful mechanisms are at play. First, they facilitate that contextual vocabulary acquisition we touched on. When you hear a new word or phrase within a podcast, it's nearly always embedded in a story or a discussion.
It has a home.
It has a home, yes. This provides crucial clues to its meaning. Imagine listening to, say, a true crime podcast, a very popular genre.
Huge.
You might encounter terms like red herring.
A misleading clue.
Right, or cold case.
An unsolved crime.
Perfect. The narrative itself provides enough context for you to infer what these terms signify, making the learning feel quite intuitive, almost unconscious sometimes.
That makes so much more sense than just memorizing a definition out of context. It's like your brain has a hook, a place to hang the new word on.
Exactly, a mental hook. Secondly, there's repetition and reinforcement. Many podcasts, especially those that revisit similar themes or topics across episodes, will naturally give you repeated exposure to key vocabulary.
You hear the same important words again and again.
You do. And this consistent repetition helps to solidify the words in your memory, making it far easier to recall them when you need them in your own speech or writing. Thirdly, podcasts are an incredibly rich source of cultural idioms and slang.
The real everyday stuff.
The real stuff. They frequently feature informal language that you simply won't find in formal textbooks. A comedy podcast, for example, might introduce playful expressions such as throw shade.
To subtly insult someone.
Or spill the tea.
Share gossip.
Right. These are commonplace in casual English and absolutely essential for sounding natural and integrated into conversations.
And I imagine they also help with specialized vocabulary, right? Like if I'm interested in a niche topic, say technology or finance.
Yes, absolutely. That's the fourth key point here. Podcasts covering specific fields, such as technology reviews like the Vergecast or economic analyses like Planet Money, naturally introduce terminology relevant to those particular domains.
So you learn the jargon of your field.
Precisely. This makes them exceptionally valuable for learners who have professional or academic goals in a specific area, allowing you to build a specialized lexicon relevant to your career or studies almost effortlessly while you listen.
Okay, so for our listeners who want to really supercharge their vocabulary growth using podcasts, what are some practical, actionable ways to do that? Any tips?
Definitely. One excellent strategy is to keep a vocabulary journal. As you listen, jot down any new words or phrases you hear. Don't just write the word, though.
Add the context.
Yes. Add the meaning and maybe an example sentence from the podcast if you can catch it. Reviewing this journal regularly helps reinforce your learning. For instance, if you hear the phrase on the same page, meaning in agreement, note how it was used in the episode.
Makes the memory stickier.
It does. Secondly, choose theme-specific podcasts. Select podcasts that align with your existing interests or your profession. If you're a business professional, for example, listening to a podcast about entrepreneurship, maybe How I Built This, can help you pick up terms like pivot or disrupt in a truly relevant context.
So learning what you genuinely care about in a way that truly resonates and is useful.
Precisely. It makes it less like study, more like exploration. Thirdly, make a conscious effort to practice using new words. Don't just collect them.
Use them or lose them.
That's the idea. Incorporate newly acquired vocabulary into your daily conversations, your writing, or even just, social media posts. After learning cut to the chase, meaning to get to the point, try using it in a discussion with a friend or colleague.
Actively put it into practice.
Yes. Fourthly, listen for synonyms and variations. Podcasts often employ synonyms to avoid repetition, which is actually an excellent opportunity for you to learn multiple ways to express the same idea. A podcast host might describe something as clever, then later smart, and perhaps even ingenious in different contexts.
Expanding your expressive toolkit.
Exactly, expanding your range. Finally, utilize flashcards or apps if that works for you. Transfer those new words from your journal to flashcard applications like Anki or Quizlet for systematic practice. But here's the key. Include the podcast context in your flashcards to make them more memorable. Don't just have the word and definition.
Context is king.
Context is king. By exposing yourself to new words and expressions daily through podcasts, you will steadily build a more diverse and authentic sounding vocabulary, truly bringing you closer to sounding like a native speaker.
Fantastic. Okay, moving on. Our third key benefit delves into something listeners often ask about: enhancing your pronunciation and speaking skills. It's incredible to think that simply listening can translate into clearer, more confident speaking, but it really does. It's about consciously or even, unconsciously mimicking native speakers' pronunciation, their intonation patterns, the rhythm of their speech. It's how you start to sound more natural, isn't it? That subtle shift from sounding like someone reading a script to truly sounding like a speaker.
It absolutely is. And clear pronunciation is undeniably critical for effective communication. Mispronouncing words or applying incorrect stress patterns can easily lead to misunderstandings.
Or just make it hard work for the listener.
Or just make it hard work, yes. It can make it harder for others to follow your train of thought. For non-native speakers, mastering pronunciation can significantly boost confidence as it reduces that anxiety of being misunderstood or having to repeat yourself.
Take the weight off your shoulders.
It does. Podcasts provide an invaluable model for how English should sound, offering a consistent reference point to help you fine-tune your accent and delivery, moving you closer to that natural, flowing sound.
So walk us through how podcasts actually achieve this. What specific elements are at play that help us improve how we actually sound when we speak English?
Certainly. First, they provide excellent modeling for native pronunciation. By consistently listening to native speakers, people who have spoken the language their whole lives, you can observe and internalize how they pronounce individual words.
The specific sounds like the or are.
Exactly. Where they place stress on syllables, which is crucial in English, and how they use intonation, the rise and fall of the voice, to convey different meanings or emotions. For example, a morning news podcast like NPR's Up First features clear, articulate American English, making it an ideal resource for mimicking accurate pronunciation. You're hearing how the words are really formed.
That clarity would be a huge asset, wouldn't it? Almost like having a personal elocution coach just sitting in your pocket.
Indeed. A very convenient coach. Second, they help in improving your intonation and rhythm. English is what linguists call a stress-timed language.
Stress-timed? What does that mean exactly?
It means certain syllables in a sentence are emphasized or stressed, while others are reduced or said more quickly. This creates a distinct rhythm, a kind of musicality. Podcasts help you internalize this rhythm, which is absolutely crucial for sounding natural.
So it's not just saying the words right, but saying them with the right beat.
Precisely. Storytelling podcasts like The Moth are fantastic examples here. You can hear how speakers use pauses, emphasis, and pitch variations to create engaging and naturally flowing narratives. You learn the music of English, not just the individual notes.
I love that the music of English, it's not just the words, it's the melody, the ebb and flow that gives it life.
A perfect way to put it. Third, podcasts expose you to the natural conversational flow. Many podcasts feature casual, unscripted, or semi-scripted conversations.
Like friends just chat.
Exactly. Which effectively teach you how native speakers transition between ideas, how they might politely interrupt someone, or how they express agreement or disagreement in a relaxed, informal setting. A popular podcast featuring lighthearted banter, maybe like The Illusionist, demonstrates how to navigate informal discussions with natural pacing and rhythm. This helps you sound less rigid and more spontaneous in everyday exchanges.
And I imagine they showcase different speaking styles too, so you're not just learning one voice of English, but a whole range of possibilities depending on the situation.
Yes, that's the fourth key point. Podcasts expose you to a wide variety of speaking styles. You'll hear everything from very formal styles, such as you might hear on, say, the BBC's Global News podcast.
Very measured, very precise.
Yes, to highly conversational, informal styles like you might find on interview shows like Armchair Expert. This exposure to different contexts helps you learn to adapt your own pronunciation and delivery to suit various situations, making you a more versatile and adaptable speaker overall.
Great. Okay, practical time again. What are some actionable tips for our listeners to actively practice their pronunciation using podcasts? How can they train their voice alongside their ear?
Okay, a highly effective technique is called shadowing. Have you heard of this?
Shadowing. Tell me more.
It's quite simple but powerful. You listen to a short segment of a podcast, maybe just a sentence or two, then you immediately pause and repeat exactly what the speaker said. You try to mimic their pronunciation, their tone, their rhythm as closely as you possibly can.
Like being their echo.
Exactly like being their echo. This technique helps you physically internalize the sounds and patterns of English. Secondly, record and compare. This takes a bit more effort, but it's incredibly useful.
Using your phone's voice recorder.
Perfect. Record yourself speaking along with a podcast segment, or maybe reading a transcript passage aloud. Then, play it back and compare your pronunciation to the original speakers. Pay close attention to sounds you know you struggle with. Perhaps that tricky thith in think, or the subtle vowel difference between ship and sheep. This immediate feedback is invaluable for pinpointing specific areas for improvement.
Self-correction is so crucial, isn't it, when you're trying to refine your spoken language and you don't have a teacher right there?
Absolutely. It builds awareness. Thirdly, focus on specific sounds if you need to. If you know you have particular difficulty with certain English sounds, choose podcasts with hosts who have very clear enunciation. Or even look for podcasts specifically designed to explain pronunciation nuances, like BBC's The English We Speak.
Target your practice.
Target your practice. Fourthly, practice in context. Don't just practice sounds in isolation. After listening to an episode, try to summarize the content aloud, either just to yourself or perhaps to a friend or family member. This helps you apply what you've learned about pronunciation in a practical, communicative setting, reinforcing that connection between listening and speaking.
Makes it real.
It makes it real. Lastly, you could utilize speech recognition tools. Try practicing speaking phrases from the podcast into speech-to-text applications, like the one built into Google Translate or your phone's keyboard. These tools can provide immediate, albeit imperfect, feedback on your pronunciation accuracy, highlighting areas you might need to work on.
Technology is practice partner.
In a way, yes. By consistently listening to English podcasts every day and incorporating some of these practice techniques, you will progressively refine your pronunciation and enhance your speaking fluency, making your communication much clearer and ultimately much more confident.
Excellent advice. Okay, moving on to our fourth core benefit. And this one broadens the scope quite a bit. Boosting cultural awareness and understanding.
Crucial.
It's so true that language and culture are deeply, deeply intertwined. You can't truly understand one without appreciating the other. For me, English podcasts act like a window, giving you a peek into the customs, the values, the diverse perspectives of English-speaking societies around the world.
A cultural immersion, almost.
Yeah. It helps you grasp those social nuances, the unspoken rules that a textbook simply can't convey. It's like getting a feel for the soul of the language and the people who speak it.
That's a crucial point. Cultural misunderstandings can so easily lead to awkward or even, unfortunately, offensive interactions simply because what's considered polite or humorous or normal in one culture might be entirely different in another.
We've all been there, right? Saying the wrong thing unintentionally.
Absolutely. By immersing yourself in English podcasts, you gain invaluable insight into the traditions, the social dynamics, the humor, the history, and a myriad of cultural references prevalent in various English-speaking countries. This immersion helps you become a more empathetic and adaptable communicator, better equipped to navigate diverse social landscapes with grace and understanding.
So how do podcasts actually open up this cultural window for us? How do they allow us to absorb those less tangible aspects of a language and its associated cultures?
Well, for one, they provide extensive exposure to cultural references. Podcasts frequently weave in references to pop culture, movies, music, TV shows, historical events, or current affairs.
Things everyone knows.
Things many people in that culture know, yes. All of which deepen your understanding of English-speaking societies. For instance, a popular culture podcast like Pop Culture Happy Hour discusses current movies, TV shows, and music, introducing you to foundational cultural touchstones, maybe references to Star Wars or the Beatles or current trends, things that frequently pop up in conversation.
And those references are everywhere in conversation, aren't they? Missing them can make you feel completely lost in a social situation, even if you understand the words.
Definitely. It's like missing part of the code. Second, podcasts offer diverse perspectives. Many podcasts feature hosts and guests from a wide array of backgrounds, different ethnicities, regions, socioeconomic groups, viewpoints. This provides unique insights into the experiences and perspectives of these different groups. A podcast dedicated to exploring race and identity in a particular country, for example, like NPR's Code Switch in the US, gives listeners a rich and nuanced cultural context that's rarely found in formal language lessons.
It helps you see the world through different eyes.
Exactly. And humor. You mentioned this earlier. Humor is notoriously difficult across cultures. I remember trying to understand British panel shows when I first encountered them. Tricky.
Oh yeah, the dryness, the irony, it takes getting used to. Do podcasts actually help us get those subtle cues so we don't accidentally offend or maybe worse, just bore someone with a joke that falls flat?
They absolutely do. And that's a key third point. Understanding humor, sarcasm, irony. It's incredibly challenging to translate. But podcasts featuring comedic discussions, satirical news analyses, or just witty banter can significantly help you grasp the subtleties of English humor.
Like, wait, don't tell me. Or maybe something British like, my dad wrote a porno.
Those are great examples. You learn to pick up on wordplay, irony, understatement, and culturally specific jokes. You learn to get the humor, which is a massive step in cultural integration and social connection. It helps you decode the unspoken layers of meaning.
That makes a huge difference in social interactions, doesn't it?
Right.
Moving from simply understanding the dictionary definitions of words to truly connecting with people on their terms.
It truly does. Fourth, podcasts can teach you about social norms and etiquette, often implicitly. By listening attentively to how podcast hosts interact with their guests and with each other.
How they agree, disagree, interrupt.
Exactly. You can learn about conversational norms, for instance, how people might politely express gratitude, how they disagree respectfully, or sometimes not so respectfully, or how they inject humor appropriately into a conversation. A podcast discussing current events might model polite yet playfully engaging banter, showing you how native speakers navigate these social cues in real time.
Okay, brilliant. What are some practical tips then for our listeners to really leverage podcasts for cultural learning? How can they actively seek out and absorb these cultural insights beyond just passive listening?
Well, to deepen your cultural understanding first, consider choosing region-specific podcasts. If you're specifically interested in, say, British culture and humor, select podcasts originating from the UK, like The Bugle.
Or if you want Australian culture.
Maybe something like the Aussie English podcast. This focus helps you tune into the specific nuances of that region. Secondly, pay close attention to context. Notice how podcast hosts reference holidays, Thanksgiving in the US versus bonfire night in the UK, or local traditions, or significant social issues within their society. These small details paint a much bigger cultural picture over time.
It's about picking up those little puzzle pieces that build the larger cultural mosaic.
Precisely. Thirdly, explore diverse topics. Don't limit yourself to just one genre. Listen to podcasts on a wide range of subjects, maybe hardcore history for historical context, or the splendid table for food culture. This variety helps you gain a broader understanding of cultural interests, values, and debates across different English-speaking communities.
Broaden your listening diet.
Yes. Lastly, make an effort to engage with cultural content mentioned in the podcasts. If a host references a popular TV show, like The Great British Bake Off, maybe consider watching an episode if you can. Or if they mention a specific book or film, look it up. This active engagement deepens your knowledge and powerfully reinforces what you've learned just from the audio.
Connect the dots yourself.
Connect the dots. By immersing yourself in the cultural context of English through podcasts, you'll undoubtedly become a more culturally aware and sensitive communicator, capable of genuinely connecting with people from diverse backgrounds.
This is fantastic. Okay, next up, our fifth key benefit, building confidence in language use. I know speaking a new language, or even just understanding it fluently, can feel incredibly daunting.
It really can.
Especially when the idea of speaking to, or even just understanding, native speakers comes up. That little knot of anxiety appears. But daily podcast listening creates this wonderful low-pressure environment where you can practice and build genuine confidence in your English abilities without that fear of judgment.
Yeah.
It's like a safe rehearsal space for your mind.
Confidence is, without a doubt, absolutely central to using a language effectively. If you're constantly hesitant or self-conscious.
Worried about making mistakes.
Exactly. You're likely to avoid speaking altogether, or you might find it difficult to express yourself clearly even when you do speak. Podcasts create a safe, supportive space for you to engage with English without the anxiety of making mistakes or being judged by a conversation partner. This helps you organically build the kind of confidence that's essential for real-world communication, transforming that fear into fluency over time.
So how do podcasts specifically help nurture this sense of confidence? How do they allow someone to maybe step out of their shell a bit more?
Well, one key way is through providing a passive learning environment. Unlike engaging in live conversations or being put on the spot in a classroom setting where you might feel immediate pressure to respond correctly.
That spotlight feeling.
Right. Podcasts allow you to simply listen passively. You're an observer. This reduces anxiety significantly and allows you to build a foundational familiarity with the language at your own pace without any performance pressure whatsoever.
It's like listening in on a fascinating conversation.
Yeah.
Without having to worry about saying the right thing yourself. Takes all this pressure off.
Exactly. Secondly, familiarity truly breeds confidence. The more you listen to English podcasts, the more comfortable and accustomed you become with its distinct sounds, its rhythms, its common sentence structures.
It starts to feel normal, less foreign.
It does. This deep familiarity naturally translates into greater confidence when you do need to speak or write in English because your brain has already done so much of the heavy lifting processing thousands of examples. Thirdly, podcasts offer inspiration from real stories.
The motivational aspect.
Yes. Many podcasts share compelling narratives of personal growth, overcoming adversity, resilience, or even just learning journeys. These stories can be incredibly motivating, encouraging you to persevere in your own language journey when you hit a plateau or feel discouraged. A podcast featuring entrepreneurs discussing their challenges and ultimate triumphs, for example.
Like how I built this again.
That's a perfect example. Hearing those stories can inspire you to overcome your own language learning obstacles.
Those kinds of stories can definitely light a fire under you, can't they? Making you think, well, if they managed to get through that, surely I can manage this grammar point.
Indeed. Perspective. And fourthly, podcasts act as a safe practice space. They provide an environment where you can practice speaking, maybe summarizing content aloud or shadowing, like we discussed, without any fear of judgment from others. This low-stakes practice allows you to gain confidence in your expressive abilities before you step into more public or demanding situations. It's essentially a dress rehearsal for real-life interaction.
Okay, so for our listeners aiming to boost their confidence, what practical tips do you have? How can they actively use podcasts to become more assured, less hesitant English speakers?
Right. Practical steps. A great starting point is to begin with short episodes. If you're feeling overwhelmed, choose manageable lengths, perhaps 10 to 15 minutes.
Baby steps.
Baby steps. You can then gradually increase the duration as your comfort and confidence grow. Secondly, make sure to celebrate the small wins. This is so important.
Acknowledge your progress.
Yes, acknowledge your progress, no matter how minor it seems. This could be understanding an entire short episode without needing to pause, or successfully using a new idiom you learned in a casual conversation. These small milestones are crucial fuel for building self-assurance.
So recognizing those little victories along the way, giving yourself credit for every single step forward, not just focusing on the big end goal.
Absolutely, it keeps the momentum going. Thirdly, actively engage with the content. Don't just be a passive recipient. Listen and then do something with it. Share what you've learned from a podcast with a friend. Consider writing a short blog post or journal entry about it, or even join an online discussion group related to the podcast.
Make it active, not passive.
Make it active. Applying what you've heard reinforces your skills and builds confidence in both your comprehension and your ability to express related ideas. Fourthly, practice speaking aloud. We mentioned shadowing, but also try summarizing podcast episodes in your own words, just talking to yourself. Or mimic the host's phrases to practice speaking in a truly low-pressure setting. Get your mouth moving.
Get used to the feeling of speaking English.
Yes. Lastly, consider joining language communities. Connect with other language learners, perhaps through podcast-related forums or general language learning social media groups. Sharing your experiences and getting encouragement from a supportive network of peers can be incredibly beneficial for confidence.
Knowing you're not alone in the struggle.
Exactly. By making podcast listening a daily habit and actively using these strategies, you will steadily feel more at ease and capable with English, truly empowering you to use it confidently in various real-world contexts.
Brilliant. Now let's pivot to something really exciting, something that goes beyond just language acquisition itself. Number 6 is developing critical thinking and analytical skills.
Ah, yes, moving beyond the language mechanics.
Right. Podcasts aren't just about absorbing words and sounds. They actively stimulate your mind and encourage you to think deeply, to analyze, to question. Many English podcasts explore really complex topics, present compelling arguments, or analyze current events in intricate detail.
They challenge you.
They challenge you. They challenge you to form your own well-reasoned opinions, not just accept what you hear. It's like a mental gym, flexing those analytical muscles.
This is a truly profound benefit. Critical thinking, that invaluable ability to analyze information objectively, evaluate arguments logically, identify biases, and draw reasoned conclusions, is vital, not only for language learning itself.
You need it to understand complex texts or arguments.
You do, but also for academic success and professional growth in absolutely any field. By consistently engaging with thought-provoking podcasts, you're practicing processing and interpreting complex information presented in English, all while sharpening your analytical capabilities across the board. It's a workout for your brain that pays dividends throughout your life.
So how do podcasts specifically contribute to honing these critical thinking skills? What's the mechanism that makes them such effective trainers for our minds?
Well, for one, they provide significant exposure to complex ideas. Podcasts covering topics like economics, politics, philosophy, or nuanced social issues regularly tackle intricate subjects.
They don't dumb it down.
Often no. This exposure inherently encourages you to think more critically about the world around you, even if the concepts are initially challenging. They don't shy away from the hard questions. In fact, the best ones lean right into them.
Which is exactly what you need to stretch your mind, isn't it? Grappling with complexity.
Absolutely. Secondly, podcasts often present diverse perspectives. Many feature spirited debates, panel discussions, or in-depth interviews that expose you to multiple viewpoints on a given topic. A popular daily news podcast, for instance, like The Daily from the New York Times, frequently presents various sides of a news story.
Letting you hear different arguments.
Right. Compelling you to critically evaluate the information yourself, rather than passively accepting just one narrative or interpretation.
That's a great way to avoid those dreaded echo chambers and really understand the complexity and the different facets of an issue.
Definitely. It fosters intellectual humility, too.
Right.
Thirdly, podcasts excel at storytelling and analysis. Narrative podcasts, think Serial or Invisibilia, brilliantly weave facts, evidence, and in-depth analysis into compelling stories. This format helps you practice following complex narratives, identifying key evidence, evaluating its strength, and drawing your own conclusions from the presented information, which is a core critical thinking skill.
Following the thread of an argument through a story.
Precisely. Finally, they often excel at questioning assumptions. Many podcasts frequently challenge listeners to rethink their deeply held beliefs or assumptions, or to explore entirely new ideas they hadn't considered. A podcast exploring human behavior and psychology, like Hidden Brain.
Oh, I love Hidden Brain.
It's excellent, isn't it? It encourages you to question why people act the way they do, to consider the underlying cognitive biases or social influences at play. It makes you think about thinking.
Okay, so for our listeners who want to actively develop their critical thinking while listening, what are your best tips? How can they turn what might be passive listening into active critical analysis?
Good question. A valuable practice is to summarize the key points after listening. Don't just hit stop and move on. Take a moment, maybe mentally or by jotting notes, to summarize the main ideas or arguments presented in your own words. This active processing helps you not only retain the information, but also synthesize it critically.
Force yourself to reprocess it.
Yes. Secondly, make it a habit to ask reflective questions as you listen or immediately after. Engage actively with the content by asking yourself things like, what was the main argument presented here? What evidence supports it? Are there any flaws in the reasoning? Or, do I agree with the host's perspective on this, and why or why not? This fosters deeper engagement and personal reflection.
That's brilliant, turning passive listening into active internal dialogue and analysis. It makes you an engaged participant, not just recipient of information.
It truly does. Thirdly, specifically seek out and compare perspectives. Try listening to podcasts that offer opposing viewpoints on the same topic. For example, you might listen to a podcast known for a generally left-leaning perspective on an issue, and then one known for a generally right-leaning perspective.
Like maybe Pod Save America and the Ben Shapiro Show on a political topic.
Exactly. This practice helps you evaluate different arguments, understand how issues are framed differently, and recognize rhetorical strategies regardless of your own personal leanings. The goal here isn't to agree with either necessarily, but to understand how they construct their arguments. We're simply looking at the structure, not endorsing any particular viewpoint, just understanding how different ideas are formed and presented.
That's a powerful exercise in intellectual flexibility, understanding different ways of thinking and framing arguments, even if you disagree.
It absolutely is. Fourthly, discuss the ideas with others. Share your thoughts about a podcast episode, maybe a challenging point or an interesting perspective with a friend, family member, or even in an online community related to the podcast or topic. Explaining your ideas in English not only reinforces your language skills, but also sharpens your critical thinking by forcing you to articulate your reasoning clearly and perhaps defend your position.
Solidifies your own thinking.
It does. Lastly, take notes while listening. For complex topics especially, jot down key points, questions that arise in your mind, or sudden insights. This practice is incredibly helpful for processing dense information, tracking arguments, and improving long-term retention and analysis. By engaging with these intellectually stimulating podcasts in an active way, you will undoubtedly enhance your English proficiency while simultaneously developing a stronger ability to think critically, analyze information effectively, and articulate your own ideas with greater clarity and confidence.
Wonderful. Up next, our seventh benefit, and this one is all about pure practicality. Convenience and flexibility for busy lifestyles. Let's be honest, for many of us, finding dedicated blocks of time for traditional language study methods can feel like an insurmountable challenge.
Life just gets in the way.
It really does. Work, family, commuting, chores, it all adds up. But podcasts offer this incredible advantage, making them an ideal tool for anyone who wants to learn English without completely disrupting their already packed schedule. It's like finding hidden pockets of learning time in your day.
You've hit on a major point. Traditional methods like attending formal classes at set times or meticulously reading textbooks chapter by chapter demand specific focused blocks of time.
Time you might not have.
Time you might not have, which can be incredibly difficult to manage alongside work, family commitments, or other responsibilities. Podcasts, in stark contrast, offer a remarkably flexible solution. They empower you to learn on your own terms, precisely wherever and whenever it suits you best. This adaptability is truly liberating for learners, turning previously unproductive moments, waiting, commuting, doing chores into valuable learning opportunities.
So how do podcasts actually deliver on this promise of convenience? How do they make language learning feel almost seamless, integrated into life?
Well, first and foremost, you can learn on the go. This is the big one. Whether you're commuting to work on the train or bus, getting in your daily exercise at the gym or outdoors, cooking dinner or running errands.
Waiting in line at the supermarket.
Exactly. You can listen to podcasts virtually anywhere at any time using just your phone and headphones. This makes it exceptionally easy to seamlessly integrate language practice into your existing daily routine without having to carve out extra dedicated study time. You're effectively turning that dead time into productive learning time.
That's powerful, turning dead time into learning time, extracting value from moments that were previously just lost.
Absolutely. Secondly, there's an incredible variety of episode lengths available. Podcasts come in a huge range of formats. You can find quick 5-minute news updates, 10-minute explainers, half-hour interviews, or even extensive multi-hour deep dives into history or science.
Something for every time slot.
Precisely. This allows you to choose episodes that perfectly fit whatever amount of time you have available, whether it's 5 minutes or 50. It ensures consistent exposure to English without feeling pressured or overwhelmed by needing a huge time commitment.
And it means you can always find something to listen to, no matter how short or long your window of opportunity is. No excuses.
Pretty much. Thirdly, most podcasts are entirely free and widely accessible on major platforms, Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google Podcasts, and many others. This effectively eliminates financial barriers, making high-quality learning resources available to virtually everyone with a smartphone or computer, regardless of their budget.
Democratizing learning again.
Exactly. Fourthly, the learning experience is highly customizable. With literally millions of podcasts at your fingertips covering every topic imaginable, you can meticulously tailor your listening to align with your specific interests, your learning goals, and your current proficiency level. This ensures an engaging and genuinely relevant experience every time you press play, keeping motivation high.
Okay, so for our listeners juggling those busy lives, what are some practical tips to effectively incorporate podcasts into their daily grind? How do they make this a sustainable long-term habit?
Right, making it stick. First, try to create a daily routine. Identify specific, predictable times in your day when listening is feasible and make it a non-negotiable appointment with yourself. Maybe it's your morning commute, your lunch break while you walk the dog, or even as part of your evening wind-down routine.
Attach it to an existing habit.
That's a great strategy. Habit stacking. Secondly, remember to download episodes in advance, especially if you rely on commuting or travel time. This allows you to listen offline, ensuring that your learning isn't interrupted even if you lose an internet connection, perhaps while on the subway or traveling through areas with poor signal.
No excuses then. Remove those common roadblocks like bad Wi-Fi.
Indeed. Thirdly, mix and match topics and styles. Don't just listen to heavy academic podcasts all the time or only light entertainment. Alternate between lighter, more entertaining podcasts and more serious, intellectually stimulating ones. This variety keeps your listening experience fresh and prevents mental fatigue, ensuring you stay engaged long term.
Keep it interesting.
Keep it interesting. Fourthly, utilize playlists. Most podcast apps allow you to create playlists. Use this feature. Create goal-oriented playlists of podcast episodes. For example, you might have one playlist specifically for improving your listening comprehension of news, another for vocabulary building in your professional field, and maybe a third just for fun storytelling. This helps you stay organized and focused on your specific objectives.
Be intentional about your listening.
Be intentional. Lastly, multitask strategically. Pair your podcast listening with low cognitive task activities that don't require intense mental focus. Things like walking, jogging, cleaning the house, folding laundry, or even gardening. This maximizes your time without sacrificing comprehension significantly, as these activities typically don't demand your full attention. Trying to listen while doing complex work, though, probably not ideal.
Right, match the task to the listening intensity.
Exactly. By leveraging the inherent convenience and flexibility of podcasts, you can truly make English learning a seamless, enjoyable, and sustainable part of your daily life, ensuring consistent progress without adding undue stress to your already busy schedule.
That's incredibly empowering. Okay, our eighth benefit touches upon something very close to my heart, and I think essential for any long-term learning endeavor: fostering a growth mindset.
Mindset is everything.
It really is. Learning a language isn't a sprint, it's definitely a marathon. It's a long-term journey that demands persistence, resilience, and crucially, a genuinely positive attitude towards the process, including the inevitable mistakes and plateaus. Introducing the concept of a growth mindset here, the fundamental belief that your abilities aren't fixed, but can improve with effort and practice, is so important for staying motivated and committed to your language goals, especially when the going gets tough.
It truly is. A growth mindset, a concept popularized by psychologist Carol Dweck, fundamentally transforms how you view challenges and setbacks. Instead of seeing difficulty as a sign you're not good enough,
The fixed mindset view.
Exactly. The growth mindset sees challenges as opportunities to learn and grow, and setbacks simply as valuable learning experiences, feedback on what to try differently next time. In the context of language learning, this means you're far more likely to embrace mistakes as a natural part of the process, stay motivated even when things feel difficult, and celebrate every bit of progress no matter how small it might seem.
You see effort as the path to mastery.
Precisely. And podcasts are incredibly powerful in this regard because they can inspire and reinforce this mindset. They expose you to countless stories of perseverance, creativity, learning from failure, and ultimate success. They offer a constant stream of inspiration and relatable struggles.
So how do podcasts help cultivate this essential growth mindset? What is it about listening to them that encourages this kind of resilient, effort-focused thinking?
Well, for one, they are a rich source of those inspirational stories we mentioned. Many podcasts share narratives of individuals who have faced and overcome significant challenges in business, in art, in science, and life.
Hearing about other people's struggles makes your own feel more manageable.
It does. It normalizes struggle. These stories can be incredibly motivating, encouraging you to persevere in your own language journey. A popular interview podcast, like The Tim Ferriss Show, for instance, regularly features highly successful guests who often discuss their failures and the lessons learned on their unique path to success, consistently emphasizing the value of hard work, experimentation, and unwavering resilience.
It's a powerful reminder that everyone faces obstacles, and success often comes not from avoiding failure, but from learning how to push through it.
That's a perceptive point. Resilience is key. Secondly, podcasts offer relatable content specifically for learners. There are many excellent podcasts hosted by language learners themselves or by non-native speakers who have achieved fluency.
Like All Ears English or Better at English.
Those are great examples. They provide practical tips, share personal struggles, and offer much-needed encouragement from people who have encountered similar challenges to yours. This makes the entire learning process feel much more achievable and less isolating. You hear someone saying, "Yeah, I found that really hard too, but here's what helped me."
Creates a sense of shared experience.
It does. Thirdly, the very act of listening consistently helps in celebrating progress. As you stick with it and notice tangible improvements, maybe you understand a fast speaker you couldn't before, or you recognize vocabulary without thinking, or your own pronunciation feels smoother. You'll naturally gain a profound sense of accomplishment. This feeling directly fuels your motivation to continue learning and pushes you forward.
It becomes a positive feedback loop, doesn't it? Where progress fuels more effort and more effort leads to more progress. It builds momentum.
Exactly. It's self-reinforcing. And fourthly, podcasts encourage a deeper sense of curiosity. By exposing you to such a vast array of new ideas, different fields, and fascinating perspectives, they foster a genuine love for learning that extends far beyond just language acquisition itself. A popular knowledge-based podcast like the classic Stuff You Should Know.
A bit of everything.
A bit of everything. It covers an endless stream of fascinating topics that spark curiosity and encourage further exploration, often leading you down wonderful rabbit holes of learning, all conducted in English.
For our listeners eager to actively cultivate this growth mindset, what are some practical tips? How can they intentionally use podcasts to reinforce this belief in their own potential to improve?
Okay, practical tips for mindset. First, set realistic, process-oriented goals. Instead of aiming for some vague notion of perfection or fluency by a certain date, focus on achievable actions. For example, aim to listen to, say, 3 20-minute podcast episodes per week, or learn 5 new vocabulary words in context each week. Small, achievable goals keep you motivated and focused on consistent effort, which is the heart of a growth mindset.
Focus on the journey, not just the destination.
Precisely. Secondly, regularly reflect on your progress. Don't just consume, reflect. Periodically, take a moment, maybe once a month, to consider how far you've come since you first started listening seriously. Notice how much easier it might be now to understand fast-paced conversations or complex topics or different accents. This conscious acknowledgement of improvement is a powerful motivator and reinforces the idea that your effort pays off.
It's about seeing how far you've traveled on the path, not just constantly looking at how far you still have to go. A vital shift in perspective for staying positive.
Absolutely. Perspective is key. Thirdly, embrace challenges. Don't shy away from them. If you encounter a podcast episode or a topic that feels particularly difficult, view it not as a roadblock or proof you're not good enough, but as an opportunity to stretch your skills. Maybe try listening to a simpler related episode first, or use transcripts to build your confidence before returning to the more challenging content later. See difficulty as growth.
Reframe the struggle.
Reframe the struggle. Fourthly, learn from mistakes. This is central. If you misunderstand a word, miss a segment of an episode, or mispronounce something when practicing shadowing, don't get discouraged or beat yourself up. Instead, see it as feedback. Replay that segment, look up the unfamiliar term, check the pronunciation again. Every mistake is simply a learning opportunity in disguise.
Data for improvement.
Exactly. Data. Lastly, actively seek inspiration. Make a point of listening to podcasts that explicitly share stories of growth, learning from failure, and resilience. Shows like How to Fail with Elizabeth Day or storytelling podcasts like The Moth often feature these narratives. They can be incredibly powerful in sustaining your motivation when your own journey feels tough. By incorporating podcasts into your daily routine with this growth-oriented perspective, you'll cultivate a positive, resilient approach to language learning, making the entire journey not just effective, but also rewarding and genuinely enjoyable.
That's such a powerful message. Okay, benefit number 9 is all about connection. Connecting with a global community. English is often called a global language, a lingua franca, for a reason, and podcasts are a perfect reflection of its universal reach and appeal. They connect you, the listener, wherever you are, with a worldwide community of speakers, learners, and thinkers, fostering a powerful sense of belonging and shared understanding. It's like plugging into a massive global conversation you get to be a part of.
It's vital to remember that language learning isn't merely about mastering vocabulary lists and grammar rules in isolation. Fundamentally, it's about building bridges.
Connecting people,
connecting cultures, connecting communities. Feeling connected to other people who speak English, whether they are native speakers halfway across the world or fellow learners in your own city, can significantly boost your motivation, provide invaluable opportunities to practice your skills, and make your entire learning journey feel far more meaningful and enriching. It transforms learning from what can sometimes feel like a solitary pursuit into a shared adventure.
So how exactly do podcasts facilitate this global connection? How do they make the world feel a little smaller and more interconnected through audio?
Well, for one, they offer truly global perspectives.
Yeah.
Podcasts consistently cover topics that resonate with people worldwide. Think about major global issues like climate change, or universally relevant themes like personal development, health, or technology trends.
Things that affect everyone.
Right. Engaging with these universal subjects helps you feel part of a much larger global conversation, transcending geographical boundaries and fostering a sense of shared humanity. You realize people everywhere are grappling with similar questions and ideas.
It makes the world feel smaller in a really good way by connecting you to shared human experiences and concerns.
Indeed. Secondly, many podcasts actively foster vibrant online communities around their shows. They often have associated forums, dedicated subreddits, Facebook groups, or other social media platforms where listeners can connect with each other.
A place to gather.
A place to gather, yes. Listeners can share their insights on recent episodes, ask questions, discuss related topics, and, importantly, practice their English communication skills in written form with like-minded people. For instance, devoted fans of a specific show, maybe the Minimalists podcast, frequently discuss episodes and related ideas on platforms like X or Reddit.
So you're not just passively listening in isolation, you're actively interacting with others and becoming part of a real conversation around the content. That's a huge motivator.
Precisely. It adds a social dimension. Thirdly, podcasts enable significant cultural exchange simply by their nature. By listening to podcasts originating from various English-speaking countries, the US, UK, Australia, Canada, India, South Africa, and so on, you gain profound insights into global issues as seen from different cultural perspectives. This exposure naturally fosters empathy and a deeper understanding of the wider world. An international news podcast, perhaps from the BBC World Service like The Inquiry,
Which looks at one topic from multiple angles.
exactly. It meticulously explores global topics by interviewing people from different regions, thereby broadening your worldview significantly just by listening. Fourthly, some podcasts actively create opportunities for direct interaction. They might encourage listener participation through Q&A sessions where they answer listener emails or voicemails, host live virtual events or recordings, or engage actively with their audience on social media platforms. These avenues provide practical, real-world context for you to practice your English and genuinely engage with the creators and the community.
Okay, fantastic. For our listeners eager to forge these connections and tap into that global community, what are your best practical tips? How can they actively join in and contribute?
Right, getting connected. First, dive into those online discussions we mentioned. Find the relevant subreddit, Facebook group, or forum for a podcast you enjoy and start participating. Share your thoughts on an episode, ask a question, or respond to someone else's comment. It's great practice for writing in English and connects you with others who share your interests. For example, you could join the community for a science podcast like Radiolab on Reddit and discuss episodes you found fascinating.
Start small, maybe just liking or upvoting, then build up to commenting.
Good strategy. Secondly, follow your favorite podcasts on social media. Many podcasts maintain active accounts on platforms like X, formerly Twitter, or Instagram. Following them provides a direct avenue for you to interact. You can reply to their posts, participate in polls, and see what other listeners are saying, further practicing your English in short written bursts.
That's a low-pressure way to engage, isn't it? Easing into larger interactions.
It is. Thirdly, keep an eye out for live events. Some podcasts host live recordings, sometimes with audience Q&A, or special virtual events for their listeners. These offer a unique chance to engage with the hosts and the community in real time. Always check the podcast website or social media feeds for announcements about such events.
Might be a chance to hear your own question answered.
Possibly. Fourthly, connect with other learners more broadly. Join general language learning communities online, things like the Duolingo forums, italki community pages, or various language exchange applications and websites. You can discuss podcasts you're listening to, share recommendations, and find practice partners there.
Find your tribe.
Find your tribe, exactly. Lastly, make it a point to share your insights. Don't just consume. Consider writing a short blog post, reviewing a podcast episode you enjoyed, sending a tweet with a key takeaway, or posting a brief social media update about something interesting you learned. Using English actively to express your thoughts and connecting with others through shared interests makes the whole learning process far more vibrant, socially rewarding, and ultimately more effective.
That's wonderful advice. Okay, we've arrived at our 10th and perhaps most enduring benefit: promoting lifelong learning.
The big picture.
The big picture. Making daily podcast listening a habit isn't just about achieving a temporary language improvement goal. It instills something deeper, a deeply ingrained habit of staying curious, staying engaged, and remaining open to new ideas throughout your life. It's a truly sustainable way to keep improving your English while continuously expanding your knowledge and understanding of the world. It's really about becoming a perpetually curious human being.
In our rapidly changing world, the ability and the desire to learn continuously lifelong learning is an increasingly valuable skill, maybe even a necessity. Podcasts are perfectly suited for this. They not only significantly improve your English language abilities over the long haul, but they also consistently expose you to a wealth of new knowledge, fresh perspectives, fascinating stories, and valuable skills across countless domains. This constant influx of information naturally fosters intellectual curiosity and supports your overall personal growth throughout your entire life. It's a genuine investment in your future self.
So how do podcasts specifically support this grand idea of lifelong learning? What makes them such a powerful engine for continuous personal and intellectual growth beyond just language?
Well, for one, they offer that unparalleled diversity of topics we keep coming back to. With literally millions of podcasts available, you can explore virtually any subject imaginable.
From astrophysics to zoology and everything in between.
Absolutely. From Neil deGrasse Tyson's Star Talk Radio diving into science to The New Yorker, fiction podcasts presenting literary works. This year, variety keeps learning fresh, exciting, and perpetually engaging. It ensures you'll never, ever run out of new things to learn about, preventing intellectual stagnation.
You'll literally never reach the bottom of the podcast well, which is an amazing prospect for a curious mind.
Indeed. Secondly, there are those regular updates. Most active podcasts release new episodes on a predictable schedule, weekly, bi-weekly, monthly. This provides a steady, reliable stream of fresh content right to your device. This consistent availability keeps you continually engaged and ensures your learning journey never stagnates. There's always something new waiting.
Keeps you coming back for more.
It does. Thirdly, podcasts often act as a powerful inspiration, a catalyst for further study. They frequently spark curiosity about new topics, encouraging you to delve deeper on your own. You might hear something fascinating and be prompted to read related books, enroll in an online course on the subject, or simply explore additional articles and videos online, all conducted in English. For example, an episode of Dan Carlin's Hardcore History might ignite such a passion about, say, World War I that it inspires you to read several books on the subject.
So they become a fantastic jumping-off point, a gateway for deeper dives into subjects you discover you're truly passionate about.
Precisely, a gateway to deeper learning. And fourthly, the learning itself is so adaptable. Podcasts allow you to learn entirely at your own pace and according to your unique, evolving interests. This inherent flexibility makes lifelong learning not just sustainable, but genuinely enjoyable. It seamlessly fits into your life, rather than feeling like another burdensome task or obligation.
It makes learning feel like a pleasure, not a chore.
Exactly, that's the goal. What are some practical tips for our listeners to truly embrace lifelong learning through podcasts? How can they turn this into an enriching habit that serves them for years and years to come? Right, making it a lifelong habit. First, actively explore new genres and topics. Make a conscious effort periodically to step outside your usual listening comfort zone. Try podcasts on subjects you know nothing about or genres you haven't explored before. For example, if you typically gravitate towards true crime podcasts,
Which many people do.
challenge yourself to try a thought-provoking history podcast like You're Wrong About, or maybe a delightful science interview show like Ologies. Broaden your horizons intentionally.
Don't get stuck in a rut.
Secondly, set gentle learning goals for yourself. Maybe challenge yourself simply to learn one new interesting thing, whether it's a new vocabulary word, a surprising cultural insight, or a fascinating fact about the world from each episode you listen to.
Little knowledge nuggets from every single listen, adding up significantly over time.
Exactly, compounding knowledge. Thirdly, stay consistent. We've said it before, but it bears repeating for lifelong learning. Make podcast listening a regular, ideally daily habit, even if you can only commit for 10 or 15 minutes on some days. Consistency is absolutely key to achieving long-term progress and building a lasting learning habit that becomes second nature.
Small steps, repeated often.
That's the formula. Fourthly, combine podcasts with other resources. Use podcasts as that starting point or gateway we talked about. When something sparks your interest, actively seek out related content, books, documentaries, articles, online courses, other podcasts to deepen your knowledge and further enhance your English skills within that topic area. Build connections.
Use it as a springboard.
Lastly, reflect on your learning journey. Maybe keep a simple learning journal, digital or physical, to occasionally record what you've gleaned from podcasts. Note down new vocabulary, intriguing cultural insights, fascinating facts, or even just questions that arise. This reflective practice reinforces your learning, helps you see patterns in your interests, and allows you to track your intellectual growth over time. By embracing podcasts as a dynamic tool for lifelong learning, you'll not only dramatically improve your English over the long term, but also cultivate a profound, enduring love for knowledge and discovery that will enrich your life in countless ways.
Wow. What an incredible deep dive. We've covered so much ground. It's just so clear now that daily English podcast listening isn't just a powerful, engaging, and frankly, incredibly accessible way to enhance your language skills.
It's so much more.
It really is. It truly broadens your horizons and enriches your entire life in ways you might not expect. It goes far, far beyond traditional language learning methods by actively building those crucial skills like critical thinking, cultural sensitivity, and that all-important lifelong intellectual curiosity. And the sheer convenience, the unbelievable variety of topics available, and the wonderful opportunity to connect with a vibrant global community really make podcasts an ideal tool for learners at every single level. It transforms those everyday moments, commuting, cooking, walking, into meaningful, productive learning opportunities.
I couldn't agree more. It's a holistic approach, really. By making podcast listening a daily habit, you'll not only become a more confident and proficient English speaker, but you'll also simultaneously develop those invaluable skills you just mentioned, critical thinking, cultural sensitivity, and that enduring intellectual curiosity. It shapes you as a communicator and as a person.
It really does.
So I wholeheartedly encourage everyone listening to take that next step. Don't just think about it, do it. Plug in your earphones. Explore the vast, diverse, endlessly fascinating world of English podcasts, and truly start your journey to language mastery and broader understanding today. With countless topics to explore and endless stories and perspectives to hear, the possibilities are genuinely limitless, and the rewards you'll discover along the way are nothing short of profound. Happy listening.
You heard it here first. Fantastic insights. Thank you so much for joining us on the Deep Dive today. As always, you can find the Deep Dive wherever you listen to your podcasts for more explorations into fascinating topics. Until next time, keep exploring.
Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab, and welcome to the Deep Dive. Today we're plunging into a topic that truly ignites curiosity and, well, it really has the power to transform lives: study abroad. For this deep dive, we've pulled together a fascinating stack of insights. We're weaving in compelling research, some insightful facts, and, some truly relatable real-life stories.
Yeah, the personal stories really bring it to life.
Exactly. Our mission to really unpack the profound benefits and the inherent challenges of this incredible journey, and along the way, offer some advanced English listening practice.
It's definitely an area where the dream, the romantic idea often meets the practical realities.
Yeah.
And understanding both sides is just, it's undeniably crucial for anyone considering this path. We're going to explore why millions are opting to pursue their education beyond their home countries, what they truly gain from it sometimes in surprising ways, and of course the intricate hurdles they skillfully navigate. Our aim is really to provide you with a very clear, nuanced picture that goes beyond the glossy brochures.
Right, beyond the highlights. By the end of our conversation, you're going to have a much deeper understanding of what makes studying abroad such a game changer, and more importantly, what it genuinely takes to make it a resounding success. So let's embark on this illuminating journey.
Okay, let's set the scene, shall we? When many of us think about studying abroad, what often comes to mind are those idyllic, almost cinematic images. You might picture yourself perhaps sipping a warm cup of coffee in a charming Parisian cafe.
Sounds lovely.
Surrounded by the gentle murmur of French, all while reviewing your notes for an upcoming exam. Or maybe you envision yourself navigating the vibrant, bustling streets of Tokyo, just soaking in the unique energy as you make your way to your university campus. These are powerful, aspirational images.
Yeah.
And, for good reason.
They certainly are. It's a decision that feels simultaneously thrilling, deeply daunting, and undeniably transformative. It conjures images of adventure, new beginnings, maybe even a touch of glamour. But it's vital to recognize that for the millions of students worldwide who embark on this path, it's about far more than just earning a degree. It's truly an entry point,
Yeah.
A gateway to entirely new cultures,
Right.
diverse perspectives you might never encounter otherwise, and unparalleled opportunities that simply wouldn't exist back home. It's about a complete reorientation of your worldview, really.
That's a receptive way to put it, a reorientation. And while those postcard perfect moments certainly happen, it's also important to present a balanced view. It's not all serene cafe mornings and exciting city lights. This journey comes with its significant share of hurdles, and sometimes they appear sooner than you'd expect. We're talking about everything from the very real emotional challenges of homesickness, which can, strike when you least anticipate it.
Oh, yeah.
To the often complex and sometimes frustrating world of visa regulations and bureaucratic paperwork, just endless forms sometimes.
Definitely.
These are genuine obstacles that students must learn to navigate. And how they navigate them is often where the real growth happens.
So let's dive into the sheer scale of this phenomenon then. The concept of international education has truly exploded in popularity over the past few decades. This isn't just like a fleeting trend, it's a growing global phenomenon that continues to redefine higher education.
It really is.
Consider this. In 2020 alone, an astonishing figure of over 6 million students were enrolled in higher education institutions outside their home countries. 6 million. And what's particularly striking is that this number continues to climb steadily, even amidst global disruptions like pandemics or, economic downturns that might make you think otherwise.
Yeah, you'd expect it to dip, but it doesn't seem to.
Exactly. This enduring appeal really demonstrates its profound underlying significance.
It certainly does, and the trajectory is compelling. When we look at those 6 million students, the key drivers behind this surge are quite clear. Globalization, for one, has made the world feel much smaller and more interconnected, sort of dissolving traditional borders in education.
Right.
Then there's the vastly improved access to information. Students can easily research and discover opportunities across continents with just a few clicks now.
It's all online.
Pretty much. But arguably one of the most compelling reasons, and maybe a less obvious one for many, is the competitive advantage it offers in the job market. Employers increasingly seek individuals with global mindsets and cross-cultural competencies,
That makes sense.
making international experience a significant, almost indispensable differentiator. It's about demonstrating skills that are, frankly, hard to teach in a traditional classroom setting.
To give you a truly tangible sense of this, let's consider Priya. She's a 22-year-old from India who made the bold move to Canada to pursue her master's degree in environmental science.
Okay.
Priya shared that she grew up in a small town where opportunities were quite limited, particularly in her specialized field, which made the idea of studying abroad not just appealing, but, well, a crucial step for her aspirations.
A necessity almost.
Right. What's striking about Priya's experience is how studying in Canada genuinely opened doors she hadn't even imagined. She found herself collaborating on extensive, cutting-edge research projects, securing invaluable internships with leading environmental organizations,
Fantastic.
and building a vast global network with people from all corners of the world, something she simply couldn't have achieved back home.
Priya's story is a powerful illustration, and her journey is far from unique. When we analyze the demographics behind those 6 million international students, it becomes clear that students from countries like India, China, and Nigeria, for example, constitute a substantial portion of this global population.
Interesting.
They're often driven by a shared, multi-layered ambition. Yes, to access quality education and specialized programs that might not be available at home,
Sure, the academic part.
but also to gain that crucial global exposure and develop a skill set that sets them apart in an increasingly interconnected professional landscape. Her experience really helps us contextualize this widespread, intentional trend.
So when we talk about the significant investment of time, money, and let's face it, courage,
A lot of courage.
what are the actual returns for you, the individual considering this path?
Well, studying abroad offers a truly compelling mix of academic, personal, and professional advantages. It's a holistic package, really. A transformation that touches pretty much every facet of your being. Indeed. Let's delve into that multifaceted return. First, there's the undeniable academic enhancement. International universities very frequently boast cutting-edge programs, truly world-class faculty, and specialized resources that are simply unavailable in many home countries.
Top facilities.
Exactly.
Yep.
We're not just talking about prestige here, but about genuine academic innovation. A study conducted back in 2018, for instance, highlighted that an impressive 87% of study abroad alumni reported a significant improvement in their academic skills.
87%, that's high.
It is. And this isn't just about absorbing new facts, it's about refining how you learn, how you approach problems, how you engage with knowledge. Often due to exposure to diverse pedagogical methods, different ways of teaching. It's like a fundamental rewiring of your intellectual framework.
That's an important distinction. The method of learning itself evolves, and beyond the classroom, there's the profound personal cultivation. Stepping outside one's comfort zone, as study abroad inherently requires, actively fosters independence, resilience, and adaptability in ways few other experiences can.
Oh, definitely.
Think about it. The daily process of navigating entirely unfamiliar systems, from figuring out public transport in a new city to understanding a different healthcare system or, banking regulations, it builds invaluable life skills that stay with you long after you've returned home.
Right.
You learn to solve problems on the fly, often without a safety net, and that builds incredible self-reliance.
And that personal growth seamlessly transitions into distinct career advantages. Employers, almost universally, place high value on candidates who possess international experience. It's a powerful signal.
It stands out on a resume.
It really does. A survey from 2017 revealed that a significant 64% of employers specifically appreciated the intercultural skills that candidates acquired through studying abroad. This provides a distinct and often decisive edge in an increasingly globalized job market. It shows initiative, adaptability, and a broader understanding of diverse work environments, traits which are highly sought after.
It's a clear signal to employers that you're capable of more than just academic achievement. And then there's the deep cultural immersion, which goes far beyond merely trying new foods, though that's certainly a delightful perk.
Can't deny the food part.
Right. It's about experiencing and truly understanding the world through a completely different lens. This deep dive into another culture profoundly fosters empathy and a heightened sense of global awareness. You begin to understand the subtle nuances of human interaction, the underlying values that shape different societies, and the interconnectedness of global issues in a way that simply reading about them can't replicate.
To give you an early glimpse of how these benefits and challenges intertwine, let's consider Maria. She's a 20-year-old from Brazil who opted for Germany for her undergraduate engineering degree.
Okay, Germany.
A significant draw for her, as she candidly shared, was Germany's tuition-free universities for public institutions. This made quality education remarkably accessible, especially when contrasted with the much higher costs typically found in countries like the US or the UK.
Big difference.
Huge. It highlights that affordability can indeed be a practical and powerful motivator, shaping a student's entire journey.
And it wasn't all smooth sailing for Maria, was it, despite the financial upside?
Not at all. She openly discussed the initial reality check she faced, particularly with the language barrier. Learning German to simply navigate daily life and academic demands was a formidable task, she recalled, often feeling like she was perpetually a step behind.
That sounds tough.
Yeah, and she even chuckled about the demanding bureaucracy, all the paperwork required for everything from housing registration to setting up a bank account.
The bureaucracy. Always fun.
Right. Maria's experience perfectly sets the stage, though, underscoring both the remarkable opportunities and the very tangible hurdles that await those who choose this path. It's not just about the destination, it's the journey, complete with its unexpected twists and turns.
That's the beauty of these real-life stories. They add that depth and texture to the picture we're painting. Now, let's truly unpack the profound benefits of studying abroad, because, as we mentioned, it truly is like signing up for a crash course in life. The advantages extend significantly beyond just academic learning, shaping you into a more confident, capable, and globally minded individual in ways you might not foresee.
Okay, so kicking us off is the undeniable academic excellence and the opportunities for innovation it provides. One of the biggest draws for many students is the access to premier education. When you look at global university rankings, institutions in countries like the US, the UK, Canada, Australia, they consistently top those lists, attracting top-tier talent from all over the world.
The big names.
Right. But it's not simply about the prestige of the name on the diploma. It's about the unique educational environment they offer.
That's a crucial distinction. Beyond the reputation, international programs often place a strong emphasis on hands-on learning, which fosters critical thinking and nurtures innovation in a way that traditional lecture-based learning might not.
Right, like problem-based learning, maybe?
Exactly, or interdisciplinary projects, or capstone experiences that push you to apply knowledge in real-world contexts. What's particularly compelling is the opportunity for groundbreaking research. A study from 2019, for example, showed that international students notably contribute to innovation in their host countries.
Oh, interesting.
Especially in STEM fields, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, where cross-border collaboration is becoming increasingly vital.
Makes sense.
For students themselves, this translates into unparalleled access to state-of-the-art laboratories, significant research grants, and crucial mentorship from leading scholars in their fields, accelerating their development in profound ways.
That's a powerful combination. And then there's the exposure to diverse academic philosophies. Studying abroad isn't just about learning new subjects. It introduces you to a wide array of academic approaches and teaching methodologies.
Styles.
Exactly. For instance, you might find that European universities often prioritize independent research, encouraging students to delve deep into self-corrected projects and intellectual inquiry. Meanwhile, institutions in the US might emphasize group projects, active class participation, and a more interactive, discussion-based learning style.
So you get a mix.
Yeah, this blend, this exposure to different ways of thinking and learning really sharpens your intellectual flexibility and adaptability, makes you a more versatile and well-rounded academic.
A great example of this is Ahmed, a 24-year-old from Egypt who pursued a PhD in renewable energy at the University of Melbourne in Australia.
Okay, Melbourne.
He described the labs there as unreal, boasting state-of-the-art equipment and access to funding for projects he could only dream of back home. Ahmed's research on solar panel efficiency didn't just lead to a patent.
Oh, a patent.
It also secured him a job offer from a major Australian energy firm. He recalled feeling a profound sense of accomplishment and creative freedom that ignited his passion for his field even further.
That's incredible.
Ahmed's story powerfully illustrates how studying abroad can genuinely accelerate both academic and professional success, turning potential into tangible breakthroughs and even groundbreaking discoveries.
Ahmed's story is truly inspiring, showing the tangible outcomes of those advanced research opportunities.
But it's not just about what you learn in the lab or classroom, is it?
Not at all. Let's move on to perhaps one of the most transformative aspects, personal growth and the path to becoming a true global citizen. Living abroad is an unparalleled masterclass in developing independence.
It genuinely is. From managing foreign currency to navigating subtle and sometimes perplexing cultural norms, you are continuously learning to adapt and thrive in entirely new settings. It forces you to become incredibly self-reliant, often quicker than you would at home.
Right. A study from 2021 revealed that an impressive 92% of study abroad students reported enhanced self-confidence and significantly improved problem-solving abilities. 92%.
It's almost everyone.
Pretty much. Think about it. Being solely responsible for your own cooking, meticulously budgeting your finances in a new currency, managing your time without constant reminders from home, and handling unexpected challenges like a lost passport or a forgotten train ticket. It builds truly significant character and practical life skills.
Yeah.
You realize what you're capable of when pushed.
And it's not just about managing logistics. There's a deeper cognitive and emotional shift, isn't there?
Yes, exactly. This experience also cultivates deep cultural competence. Consistent daily interaction with people from diverse backgrounds naturally fosters deeper empathy and an open-minded perspective.
Which is so important today.
Absolutely. In our increasingly interconnected world, this isn't just a beneficial trait, it's an essential skill. You learn to appreciate and understand different ways of life, different perspectives on time, communication, even conflict resolution. It broadens your own worldview in profound ways and helps you navigate complex social situations with more grace.
And through it all, you build incredible resilience. Confronting challenges such as language barriers, unexpected bureaucratic hurdles, or the inevitable pangs of homesickness teaches you how to rebound and grow stronger from adversity.
Every obstacle overcome.
Exactly. It's a step towards greater self-assurance and an expanded capacity for coping with life's curveballs. Sarah's transformation in Japan is a perfect illustration here.
Okay, Sarah in Japan.
She was a 19-year-old from the US who spent a year studying in Kyoto. Sarah admitted that she was quite shy and anxious before she left, often avoiding new social situations. But Japan, she said, compelled her to step up.
Forced her out of her shell.
Totally. Whether it was summoning the courage to ask for directions in basic Japanese or taking the plunge to join a local tea ceremony club where she knew no one, she was constantly pushing her boundaries, driven by curiosity and, well, a desire to connect.
That takes guts.
It does. What's truly remarkable is that by the end of her program, Sarah wasn't only fluent in Japanese, but she also possessed a newfound confidence that directly propelled her into a job at an international nonprofit. She found her voice not just in a new language, but within herself.
Wow.
Her narrative powerfully underscores the profound personal growth initiated by studying abroad. It's not just a year, it's a lifetime of changed perspective, where a once timid individual blossoms into a globally minded and self-assured professional.
That newfound confidence, that cultural dexterity, these are precisely the traits that translate directly into distinct career advantages in today's highly competitive global job market. International experience is truly a unique and highly sought-after asset. Employers consistently place high value on the skills acquired abroad, which include adaptability, cross-cultural communication, and that vital global awareness that signals a candidate is ready for a diverse workforce.
A report from 2020 indicated that a striking 73% of UK employers considered international experience a pivotal factor in their hiring decisions. 73%.
That's huge.
It's a massive endorsement, suggesting it can often be the tiebreaker in a competitive pool of candidates. And it makes perfect sense because one of the immediate benefits is expanding your global network.
Right, the connections.
You establish invaluable connections with fellow students, professors, professionals from across the globe. These relationships can potentially open doors to internships, employment, or even future collaborations down the line, a professional web that spans continents.
That's a huge strategic advantage. Then there's the acquisition of language skills. Even if complete fluency isn't achieved, merely picking up a new language, even to a conversational level, significantly enhances your resume.
Shows effort.
It does. Beyond the practical communication, it signals cognitive flexibility and dedication. A survey from 2019 actually found that bilingual candidates were 30% more likely to receive callbacks for job interviews.
30% more likely.
Yeah, underscoring the tangible value employers place on this ability. Furthermore, studying abroad significantly helps in honing essential soft skills. Problem solving, effective teamwork, cultural sensitivity, these are skills significantly developed abroad as you navigate complex situations and diverse group dynamics.
You're living it daily.
Exactly.
Yeah.
They're in incredibly high demand across a multitude of industries, making you a more well-rounded and desirable candidate.
A great example of this is Lynn, a 23-year-old from China who pursued business studies at the University of Manchester in the UK.
Manchester, okay.
She recounted how the intensive group projects, which involved classmates from places as diverse as Nigeria, Brazil, and Germany, taught her invaluable cross-cultural communication skills. She learned firsthand how different cultures approach deadlines, feedback, conflict.
Things you don't get from books.
Right. Insights that are almost impossible to gain from a textbook. It was hands-on, real-world application of navigating diverse perspectives. After graduation, Lise secured a role at a London-based consulting firm.
Nice.
And her ability to seamlessly navigate diverse teams truly distinguished her in a competitive global market. Her experience clearly demonstrates how international study can lead to tangible career gains and open doors to roles demanding global acumen.
Lisa's story really brings to life the power of that collaborative international learning. And speaking of living a new culture, let's talk about deep cultural immersion as a window to the world. Studying abroad truly transcends mere academic pursuits.
It's so much more.
It's about experiencing and living a new culture firsthand, moving beyond the superficial observations of a tourist.
Indeed. From enthusiastically participating in vibrant local festivals, not just watching them, to savoring authentic local cuisine and neighborhood eateries, you gain an understanding of life that often completely eludes typical tourists.
You're part of it.
You're not just visiting, you're living it, breathing it, integrating into its daily rhythms. A study from 2018 found that an impressive 85% of study abroad students felt a heightened connection to global issues after their experience.
That's fascinating.
This broadened perspective means you learn to appreciate different ways of life, fostering a more open-minded and curious disposition about the world around you, allowing you to see beyond your own cultural lens.
Beyond that, you forge lifelong memories that are etched deep into your personal narrative. Whether it's the exhilaration of hiking the majestic Alps with new friends, or the warmth of celebrating Diwali with a host family in India.
Oh, lovely examples.
These moments fundamentally shape who you become, creating a mosaic of experiences that enrich your life immeasurably. And crucially, it enhances global awareness in a very personal way. Understanding complex global challenges like climate change, poverty, inequality, it becomes far more tangible and real when you witness them up close.
When you see the impact.
Exactly. When you experience their impact firsthand, rather than just reading statistics in a news report, this intimate understanding often fuels a desire for action and global citizenship.
Jamal's adventure in Spain perfectly encapsulates this profound impact. He's a 21-year-old from South Africa who delved into history studies in Barcelona.
Barcelona, great city.
He vividly described falling in love with the city's electric atmosphere. From lively tapas nights and passionate flamenco shows that pulsed with energy, to engaging political debates with his Spanish roommates that challenged his own assumptions.
Sounds amazing.
Jamal's time abroad didn't just deepen his comprehension of European history, it genuinely inspired him to pursue a career in diplomacy. Driven by a newfound appreciation for cultural dialogue and international relations, his experience truly captures the magic and profound impact of cultural immersion as a catalyst for life direction.
As wonderful as studying abroad can be, and Jamal's story is certainly wonderful and inspiring, it's crucial to remember that it's not without its complexity.
Right, the challenges.
The journey presents genuine challenges that test patience, resilience, and resourcefulness. It's important to explore these common obstacles and understand how students effectively overcome them, because foresight is really key to success.
Let's start with a big one. Financial considerations. Counting the costs can be a significant hurdle for many. Studying abroad often involves substantial expenses.
It's not cheap.
No. Tuition, housing, flights, daily living costs, they can quickly accumulate, especially if you're looking at high cost of living countries like the US or the UK. A report from 2022 estimated that the average annual cost of a year abroad for US students was between $18,000 and $30,000.
$18,000 to $30,000.
Yeah, varying considerably by destination and lifestyle choices. This isn't pocket change for most people.
That range is indeed quite broad, reflecting the diversity of choices available, but even the lower end represents a significant commitment. Tuition fees themselves can be staggering. Private universities in the US can exceed $40,000 annually. And even public institutions in countries like Australia or Canada, while often more affordable than the US, are still substantial investments, easily reaching $15,000, $25,000 per year.
Still a lot.
Yeah. Beyond tuition, living expenses like rent, food, and transport can dramatically impact your budget, particularly if you choose expensive urban centers like London, New York, or Sydney, where a small apartment can easily consume half your budget.
Rent is a killer.
It really is. And don't forget the unanticipated costs. Visa application fees, compulsory health insurance, textbooks. They often surprise students, adding unforeseen strain to the financial plan. These can easily add another few $1,000s.
A clear example of these financial realities is Aisha. She's a 22-year-old from Pakistan who studied computer science at a U.S. state university.
Okay.
Despite receiving a partial scholarship, she found herself needing to work part-time just to cover rent and groceries. She described it as an exhausting experience, balancing demanding coursework with her job.
That sounds incredibly tough.
But also one that was character building, honing her time management skills significantly as she learned to prioritize and manage every minute. Her story really illuminates the financial realities many students encounter and the sheer determination required to succeed when resources are tight.
Aisha's resilience is truly inspiring, and her experience highlights the need for careful planning. There are practical suggestions for managing these expenses, thankfully. Actively applying for scholarships is key. Renowned programs like Fulbright, Chevening, or Erasmus Mundus can make a huge difference, often covering tuition and living expenses.
Those big international ones.
Exactly. Another smart approach is to consider more affordable destinations. Countries like Germany, Malaysia, or Poland can offer high-quality education at a fraction of the cost found in more traditional destinations without sacrificing academic rigor.
Good point.
If your visa permits, exploring part-time work options, many countries allow up to 20 hours per week, can also significantly help offset daily expenses. And of course, meticulous budgeting is essential. Consistently tracking expenses, preparing meals at home rather than eating out.
Less takeout.
Definitely. And utilizing student discounts can save a surprising amount of money over a year.
That's solid, actionable advice. Now, let's talk about overcoming language barriers. If you're studying in a country where your native tongue isn't spoken, communication can become a very significant hurdle, far more than just, basic vocabulary.
Oh yeah, much more.
Even in English-speaking nations, regional accents, rapid speech, or highly specialized academic jargon can feel incredibly overwhelming, making it difficult to fully grasp lectures, engage in nuanced discussions, or simply feel understood.
Yeah, academic language is a whole other beast.
Right. A study from 2020 indicated that a notable 68% of international students struggled with language barriers during their initial year, emphasizing how common this experience is.
That's a high percentage, underscoring the universal nature of this challenge. These language impediments can manifest as academic issues. Writing complex essays, participating actively in class discussions, or delivering presentations in a second language can feel like a formidable, almost impossible task.
Even for smart students.
Exactly, even for academically brilliant students. Then there's the social disconnection. Difficulty in communicating effectively can really hinder your ability to form friendships, express your personality, and feel genuinely included in social circles, leading to feelings of isolation.
That would be tough.
And finally, daily life challenges, from simply ordering a meal in a noisy restaurant to navigating complex bureaucratic processes or even understanding a doctor's instructions. Language gaps can complicate even those basic activities, turning routine tasks into stressful endeavors.
Alina's language leap in France perfectly illustrates this. She's a 20-year-old from Russia who studied art history in Paris.
Paris again?
Alina admitted that her French was quite basic upon arrival, causing her to literally freeze up when trying to speak with locals, fearing mistakes and embarrassment.
You've been there.
Right. But she was proactive and determined. She enrolled in an intensive language course and consistently practiced with her host family, embracing every opportunity to stumble and learn. By her second semester, she felt sufficiently confident to even join a French book club.
Wow, a book club in French.
A truly remarkable achievement for someone who was once paralyzed by fear of speaking. Her journey clearly highlights that language barriers, while indeed formidable, are absolutely conquerable with consistent effort, a positive attitude towards making mistakes, and, well, a bit of bravery.
That effort truly pays off, and Elena's proactive approach is a blueprint for success. Effective strategies for overcoming language hurdles include enrolling in language classes both before and during your program. Consistent practice speaking with native speakers.
Just gotta do it.
Yeah, perhaps through language exchange applications or university conversation partners is also incredibly beneficial for building fluency and confidence. And crucially, cultivate patience with yourself. Acknowledging that mistakes are a natural and necessary part of the learning process can alleviate a lot of self-imposed pressure and allow you to learn more freely. Think of every mistake as a step forward.
Beyond language, there's the adjustment to culture shock. Embracing a new normal can be quite a jolt, a profound disorientation. Relocating to a new country means immersing yourself in unfamiliar social norms, values, behaviors, things that can be subtly or overtly different from your own.
Very true.
Culture shock can strike intensely, particularly during those initial months when the novelty wears off and the differences become more pronounced. A study from 2019 revealed that a considerable 75% of international students experienced moderate to severe culture shock.
75%. That's most people.
It is, making it a very common part of the journey.
It's indeed a very common and often underestimated experience. Navigating social norms can be incredibly tricky. What's considered polite in one culture might be perceived as impolite or even offensive in another. For example, direct eye contact.
Right, that varies a lot.
It's valued in the US as a sign of attentiveness and honesty, whereas in some Asian cultures, it can be seen as aggressive or disrespectful, particularly when interacting with elders or superiors. Then there's combating loneliness. Being distant from family and friends, especially during holidays or difficult personal periods, can lead to intense feelings of isolation and longing.
Missing home.
Yeah. And academic differences can also be a source of shock. Classroom expectations, such as participation levels, punctuality, or the hierarchy between students and professors, can vary considerably from what you're used to, impacting your academic comfort and performance.
Juan's culture shock in China really brings this home. He's a 23-year-old from Mexico who studied business in Shanghai.
Okay.
Juan was accustomed to casual interactions with professors and a more relaxed classroom dynamic, but he found the Chinese classroom environment exceptionally formal and structured, which made him feel quite out of place and hesitant to speak up.
That must have been jarring.
To cope, Juan actively sought out opportunities to connect beyond the classroom. He joined a student club focused on traditional Chinese calligraphy, which significantly aided his understanding of Chinese customs and helped him integrate with local students.
Smart move.
By his second year, he felt truly at home, recognizing and even embracing the cultural nuances that once felt alien. His story demonstrates that culture shock diminishes with time and concerted effort, and that actively engaging with the local culture can make a huge difference.
That active engagement, coupled with an open mindset, is undeniably key. Helpful tips for managing culture shock include thoroughly researching your host country's customs and traditions before departure. Not just the big ones, but the smaller, everyday nuances.
Do your homework.
Definitely. Joining student organizations and university clubs is also incredibly beneficial, as it helps you establish a robust support network and provides opportunities for natural, organic social interaction. And maintaining an open mind is paramount. Strive to embrace differences rather than judging them, seeing them as opportunities for learning and personal growth, reminding yourself that there isn't just one right way to do things.
Now let's talk about homesickness, that powerful, often unexpected tug of what's familiar. Homesickness is a very real emotion that can surface unexpectedly, sometimes when you least expect it.
Comes in waves.
It might be triggered by something as simple as the scent of a familiar dish cooking, or perhaps by missing a significant family celebration back home, like a birthday or a holiday. A study from 2021 indicated that 60% of international students experienced homesickness, at least occasionally.
60%. Still a majority.
Showing just how common this emotional challenge is.
It carries a genuine emotional weight that can impact your overall well-being and academic focus. Feeling disconnected can lead to sadness, anxiety, or even physical symptoms like loss of appetite or sleep disturbances.
Yeah, it can really affect you.
The challenge of time zones can intensify these feelings. The difficulty of calling home when your family is asleep, or vice versa, can truly highlight the physical and emotional distance. And cultural disconnect during holidays or traditions not observed in your host country can trigger a profound longing for familiarity and belonging, making you feel acutely aware of what you're missing from home.
Sophia's homesickness in Canada is a touching and relatable example. She's a 19-year-old from Italy who studied biology in Vancouver.
Vancouver, nice.
She described her first Christmas away from home as particularly difficult. Longing for her Nana's famous lasagna and the boisterous family gatherings, while everyone else around her was talking about turkey and snow.
I can picture that.
Instead of succumbing to the sadness, Sophia coped by taking action. She hosted an Italian dinner for her dorm mates, cooking up some familiar dishes and sharing her family traditions, effectively bringing a piece of home to Canada.
That's a great idea.
Her story beautifully illustrates how creating familiar rituals or sharing your culture with new friends can genuinely alleviate homesickness and build new connections.
And those familiar rituals, that act of sharing, are powerful coping mechanisms. Strategies to combat homesickness include staying consistently connected with family via video calls or messaging applications, ensuring you don't feel entirely cut off from your support system.
Keep those connections strong.
Yeah. Actively seeking out local restaurants or communities that celebrate your culture can also provide comfort and a sense of familiarity, helping you feel grounded. And keeping yourself busy and engaged is crucial. Join clubs, explore your new country, volunteer for causes you care about, or pick up a new hobby. The more integrated and active you are in your new environment, the less space there is for longing.
Finally, we come to visa and legal hurdles. Navigating bureaucracy. These regulations and legal requirements can be a substantial source of stress, often feeling like an endless maze of paperwork.
Oh, visas, right.
Each country has distinct, often complex rules for student visas, and even minor errors or omissions can lead to serious repercussions, including delays, rejection, or, in the worst cases, deportation. A report from 2022 highlighted that visa delays and rejections were a growing concern for international students, particularly in the post-COVID era.
Oh, great, another layer.
Adding another layer of anxiety to an already challenging process.
It's a very intricate and time-sensitive process. The application process itself often demands comprehensive documentation, detailed proof of funds, official acceptance letters, extensive health checks, biometric data. It can be quite time-consuming to compile accurately.
Lots of details.
Then there are work limitations. Many countries impose strict restrictions on how much students can work during their studies, directly impacting their ability to earn money to support themselves. And the post-study options are another critical consideration. Remaining abroad after graduation typically necessitates applying for a new visa, often a skilled worker or post-study work visa, which is not always straightforward to obtain.
Right, the next step.
Adding another layer of complexity and uncertainty to future plans.
Raj's visa stress in the UK perfectly illustrates these complexities. He's a 25-year-old from India who studied data science in London.
Okay, London. Data science.
He described the Tier 4 student visa process, which is the UK's primary long-term student visa category, as intense, requiring meticulous bank statements, English proficiency tests, and a myriad of other documents, all with strict deadlines.
Sounds stressful.
Upon graduation, he faced the immediate challenge of securing a skilled worker visa to remain in the country, a process that felt even more daunting with the pressure of a job search. Raj effectively navigated this intricate system by collaborating closely with his university's international office.
Good move. Using those resources.
Who provided invaluable guidance and support, ultimately securing a job that sponsored his stay. His experience spotlights the bureaucratic complexities many international students encounter and the critical importance of expert guidance.
Raj's proactive approach, combined with institutional support, saved him. Key advice for managing visa issues includes initiating the visa application process well in advance, often months before your intended departure date, and meticulously double-checking all requirements against official government websites.
Check, double check, triple check.
Pretty much. Consulting your university's international student office is invaluable. They often have expert guidance, up-to-date information on changing policies, and can help you navigate specific nuances. And most importantly, stay informed about immigration laws. Policies can change without prior warning, requiring you to adapt quickly and verify information from official sources only.
Now that we've thoroughly covered the highs and lows, the incredible benefits, and the very real challenges, let's pivot to something critical: how you can truly make studying abroad a resounding success.
Okay, practical stuff.
Exactly. With the right preparation and, crucially, an open, adaptable mindset, you can maximize the benefits and tackle those challenges head-on, transforming obstacles into opportunities for growth.
Absolutely. It all starts with essential pre-departure preparation. First, diligently select the right program. This means thoroughly researching universities, specific courses, and countries that align perfectly with your academic and career aspirations. Don't just pick a famous name, find the best fit for you.
Right, personal fit.
Resources like QS World University Rankings or studyportals.com can be incredibly helpful in this initial phase, allowing you to compare programs across institutions and countries.
Then comes the meticulous budget planning. Accurately estimate all potential costs, right down to daily expenses like coffee or public transport, and actively explore diverse funding opportunities. Websites such as scholarshipportal.com or the DAA, the German Academic Exchange Service, list numerous scholarships specifically for international students.
Finding that funding is key.
which can be a game changer for your financial feasibility. And even before you leave, commencing language acquisition is vital. Even possessing basic conversational skills can make a significant difference upon arrival, easing your transition and boosting your confidence. Applications like Babbel or Duolingo are excellent for rapid, accessible learning in the months leading up to your departure.
And finally, cultivate cultural understanding. Beyond just facts, read books, watch engaging YouTube videos about daily life, or even connect with people from your intended host country to gain a foundational sense of its history, social norms, customs. This proactive learning reduces the initial shock and helps you interpret new situations with greater clarity.
Makes sense.
Once you arrive, effectively settling in involves building a robust network. Actively participate in student orientations, join clubs, or engage with cultural groups to meet new people. Universities frequently host welcoming events specifically for international students, making it easier to connect and build your initial support system.
And don't hesitate to seek timely support. Most universities maintain international student offices that offer invaluable resources for everything from visas and housing to mental health support and academic advising.
Use those offices.
They are there to help you navigate unfamiliar territory, so don't be afraid to ask questions. And in a new environment, maintaining organization is key. Keep meticulous track of all deadlines, appointments, important documents, whether you use digital organizational apps or just a simple notebook. This helps reduce stress and ensures you don't miss critical steps.
Once settled, thriving while abroad is primarily about mindset. Embrace challenges as growth opportunities. View any setbacks, whether it's struggling with a language, experiencing a moment of culture shock, or facing an unexpected logistical problem, as valuable opportunities for personal development and resilience building.
Turn it positive.
Yeah. Also, leverage travel and exploration. Make the absolute most of your time abroad to visit nearby countries, explore different regions within your host nation, or actively participate in local traditions and events. These experiences are part of the broader education and will create indelible memories.
And it's about balance. Maintain connection and engagement. Balance staying in touch with your family and friends back home with fully immersing yourself in your new environment. You want to bridge both worlds, not ignore one for the other.
Good point.
Looking beyond your program, explore post-study opportunities abroad. Strategic job hunting is crucial. Utilize your university's career services and alumni networks to discover potential employment opportunities. Websites like LinkedIn or Indeed are highly effective tools for finding roles that value your international experience.
Considering further education is another viable pathway. Explore graduate programs or professional certifications as a means to extend your stay and enhance your qualifications, deepening your expertise in your chosen field. And finally, giving back to the community is a wonderful way to cap off your experience.
Why so?
Well, share your transformative journey with future students through engaging blogs, social media, or by becoming a university ambassador. Your insights can guide and inspire the next generation of global learners.
To truly bring all of this discussion to life, let's delve deeper into some additional student journeys from various countries and programs. These stories vividly showcase the sheer breadth of experiences and the profound lessons learned that go way beyond academic transcripts.
Okay, more stories. Take Ngozi, for instance. She's a 27-year-old from Nigeria who pursued a master's in public health in Sweden.
Sweden, okay. Public health.
She was drawn by Sweden's strong emphasis on sustainability and equality, which resonated deeply with her passion for community health and social justice. Ngozi faced the adjustment to the long, dark winters and a more reserved social scene,
Big change from Lagos.
which she found to be a significant contrast to vibrant Lagos. She initially missed the spontaneous warmth and closeness of Nigerian communities.
But she adapted. How?
By actively seeking out new connections. She joined a global health initiative at her university, collaborating with students from across the globe on projects tackling real-world issues. And here's the powerful outcome. Her degree ultimately led to an impactful role with the UN agency,
Wow, UN agency.
where her understanding of diverse health systems and her adaptability learned in Sweden became invaluable assets. This truly demonstrates how studying abroad can launch significant, even globally impactful careers.
Then there's Carlos, a 20-year-old from Argentina who spent a year on exchange in Seoul, South Korea.
Seoul. K-pop fan, maybe.
Well, his initial curiosity stemmed from his interest in K-pop and K-dramas, which offered, let's say, a romanticized view of Korea. However, living there proved to be a far more intense and dynamic experience, fast-paced, incredibly technologically advanced, and demanding in its own unique ways.
Reality check.
Big time. Carlos struggled with the language initially, feeling frustrated by his slow progress and the rapid-fire Korean spoken around him. But he found solace and genuine connection in martial arts classes,
Interesting approach.
where actions, as he put it, spoke louder than words. He built camaraderie and confidence through shared physical exertion, learning discipline and respect that transcended linguistic barriers. His story perfectly illustrates how even shorter-term programs, like an exchange year, can leave a profound and lasting impact on an individual's life, teaching lessons that extend far beyond a transcript.
And finally, May, a 23-year-old from Malaysia who pursued fashion design in Milan, Italy.
Milan, fashion capital.
Italy was her dream destination, combining her love for art, fashion, and history, hoping to immerse herself in the heart of haute couture. Though she humorously recalled the chaotic bureaucracy, getting official documents seemed to be an art form in itself.
Italian bureaucracy, classic.
As a particularly challenging aspect she hadn't anticipated.
But her experience was transformative, wasn't it?
Oh, absolutely. May's internship at a local atelier in Milan provided invaluable hands-on experience, allowing her to witness the intricate craft of Italian fashion firsthand, from sketching to fabric selection to final construction. This direct industry exposure, coupled with her international education, directly led to a job at a prestigious Singapore design studio immediately after graduation.
Fantastic outcome.
Her journey truly highlights the unique creative and professional opportunities afforded by studying abroad, especially in specialized, highly competitive fields like fashion, where global connections are absolutely key.
These individual stories are powerful, but it's crucial to remember that beyond individual growth, the phenomenon of international education has far-reaching effects on host countries and the world at large. It truly has a broader, often understated, global impact.
Absolutely. International students are a substantial economic driver for host nations. They aren't just consumers. They contribute significantly to the local economy. In the U.S., for example, international students contributed an impressive $45 billion to the economy in 2019.
$45 billion.
Through tuition fees, living expenses, supporting local businesses, and in Australia, education stands as a top export, actually surpassing things like iron ore or coal, sustaining hundreds of thousands of jobs across universities, housing providers, retail sectors.
It's a huge economic boon that often goes unrecognized.
It's more than just economics, though. Studying abroad actively promotes cross-cultural understanding, effectively reducing prejudice, and building vital global bridges that foster peace and cooperation.
Breaking down barriers.
Exactly. When individuals from different backgrounds live, learn, and socialize together, stereotypes naturally break down and empathy grows. A study from 2018 indicated that countries with high international student mobility tended to have stronger diplomatic ties and more peaceful international relations.
That's a real-world impact.
Demonstrating a real-world impact on global stability. These person-to-person connections are the foundation of true diplomacy.
And this inherent diversity, brought by international students, fuels innovation and collaboration, particularly in research and development. When different perspectives, educational backgrounds, problem-solving approaches converge, new ideas are sparked.
Right, synergy.
A report in a prominent scientific journal from 2021 found that international collaboration in academia resulted in more citations and groundbreaking discoveries. This benefits fields from cutting-edge technology and AI to critical medical research, pushing the boundaries of human knowledge in remarkable ways that wouldn't be possible in isolation.
So for those of you listening and considering this truly transformative journey, here's a quick overview of where to find practical support and guidance. When it comes to discovering the right programs, utilize comprehensive websites such as studyportals.com, goabroad.com, or directly explore university-specific portals that often have dedicated sections for international applicants.
Lots of online tools.
Loads. You can also connect with established, reputable organizations like the Institute of International Education, i.e., the British Council, or DEDAD for broad guidance and country-specific information. Many countries also have dedicated organizations focused on international education, like Education USA or Campus France, providing invaluable resources.
And for securing funding for your studies, we talked about scholarships.
Right. Investigate renowned scholarships like Fulbright, Chevening, Australia Awards, or Erasmus Plus Market, which we discussed earlier. These are highly competitive but offer substantial support. Also, always check with your specific university or government for available grants and financial aid opportunities tailored for international students.
Check everywhere.
And be aware that some countries do offer student loans for international students, though the terms and conditions will vary significantly based on your nationality and the host country's policies, so research these thoroughly.
When navigating visa and immigration, always consult official government immigration websites like gov.uk for the UK or cic.gc.ca for Canada. These are the most accurate and up-to-date sources of information, and policies can change.
go to the source.
Exactly. And leverage the invaluable support of your university's dedicated international student or visa advisors. They are experts in this complex area and can help you navigate the specific requirements for your program and nationality, saving you time and potential headaches.
And finally, your pre-departure checklist. Ensure your passport, visa, acceptance documents are all in perfect order and kept in a secure, easily accessible place. Arrange for comprehensive health insurance and any necessary vaccinations well in advance, as these are often mandatory for student visas.
Don't forget the health stuff.
Crucial. Confirm your accommodation before you arrive, if possible, and set up a local bank account as soon as possible after arrival to manage your finances efficiently. And keep emergency contacts and local embassy information readily accessible. It's always better to have it and not need it. Gives you peace of mind.
So after all this exploration, is studying abroad the right path for you? The decision is undeniably personal, isn't it? And it's certainly a significant leap into the unknown.
It really is.
But it promises rewards that will resonate throughout your academic, personal, and professional life, shaping your trajectory in profound ways. The stories we've shared today, Priya's research breakthroughs, Maria's language triumphs, or Jamal's cultural adventures, demonstrate that this journey is as much about profound self-discovery and unlocking your own potential as it is about formal education.
It's not for everyone, certainly not for the faint-hearted. The financial hurdles, the jolt of culture shock, or the pangs of homesickness can truly test your resolve, pushing you to your limits. Yet these very challenges are precisely what forge resilience, build character, and cultivate a depth of understanding that few other experiences can offer. With diligent preparation, an open mind, and a genuine willingness to embrace every challenge as a learning opportunity.
That open mind is key.
Studying abroad can indeed become one of the most transformative experiences of your entire life, opening up a world of possibilities you never knew existed. It's about building a global future, one incredible adventure at a time, where every challenge is simply a step towards a stronger, more capable you.
Are you ready to pack your bags and pursue your global dreams? The world truly awaits. If you found this deep dive valuable, please remember to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel for more insightful content.
Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today we're doing a deep dive into something really fundamental. Our topic is Believe in Yourself, Advanced English Learning. And, this whole idea of believing in yourself, it sounds so straightforward, doesn't it?
It really does. Almost simple.
Yeah, just, trust yourself, have faith, go for it. But let's be real, it's often one of the hardest things to actually do.
Life throws things at you.
Right. Unexpected challenges, those moments where doubt just creeps in and suddenly you're asking yourself,
Am I really capable?
am I smart enough? Can I really pull this off? That kind of thing. So our mission today is to really unpack this, to understand why self-belief is so vital.
And crucially, how to build it.
Yes, how to make it a real ingrained habit, not just a nice thought, and how to keep it going, even when things get tough.
When the world seems determined to test you.
Exactly. So this is really for anyone out there chasing a big goal, maybe going through a hard time, or honestly just wanting to understand themselves a bit better.
And what's so fascinating here, I think, is that self-belief, it's more than just a positive attitude.
Right. It's not just wishful thinking.
Not at all. From a psychological standpoint, it's actually foundational. It underpins your effectiveness, your contentment, really.
How so?
Well, when you truly believe you can handle things, it fundamentally changes how you approach, everything. Challenges, opportunities.
It shifts your perspective.
Absolutely. And today, we're going to move beyond just the usual motivational slogans.
Good. Deeper than platitudes.
Definitely. We want to get into the practical stuff, the insights, even some of the science behind why this internal strength is so critical.
Like a blueprint, maybe?
Sort of, yeah. A blueprint for empowering your own journey. We want you to walk away with real, actionable knowledge from this deep dive.
Okay, let's kick things off then. Why? Why does believing in yourself matter so much? What's the core of it?
It's fundamental, truly.
Think about your biggest dreams, right? Your highest ambitions. Without that underlying belief, it feels like trying to drive a car with no fuel.
You're just not going anywhere. Stalled.
Exactly. Self-belief is the spark. It's the fuel. It ignites your drive.
It gives you the courage to keep going even when things are uncertain.
And the resilience. The ability to bounce back when you stumble. Because let's face it, we all stumble.
We do. It's part of the process.
And it's not about arrogance, is it? Or thinking you're perfect.
Oh, not at all. That's a common misconception.
It's more like this quiet inner conviction. A trust in your own ability to figure things out.
To learn, adapt, find solutions, whatever comes your way.
It's knowing, deep down, that you have the resources inside you.
And when you have that conviction, that inner certainty, things change.
How so?
You become more willing to take calculated risks. to try new things.
Push your boundaries a bit.
Exactly. You step outside that comfort zone more readily. It's like having this internal cheerleader.
I like that. An inner cheerleader.
Yeah, someone always in your corner, even if external support isn't there or if people doubt you.
And there's actual research backing this up, right? It's not just a feeling.
Oh, absolutely. The benefits are tangible and well documented. For instance, there was a significant study back in 2018 that showed a clear link between high self-efficacy, that's the psychological term for believing in your ability to succeed in specific situations.
Got it. Self-efficacy.
Right. People with higher self-efficacy were much more likely to persist when faced with challenges. They didn't give up as easily.
Makes sense. If you think you can, you keep trying.
Precisely. And not only that, they also reported higher levels of life satisfaction overall.
Wow. So it affects not just achieving goals, but your general happiness too.
Definitely. It shows the profound impact belief has, not just on doing things, but on your overall well-being, your ability to flourish.
That link between belief, persistence, and satisfaction is huge. But here's something important, I think. Self-belief isn't fixed, is it? It's not like you're born with it or you're not.
That's a critical point. Absolutely not fixed.
It's more like valwa, like a muscle.
That's a perfect analogy. It's exactly like a muscle. It needs work, consistent attention.
You have to exercise it, build it up.
You do. You have to stretch it, sometimes let it recover. It grows stronger with use.
So like going to the gym, but for your mind.
In a way, yes. Building this internal strength takes time, deliberate practice, and, well, patience.
Yeah, patience is key. It's not an overnight transformation.
Not at all. But every little bit of effort, every rep, builds that strength incrementally.
That incremental approach feels much less daunting.
It is, and it's vital. You really can't overstate the need for a consistent, sustained effort here.
Like physical training.
Just like it. A single, intense workout doesn't build lasting strength. It's the regular, repeated effort over time.
So consistently doing things, thinking things that reinforce your capabilities.
Exactly. Even small things. Letting those positive experiences build up. It's not like flipping a switch.
No quick fix.
No. It's a strength patiently built.
Yeah.
And doing that actually helps solidify positive neural pathways in your brain.
Making it easier to default to confidence next time.
That's the idea. Training your brain, essentially.
Okay, so if it's a muscle we can build, where does it even come from initially? What are the origins of self-belief?
It's usually a mix of things, really.
Like nature and nurture.
Sort of. There can be an element of inherent predisposition, sure, but environmental influences, nurture, play a huge role.
Your upbringing.
Definitely. And also just the accumulation of your unique life experiences.
Think back, maybe, to when you were younger.
Yeah, were there people around you, parents, teachers, maybe siblings who are always championing you?
Telling you can do anything.
That kind of consistent external validation can plant powerful seeds early on.
But what if you didn't have that?
Then maybe you had to learn to be your own cheerleader, to find that strength within yourself.
Which is also powerful in a different way.
Absolutely. Either way, those early moments, the good and the bad, they shape how you see yourself now. They lay the groundwork.
So it's worth reflecting on those early times.
Incredibly helpful. Think about the very first time you felt genuinely proud of something you did.
Like nailing a test.
Yeah.
Or scoring a goal.
Could be anything. Finishing a project, creating something. Those moments, especially if they were acknowledged, they were seeds of confidence.
Showing you what you're capable of.
Right. But the opposite is also true, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. The times you felt you messed up.
Struggled with something, didn't make the cut, got criticized harshly. Those can plant seeds of doubt.
And if you don't deal with those,
they can grow. Over time, they can cultivate this deep insecurity. Like a dense forest in your mind.
Making it hard to see your own potential.
Exactly. That's why understanding where these feelings might stem from is so important. It helps untangle the roots.
But here's the kicker, right? The really good news.
Yes.
You're not stuck with those old beliefs.
Absolutely not. This is crucial.
Your brain. It's not fixed. It can change.
It's incredibly dynamic. It has this amazing ability to rewire itself, forming new connections based on your experiences, even your thoughts.
That's neuroplasticity, isn't it?
That's the term. And it's not just a concept, it's a biological reality. Neurons that fire together, wire together.
So you can literally build new pathways in your brain.
You can. Your brain reorganizes itself throughout your life. You can teach it new ways of thinking, perceiving, even as an adult.
That's incredibly empowering.
It is. And there's a lot of research, neuroscience studies showing how this works. Repeated behaviors, consistent thought patterns. They forge these new pathways.
So you can literally reshape your brain to believe in yourself more.
You can systematically dismantle old conditioning. Think of negative thoughts like deep ruts in a path easy to fall into.
Okay.
Neuroplasticity means you can start building new paths, maybe faint at first,
But every time you challenge a negative thought.
or push through a small difficulty, or celebrate a tiny win, you're reinforcing that new path, making it stronger, easier to follow next time.
So those old negative beliefs, the doubts, they're not permanent.
Not at all. You have the agency, the power to transform your mindset, to replace those limiting beliefs with real, robust self-belief.
Wow. That gives you so much control over your internal world.
It truly does, over your future potential too.
Okay, that's huge. Rewiring our brains. Amazing. So now we know why it's important and that it's possible to build it. Let's talk about the things that get in the way.
The obstacles.
Yeah, the internal adversaries, the villains maybe, but they're not outside forces, are they?
No, they're internal patterns, sneaky habits.
Chipping away at our confidence, sometimes without us even noticing.
Very subtle, but very potent. And you've hit on something key there. They're internal, not obvious external threats.
So like cognitive biases, ingrained habits.
Exactly. And if you don't recognize them, they can really hold you back. Understanding them, seeing their tactics, that's the first step to disarming them.
Taking back control.
Precisely. Otherwise, you're fighting blind.
Okay, villain number one, the inner critic.
Ah, yes. We all know this one.
That voice, right? Whispering, sometimes shouting. You're not good enough. Who do you think you are? You'll just fail.
Total buzzkill, as you said earlier.
It loves pointing out flaws, dredging up past mistakes.
Making you feel inadequate, like you're doomed before you start.
Psychologists call it negative self-talk, right?
They do, and it's often rooted in cognitive biases. Like the negativity bias, our brains pay more attention to the bad stuff.
And confirmation bias, looking for proof that our doubts are right.
Spot on. Understanding these biases helps take away the critic's power. Realizing its voice isn't the truth.
It's just a pattern, a story.
Just a story, often based on old anxieties, maybe things that aren't even relevant anymore.
So how do you fight it?
First, recognize it, then challenge it directly. Question its authority.
Don't just accept what it says.
Absolutely not. A really effective technique backed by cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, is cognitive restructuring.
Okay, what does that involve?
You actually write down the critical thoughts, get them out of your head and onto paper. Then you actively find evidence to refute them. Hard, factual evidence.
So if the critic says, you'll never get that promotion, you're not qualified.
You counter it. List your qualifications, your experience, your past successes in similar roles. Be specific.
Use logic against the fear.
Exactly. It helps weaken the critic's hold over time and strengthens the rational part of your brain that knows your true worth.
Okay, good strategy. Now, villain number two, comparison.
Oof. This one is tough, especially today.
Social media central. Right, you're scrolling.
And everyone's life looks perfect, highlight reels only.
Perfect jobs, perfect holidays, perfect families, and suddenly your life feels lacking.
It makes you focus on what you don't have instead of appreciating what you do.
Total joy thief.
Absolutely. And there's proof too. A 2020 study linked heavy social media use directly to lower self-esteem, especially because of comparison.
This is a real psychological effect.
That is. So the first step is often limiting exposure. Social media isn't real life, it's curated.
Set a timer. Take a break.
Good ideas. Maybe just 15, 20 minutes a day or a weekend detox to reset.
But beyond just limiting it,
The real shift is bringing the focus back to your journey, your unique path.
celebrate your own wins, however small.
Consciously, deliberately. Did you tackle something hard today? Learn something new? Get through a tough day? Acknowledge it.
And if you catch yourself comparing, that envy creeping in.
Try to reframe it. Instead of feeling defeated, see if you can turn it into inspiration.
Yeah.
Ask yourself, what can I learn from how they achieved that? Not why aren't I there? Turn envy into motivation.
Okay, shift from defeat to learning. I like that. Villain number three, fear of failure.
A big one, truly paralyzing for many.
That voice saying, what if it goes wrong? What if people laugh? What if I mess up?
It leads to playing it safe, sticking to the familiar,
Stagnation, really, instead of going for what you really want.
and it ties into loss aversion psychologically. We fear potential losses like failure or embarrassment more than we value potential gains.
We're wired to avoid pain.
More than seeking pleasure, often. So dismantling this fear means fundamentally reframing what failure is.
It's not the end.
Not at all. It's a catalyst for growth, invaluable learning.
Think about successful people. They all failed.
Repeatedly, often. Thomas Edison and the light bulb over 1,000 tries.
Wow.
J.K. Rowling rejected by 12 publishers before Harry Potter took off.
Incredible persistence.
These aren't exceptions, they show a truth. Failure is feedback. It's data.
It shows you what doesn't work.
So you can adjust your approach, find what does. So take a breath, take a small step. Mistakes are part of learning.
You mentioned an exercise for this.
Yes. Think of a past failure. Write down what happened. Then the key part, list at least 3 specific lessons you learned from it.
How did it help you grow?
Exactly. It shifts the perspective from regret to learning. It can be surprisingly empowering.
Okay, so we've met the villains. Now let's get to the good stuff. Actively building that self-belief muscle.
The empowering part. Practical, actionable steps.
And not huge, overwhelming things, right? Small, consistent actions.
That's the way. They add up. Sustainable change.
So step 1.
Commemorate your achievements, no matter how small.
Feeling good about yourself doesn't require giant leaps.
Absolutely not. Daily wins are crucial. Did you make your bed? That's a win. Finish a task on time? Win. Try something new, even if imperfectly. Big win.
So recognize the small stuff.
Definitely. A great way is a win journal. End of each day, jot down 3 things you accomplished.
Just 3 small things.
Yep. Over time, looking back at that journal provides powerful proof of your capability. Positive psychology research backs this up. Reflecting on daily successes boosts self-esteem and motivation.
Creates a record of competence. I like that. Okay, step 2.
Establish modest, attainable objectives.
Break down the big dreams.
Exactly. Big goals are great for direction, but they can feel overwhelming, paralyzing even.
So if you want to run a marathon,
Start with walking regularly, then a 5K, then a 10K, smaller steps.
or launching a business,
Well, start with a small side hustle. Test the waters. Build gradually.
each small success fuels the next one.
It provides concrete evidence. I can do this. It builds belief through action. It's that positive feedback loop.
Like the SMART goals framework. Specific, measurable.
Achievable, relevant, time-bound. Yes. That framework is effective precisely because it makes goals less daunting, more manageable.
Make sense? Step 3.
Cultivate a supportive network.
The people around you matter. A lot.
Hugely. Your social environment significantly influences your self-belief. Seek out people who uplift and inspire you.
Not the doubters or the critics.
Choose carefully. Friends who offer honest encouragement, mentors who guide, positive online groups even.
Their belief in you acts like fertilizer.
Good analogy. It helps your own belief grow. There was a 2019 study showing strong social networks linked directly to higher self-confidence and resilience.
So your tribe impacts your strength. Okay, step 4.
Embrace self-compassion.
Being kind to yourself.
Treating yourself like you treat a good friend who's struggling. With kindness, understanding, encouragement.
Not beating yourself up when things go wrong.
Exactly. Avoid that harsh self-reproach. It just drains you. Instead, try gentle phrases.
Like,
It's okay, I'm learning. Or, this didn't work, but I gained experience. It might feel weird at first.
a bit unnatural.
Maybe. But it works. It reframes setbacks from failures into learning opportunities.
Dr. Kristen Neff's research talks about this, right?
Yes, she's a pioneer here. Self-compassion is linked to lower stress, better emotional resilience.
It's about accepting imperfection as part of being human.
Right. Responding with warmth, not judgment, creates an internal space where self-belief can actually thrive, even when things are tough. It's the antidote to the inner critic.
Allows you to bounce back faster.
And learn more effectively. Approach the next thing with more confidence.
Okay, these steps are really practical. Now, I think hearing real stories can be super motivating, right? Seeing how others did it.
Absolutely. It makes the concepts real, tangible, lights a fire sometimes.
Let's dive into some of those real-world narratives. Self-belief in action.
These stories show resilience, action, amazing achievements against the odds. They prove these aren't just theories.
Okay, first up, Sarah Blakely, Spanx founder.
A great example.
She was selling fax machines door to door. No fashion background, no business degree, no connections.
Just an idea, comfortable shapewear.
And she got rejected. A lot. Laughed at by manufacturers who'd wear that.
But she didn't quit.
Not a chance. Total conviction in her idea.
Yeah.
Relentless persistence against everyone telling her no.
And look what happened.
Built a billion-dollar company from basically nothing. She trusted her gut, believed when no one else did. Didn't wait for permission.
That's that inner advocate we talked about. Her internal belief was stronger than all the external no's. It wasn't just the idea, it was belief in her ability to make it happen.
Amazing. Okay, next, Michael Jordan.
Go legend.
Hard to believe, but he got cut from his high school basketball team.
Told he wasn't good enough as a kid.
That could crush anyone, but him,
Yeah.
he used it.
Channeled it into intense practice, built this unshakable belief in himself.
Wanted to prove to himself what he can do.
And he famously said, "I've failed over and over, and that is why I succeed."
Wow. Turning rejection into fuel, transforming setbacks into triumphs.
Perfectly captures reframing failure. It wasn't an endpoint. It was feedback, motivation. Belief isn't about never failing. It's believing you can recover because of failure.
Powerful. Then Malala Yousafzai.
An incredible voice.
Just a teenager standing up for girls' education in Pakistan against the Taliban, facing real danger.
And she survived an assassination attempt at 15.
Horrifying. Could have silenced anyone, but not her.
Her belief and her mission education for all girls and in her own voice kept her going.
Nobel Prize winner, global advocate. Her belief went beyond herself. It was for a bigger cause.
Demonstrates belief as a moral compass, turning personal courage into global impact.
Yeah.
It's not just about personal success. It's about conviction changing the world.
Truly inspiring. Now let's bring it closer to home. Everyday heroes.
Yes, the quiet, incremental belief that transforms lives.
Like Lizzie, the marathon mom. Single mom, 30s, out of shape. Decides to run a marathon.
And the inner critic goes wild.
Too old, too busy, you'll never do it. But she didn't listen. Took one tiny step.
Started jogging 10 minutes a day.
Joined a running group for support. Tracked her progress.
And 2 years later,
Crossed that marathon finish line. Tears, pride, prove that critic wrong step by step. Her story shows belief starts small and grows with effort.
underscores those modest goals, the supportive network, turning impossible dreams into tangible triumphs through consistency.
Then Javier, the trailblazing first-gen graduate, grew up low income, college seemed out of reach.
Doubts about fitting in, belonging.
But he applied anyway. His mantra, if I don't try, I'll never know.
Powerful.
Got in, worked multiple jobs, studied relentlessly, graduated with honors. Now he helps other first-gen students.
His belief didn't just change his life. It created ripples, inspiring others, showing them it's possible.
Demonstrates belief, fostering not just personal success, but community empowerment, lifting others up.
Beautiful example.
And finally, Aisha, the artist who found her voice, loved painting, but others called it just a hobby.
Not a real career, so she hit it.
Worked a draining desk job. But one day, she decided to share her art online, terrified of criticism.
What happened?
People loved it. Overwhelmingly positive response. She started selling prints, then originals. Now runs her own art business.
Wow.
Her story shows trusting your passion, believing in your spark, sharing it, can unlock doors you never imagined. Passion becomes purpose.
It resonates with embracing imperfection, sharing your work. External validation reinforces internal belief, leads to amazing things. These stories all show the power of belief in so many different ways.
Business, sports, advocacy, personal goals, art. It's everywhere.
They prove these principles work in real lives. So if we connect this back to the bigger picture, it's clear self-belief isn't just for big projects. It touches everything.
Permeates all aspects of life.
Every facet. Daily interactions, long-term goals. It's this underlying current affecting your whole life.
Okay, let's explore that. How does it show up in different areas? And what can you do?
Let's break it down.
In your career, belief is key for promotions, changing paths, starting something new.
It's the confidence to pitch that idea, volunteer for the tough project, believing you deserve the role and can excel.
How do you build that specifically for work?
Visualization helps mentally rehearsing success, like athletes do. Continuously learning new skills proves your adaptability.
Building that internal resume.
Exactly. And seeking constructive feedback shows you believe you can improve, which builds more confidence.
Okay. What about relationships?
Belief here means knowing you deserve love, respect, healthy connections. Doubt can make you settle for less or shy away.
So how to strengthen it in relationships?
Setting clear boundaries is huge, valuing your needs. Practicing open, honest communication, even when hard.
Shows you value yourself enough to be heard.
And celebrating your unique qualities, what you bring to the relationship. It solidifies your sense of worth.
Makes sense. Personal growth.
Belief is the engine here. Believing you can learn and improve drives you to expand.
How to fuel that engine.
Consistently try new things, even small ones. Reflect regularly, maybe journal, to see how far you've come. Acknowledge the progress.
And embrace lifelong learning books. Podcasts like this one. Workshops. It expands your knowledge and your belief in your capabilities.
And health. Fitness, diet, stress.
Belief is critical there too. It's what gets you to the gym when you don't feel like it, or helps you make the healthier choice.
Practical ways. Small, consistent actions, 10 minutes of movement. Reframe setbacks. Missing a workout isn't failure, it's data.
Learn and adjust.
And celebrate every bit of progress. Tracking progress boosts motivation and belief. Studies show.
Creativity. That inner critic can be loud there.
Oh, yes. Belief here means quieting that doubt. Embracing imperfection in first drafts. Just get it out there. Create first. Refine later.
Share your work for feedback. Engage in playful experimentation without judgment. That's often where breakthroughs happen.
And finally, spirituality.
For many, it's a foundation for peace and belief. Trusting in something larger, a connection.
How does that manifest?
Daily gratitude practices shift focus to abundance. Meditation or prayer centers you. Connecting with like-minded communities offers support and shared purpose.
So belief really does weave through everything.
It really does.
Yeah.
Now let's get nerdy for a second. The science. What's actually going on in our brains?
The neuroscience. Understanding this can give you a real sense of control.
It's not just feelings, it's biology.
Tangible, measurable activity. Let's start with the prefrontal cortex, your brain's CEO, right behind your forehead.
Decision-making, planning.
Evaluating abilities. When you believe in yourself, this area is active, focused on solutions, possibilities.
But when doubt creeps in,
The amygdala, the fear center, can hijack it. It screams danger, retreat, leading to hesitation.
terrorizing you.
But here's the cool part. Positive self-talk, visualization, planning these strengthen the prefrontal cortex's control, calming the amygdala, boosting confidence.
We can actually influence that brain battle. Okay, what else?
Dopamine and the reward system. This reinforces positive actions.
The feel-good chemical.
Or motivation molecule. Every success, even tiny ones, releases dopamine. This creates a positive loop. Success, confidence, pleasure, motivation for more success, more dopamine.
That's why celebrating small wins is so powerful.
It literally rewires your brain to expect more wins. Makes pursuing goals feel rewarding. Studies link dopamine directly to motivation and self-efficacy.
Amazing. And this ties back to
Neuroplasticity, revisited. The brain's ability to change, form new pathways based on what you do and think.
so practicing belief habits.
Challenging negative thoughts, setting goals, celebrating progress. You're actively strengthening new neural pathways for confidence.
Making confidence the default setting over time.
Essentially, yes. Upgrading your brain's operating system to self-belief 2.0. Your mindset isn't fixed. You can sculpt it.
Incredible. So practically speaking, for everyone listening, how do we put this into action? Let's talk exercises.
Right, workouts for that confidence muscle. Translating theory into personal experience.
Let's start with exercise 1, the confidence collage.
A creative visual one.
Grab magazines, scissors, glue. Create a collage with images, words symbolizing your strength, dreams, past wins.
Let your imagination guide you.
Hang it where you'll see it daily. Bedroom wall, desk. A constant visual reminder, reinforcing belief.
Exercise 2, the 30-day self-belief challenge.
About taking action.
Commit to one small, confidence-stretching action each day for a month. Speak up in a meeting, try a new hobby, talk to someone new.
Push the comfort zone a little.
Just a little, reflect afterwards.
Alright.
By day 30, you'll have this amazing body of evidence showing your courage and capability. Proof through action.
Exercise 3, affirmation power-up.
Shaping internal dialogue.
Craft 5 personal affirmations that resonate. I am capable, I am worthy, I am resilient.
Say them aloud daily, maybe looking in the mirror. Research shows affirmations reduce stress, enhance confidence by training your brain.
And exercise 4, the failure to lesson journal.
Transforming setback.
Pick a past failure, write about it. Then crucially list the lessons learned and how it helped you grow.
Rooted in CBT principles, reframes failure as learning, building resilience. Shifts focus from blame to empowerment.
Powerful stuff.
Yeah.
And beyond exercises, you mentioned mindfulness.
Yes, a catalyst for sustaining belief. It fosters presence
Quiets the inner critic.
by anchoring you in the present on what you can control, not lost in past regrets or future worries.
Studies show it boosts self-esteem, reduces anxiety.
Right. You learn to observe thoughts, including negative ones, without getting swept away, gives you power over them.
Practical techniques.
Simple breath focus for 5 minds builds resilience. A body scan reconnects you to yourself. Mindful journaling helps process emotions, spot patterns.
And that grounding technique for when doubt hits hard.
The 5-4-3-2-1 technique. Engage your senses. 5 things you see, 4 you feel, 3 you hear, 2 you smell, 1 you taste.
Pulls you out of your head into the present.
Instantly calming. Recenters you, restores confidence by grounding you right here, right now.
So bringing this all together, what does it mean long term? How do we keep this going?
That's the important question, isn't it? If it requires this effort, how do you sustain it?
Well, the reality is, self-belief isn't a destination you just arrive at.
It's not static.
No, it's a continuous evolution, a journey with ups and downs.
Fluctuations are normal.
Totally. Some days you feel unstoppable, other days doubt creeps back in. You wonder if you're really cut out for this.
And that happens to everyone, even the most confident people.
The key is just to keep showing up.
Yeah.
Keep trying. Keep reminding yourself, especially when it's hard, that you are capable.
It's about building a system that supports you through those inevitable dips.
I like the garden analogy you mentioned earlier.
Right. Plant the seeds, small wins, goals. Water consistently positive actions, self-compassion, weed out the negatives, inner critic, comparison, fear, provide sunshine supportive people, mindfulness.
Let it blossom into something uniquely yours.
Your own resilient, authentic self-belief. So the final call to action really is just take that first step, however small, trust in your capabilities. You have immense inner power, truly.
That's such an empowering note to land on. What a journey we've taken today, really diving deep into unlocking that inner power through self-belief.
We covered a lot of ground.
We really did. From why it's essential fuel, to dismantling those inner villains, to the practical steps for building the muscle.
And weaving it into all parts of life.
Career, relationships, health, creativity, all of it. And those stories. Sarah Blakely, Michael Jordan, Malala, Lizzie, Javier, Aisha.
Powerful testaments to what's possible when you believe.
It really shows it's the foundation for creating the life you want.
And just remember, this journey, it's ongoing work.
Not always easy.
No, ups and downs are part of it, but embracing that process, committing to yourself, that's where fulfillment and impact really come from.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much for joining us on this deep dive. We hope you found this exploration valuable. If you did, please do us a favor. Like this video, share it with someone who might benefit, and definitely subscribe to this YouTube channel for more insightful discussions like this one. Remember, you've got this. Ever feel like your life is just bursting at the seams with stuff? You know, clothes you don't wear, gadgets you forgot you even own, maybe a schedule so packed you just can't catch a break. If that feeling, that sort of overwhelm, sounds familiar, well, you are definitely not alone. It's pretty common these days, isn't it? Just like the default mode is just more stuff, more to do. So today we're diving deep into something that might be an answer to that feeling: minimalism. Now, hang on. Before you picture us tossing everything out and, living like monks in some bare room, unless that is your thing, totally fine. Just push past those first impressions. Minimalism isn't really about deprivation or like having absolutely nothing. It's fundamentally about something deeper than that. The real core promise, I think, is about creating space. And yeah, physical space in your house, sure. But the really big insight, it's the power it has over our mental bandwidth. Think about it. Every single thing you own, every ping on your phone, every commitment you're juggling, it all takes a tiny bit of your headspace, right? Your cognitive energy. So minimalism isn't just about tidy surfaces.
It's about lowering that cognitive load, freeing up your mind for, creativity, focus, just being present. It's stripping away the extra stuff to get to what's essential. So you can put your energy, your time, your money toward what really makes your life better. Okay, let's unpack this. In this deep dive, we're going to pull out the most important bits of knowledge, the key insights from your sources on minimalism. Our mission here is to help you specifically understand what's valuable about this whole idea, and maybe more importantly, how it can actually apply to your life. Maybe you're a busy parent, maybe a student figuring things out, or maybe you're just curious about living, more intentionally. This is meant to be your shortcut to getting really informed, maybe even inspired. So let's get into it.
It's interesting, isn't it? How often the word minimalism just brings up images. Stark rooms, maybe someone living out of a tiny backpack. But as you dig in, you find it's richer than that, more nuanced, and definitely more adaptable than people first think. It really can fit almost any lifestyle, which is kind of the beauty of it.
That's such a key point to start with, yeah. So let's try and pin down what minimalism really is, beyond just how it looks. At its heart, it seems to be about intentionally focusing on what's essential, right? And then consciously letting go of the rest. It's not just like a weekend project to clean the garage, though that could be part of it, I guess. It's more of a mindset shift, an ongoing one. It sort of pushes you to keep asking this really important question: what truly adds value to my life? And that's not just about physical stuff, is it? It's commitments, relationships, maybe even like the thoughts rattling around in your head. The idea of discernment seems critical here. Something could be an object, an appointment, even a belief if it doesn't spark joy or serve a real purpose or, fit with your goals. Maybe it doesn't belong. It's about being really selective about what you allow into your ecosystem.
Precisely. And the ultimate goal isn't just an empty house. That's not the point. It's aiming for a life that genuinely feels lighter, clearer, definitely more intentional. When you start removing the noise, the clutter, the excess stuff, it kind of clears a path. You start seeing what you actually care about. And then this is the key part. You have the energy and the time to actually do something about those priorities.
And this is where it gets really interesting for me.
Minimalism looks totally different for everyone. It's not a one-size-fits-all thing. For some people, yeah, maybe it is that sleek apartment. Just a few really special items, everything with a purpose. They like that visual quiet. But for someone else, it could be a busy family home, full of stuff maybe. But it's the right stuff, the things that actually support their, chaotic but wonderful life. The real point isn't how much you own, is it? It's the why behind it, the intentionality. There's no strict rule book saying how many shoes you're allowed or anything like that. Instead, it's about this freedom to figure out what enough means for you right now in your life. Finding that balance, that sweet spot that's just right for your needs, your values.
That adaptability is one of the most striking things about it. It really does move beyond a simple definition. It becomes this deeply personal philosophy. It empowers you to choose.
Yeah.
And that flexibility is probably why it's so appealing and why it can last. It works across so many different lifestyles and preferences. It's definitely not some exclusive club. It's more about, self-discovery and living consciously, less about following a strict style guide.
Right. So even though minimalism feels very current, like a new trend, it actually has a pretty interesting history. Its roots go back, to the 1960s? Started out as an art and design movement, thinking about artists like Donald Judd, famous for those stark, simple works, right?
Yeah.
Geometric shapes, stacked boxes, celebrating less. The idea wasn't to add more detail. It was about stripping things right down, letting people engage with just the form of the space. And that look, that aesthetic, it quickly spread into architecture, interior design. Clean lines, open spaces, bold simplicity, function over frills. It was kind of a deliberate pushback against clutter, aiming for intentional clarity.
Yeah, and that artistic philosophy definitely laid some important groundwork, no question. But it really exploded into a lifestyle thing much later. You fast forward to the 2000s. That's when you see figures like Joshua Fields Millburn and Ryan Nicodemus, the minimalist, really bringing it into the mainstream, making it feel like a tangible way to live. Their story really struck a chord with people. They came from these high-powered corporate jobs, had all this stuff, big houses, fancy cars, you name it, the whole package. But they felt, empty, stressed out, overwhelmed by it all, so they made this huge change. Ditched the corporate life, got rid of most of their possessions, really reevaluated what mattered, and just by sharing their own journey, they inspired millions, showed people there was another way, a way that prioritized experiences, relationships, growth, instead of just buying more stuff.
And once they planted that seed, wow, the idea just took off. It feels like it's everywhere now. You see its influence in so many things we recognize, like Marie Kondo, right? Her whole spark joy thing, this pure minimalist discernment, really accessible. Or think about the tiny house movement. That's exploded. It's all about living smaller, intentionally choosing only what you absolutely need. Even the growing interest is eco-conscious living, sustainability. It connects directly to minimalism. Reducing consumption, reusing things, valuing what you already have that fits perfectly with caring for the planet. It's definitely more than just a design trend now. It feels like a real cultural shift towards living more intentionally. It affects how we shop, how we build, how we think about our impact.
Absolutely. And if you look at the bigger picture, it really shows how these deep ideas, starting in art or philosophy, can grow into major societal trends. Often it's a reaction, isn't it? A response to how complex modern life gets. Our lives are more digital, more consumer driven, often just more chaotic. So that pull towards simplicity, clarity, intention, it becomes really powerful. Minimalism in that sense isn't just a fad. It feels more like a counter movement, pushing back towards meaning and, less clutter.
Okay, so we've got the history, the definition, but the big question for anyone listening is probably, okay, well, what's in it for me? Why actually choose minimalism? What are the real practical benefits of having less in your life? It's not just about looking tidy. There's some serious advantages. First one, and maybe the biggest for a lot of people, less stress, a calmer mind. We've all felt that, right? That background anxiety when your place is a mess or your schedule is overflowing. It's not just visual noise. Clutter actually affects your brain. I remember reading something about research on this, how clutter physically impacts us.
Oh, absolutely. Your brain is constantly scanning your environment, and a messy, cluttered space, it just demands way more cognitive energy. There's compelling research, like from UCLA's Center on Everyday Lives of Families. They found that women especially tend to have higher levels of cortisol, that's the stress hormone, when their homes are cluttered. The constant visual to-do list of disarray keeps your brain slightly on edge. It subtly drains you all day. It's a real physiological thing.
Wow, so your home, which should be your peaceful space, could actually be adding to your stress. That's huge. It makes total sense then why a minimal space feels so different. Like you can finally breathe out. That visual quiet translates into a calmer mind, more focus. Imagine how much more present you could be if your brain wasn't constantly trying to sort through the mess. Okay, so building on that calm, another massive benefit, money in your pocket. Seems obvious, maybe, but people might underestimate how powerful this is. When you consciously decide to buy less, well, you save more. Simple as that. Minimalism pushes you towards really thoughtful purchases. Instead of just clicking buy on impulse or grabbing things you don't really need, you pause, you think, you become a much more conscious consumer. And that shift, it frees up money. Money you can then use for things that genuinely matter to you, like that dream trip, finally paying off debt, building savings, or investing in experiences instead of just stuff. It's about making your spending match your values, creating real financial freedom.
That financial freedom piece is truly transformative for many people. It shifts your whole mindset. Consumption stops being this automatic thing you just do. It becomes a deliberate, value-based choice. That gives you power. Your money becomes a tool to reach your goals, not just something that disappears because of marketing or trends or what everyone else is doing.
And then there's time, the incredible gift of time freedom, which I think we often undervalue. Just think, fewer things to clean, fewer things to organize, fewer things to fix or maintain, all that time adds up. It comes right back to you. Imagine not spending your weekends just managing your stuff, or searching for that one thing you know you own but can't find. And it's not just about physical things either. Simplifying your schedule, learning to say no to commitments that drain you or don't really add value, that's maybe the ultimate time saver. Protecting your time lets you actually use it for things that nourish you, instead of feeling constantly spread thin. And like we touched on, minimalism is a powerful way to live more eco-friendly. That feels increasingly important, doesn't it? In a world worried about overconsumption and waste, choosing to own less, choosing sustainable products, it directly reduces your footprint. It just lines up perfectly with caring for the planet. Less consumption means less demand, less manufacturing waste, less stuff ending up in landfill. It benefits you personally and it benefits the earth. It's a win-win.
It really highlights how our personal well-being and the planet's health are linked, doesn't it? Our individual choices, especially when lots of people start making similar shifts towards intentional living, can actually have a significant positive impact. It's empowering. It's a tangible way to contribute.
And finally, maybe the deepest benefit, clarity of purpose. When you start stripping away the distractions, the stuff that doesn't really serve you, you can't help but get clear on what you actually value. It's like, I don't know, clearing muck out of a pond. Suddenly you can see the bottom clearly. Maybe what comes into focus for you is family, or creativity, or personal growth, or contributing to your community. Minimalism doesn't just clear your house, it clears your head, lets you focus your energy on what truly drives you, what brings real satisfaction. You know, honestly, before really digging into this, I might have just thought of minimalism as like an interior design style, but it's so much bigger. It's about actively designing a life you want, taking back control of your time, your energy, what really matters. It feels empowering.
That observation really brings up a key question for you, the listener, to think about. In this world we live in, with constant ads, endless demands, nonstop digital noise, just how powerful is that act of intentionally reducing? Think about its ripple effect, not just for your own peace of mind, but maybe for wider societal shifts, even for our environment. It starts small in your own space, but it doesn't necessarily end there, does it?
Okay, so maybe you're thinking, all right, I'm interested, I want to try this. But the idea of a massive purge, getting rid of everything all at once, it sounds terrifying. Well, good news, you absolutely do not need to do that. That's kind of the beauty of it. You can ease into it, take small steps, make it feel right for you. A really good way to start, just declutter one small space at a time. Don't try and conquer the whole house in a weekend. Start really small, maybe one messy drawer, a corner of your desk, even just your handbag or backpack. Once you pick your spot, take out each item one by one and ask those key questions. Do I use this regularly? Do I truly love it? Does it have a clear purpose right now? If it's a solid no to all three, maybe it's time to let it go, donate it, recycle it, whatever makes sense. And here's a practical rule that can help make decisions less emotional. The 90-90 rule. Have you used this thing in the last 90 days? Do you realistically see yourself using it in the next 90 days? If the answer to both is no, it's probably not essential for your current life. Like that free mug from that conference back in 2019. Still sitting there. Maybe set it free. Someone else might actually use it.
That step-by-step approach makes it so much less daunting, doesn't it? And each little win, clearing that drawer, sorting that corner, it builds momentum, builds confidence. You see right away that you can do it, and you feel the benefit almost immediately. It's about those small, consistent victories.
Okay, so beyond getting rid of existing stuff, the next big piece is rethinking how you acquire things. This is crucial to stop the clutter from just piling back up. Before you buy anything new, try building this habit. Pause, just take a breath and reflect. Ask yourself, do I already own something that does this? Will this truly add real value? Or is it just a temporary want? Can I wait, say, 24 hours before deciding? That simple pause, that little bit of intentional friction can be incredibly effective at cutting down impulse buys, making sure your purchases are deliberate. Another great rule to try is a one in, one out rule. For every new thing you bring into your home, commit to letting go of something similar. It acts like a natural regulator, keeps your overall volume of stuff in check, prevents that slow creep of accumulation.
That idea of mindful consumption is arguably just as important as the decluttering itself, maybe even more so for the long run. It's like turning off the tap, right? Instead of constantly bailing water out of a sinking boat. By making conscious choices about what comes in, you're actively creating the minimalist life you want, not just reacting to the clutter you already have.
And remember, minimalism isn't just about physical possessions. It's also hugely about your time. Take a really honest look at your calendar. Is it jammed? Are you constantly saying yes to things out of guilt or obligation rather than genuine desire or because they align with your goals? Practice saying no. It can be hard at first, but it's so powerful. Say no to things that don't serve your priorities or just leave you feeling drained. Like maybe skip that networking thing that feels like a chore and instead deliberately use that time for something you actually love. Reading a book, taking a walk, spending real quality time with someone important. Reclaiming your time is a radical act of self-care, and it's totally essential to living intentionally.
That concept of time minimalism is incredibly impactful, maybe even more so than dealing with physical stuff for some people. Our schedules can get just as cluttered and overwhelming as our houses, often lead straight to burnout. So being intentional about where your most limited resource, your time, actually goes, that's absolutely critical for a meaningful minimalist life.
Right. And while we're on invisible clutter, let's talk digital clutter. Because wow, our devices can get messy. Your phone, your computer, they can feel just as crammed and overwhelming as a packed closet, maybe even more so sometimes. Think about it. Thousands of duplicate photos, endless unread emails, apps you downloaded ages ago and never use. It's this constant stream demanding your attention. So what can you do? Start unsubscribing. Be ruthless. Get rid of those junk emails, newsletters you always delete without reading. Clear them out. Then do an app purge on your phone. Delete the ones you don't use. Organize the ones you keep into simple folders. Reduce that visual noise on your home screen. And finally, think about setting screen time limits. Maybe no screens after 8 p.m. or having phone-free times or zones. It really helps you reclaim focus, sleep better, and free up mental space from that constant digital buzz.
It's amazing how much brain power gets eaten up just navigating digital chaos, isn't it? Applying minimalist ideas here doesn't just make you more efficient. It cuts down on a huge, often unseen source of stress and distraction that can just hang over your whole day.
Now, to make this whole process maybe a bit more engaging, maybe even fun, you could try a minimalism challenge. They give you structure and motivation. One really popular one is the 30-day minimalism game. The idea is simple. Each day of the month, you get rid of items matching the date. So day 1, 1 item, day 2, 2 items, all the way up to day 30, where you find 30 things to let go of. By the end of the month, you'll have decluttered, wait for it, 465 items. Think about the impact of that. Another great one, especially for clothes, is Project 333. You choose just 33 items, clothes, shoes, accessories, and wear only those for 3 months. It's an amazing way to rethink your wardrobe, find surprising ways to wear what you have, and realize how little you actually need to look and feel good. These challenges kind of gamify it, turn a potential chore into more of an exciting experiment. These all sound like really practical, doable ways for somebody to just get started, right? It doesn't feel so overwhelming when you break it down like that.
Exactly. And these strategies, they aren't just about getting rid of stuff. They're about actively building new habits, cultivating a mindful approach to your daily choices, what you bring in, how you spend your time. It's about conscious action, not just passive letting go. And that makes the shift feel much more achievable and sustainable for pretty much anyone.
One of the really cool, maybe surprising things about minimalism is just how versatile it is. It's not just for your closet or that junk drawer. It's a philosophy that can genuinely touch every part of your life. Your home, sure, but also your digital world, your relationships, even your own thoughts. Let's start with the home. It should feel like a haven, right? A place for peace, comfort, not just a storage unit causing stress. So how do you apply this in different areas? Like the kitchen. It's about efficiency, joy in cooking. So ditch the duplicate peelers, the ancient spices, that weird gadget you used once. You know the one. Keep the tools you actually love and use often. A great knife, a versatile pan, boards you reach for daily. Your wardrobe. The goal is often a capsule wardrobe, a curated set of versatile quality pieces you can mix and match easily. Think classic jeans, a great white shirt, a comfy sweater. Focus on quality over quantity. Things that last, feel good, and really reflect your style, not just fast fashion trends.
And a good capsule wardrobe saves so much mental energy in the morning too. When everything fits, you love it, you feel confident in it, getting dressed becomes easy, even enjoyable, not a daily battle.
Totally. In the living room, aim for clear, inviting surfaces. Instead of displaying every single souvenir, choose decor that actually means something. A few special items of family photo art you love, a healthy plant, have way more impact than a shelf cramped with random stuff. It's about intentional display. Everything has a reason to be there. And the bedroom, maybe most importantly, should be for rest. Keep it simple. Minimal furniture, calming colors. A clutter-free bedroom isn't just nice to look at. Studies show it can actually help you sleep better. Less visual noise equals less mental noise when you're trying to wind down. Okay, shifting gears to digital life, which, let's be honest, can feel just as cluttered, if not more so, than our physical spaces. Simplifying your digital world is huge for mental well-being now. Photos. Back at the memories, yes, but then be ruthless. Delete the duplicates, the blurry ones, the 20 attempts to get one good shot. Keep the best. Files on your computer. Organize them into clear folders. Trash old drafts, random downloads. Keep it tidy. Social media. Curate your feed intentionally. Unfollow accounts that don't inspire you, bring negativity, or make you feel bad. Fill your feed with positivity, connection, value.
The parallel is so clear, isn't it? Physical clutter drains energy. Digital clutter creates mental fatigue, overwhelm, constant distraction. Intentionally curating your digital space is just as important as organizing your home these days.
And here's one that might surprise people. Minimalism can apply to relationships too. Sounds a bit weird, maybe, but it's about quality over quantity. Surrounding yourself with people who genuinely uplift you, support you, bring positive energy. And it means it's okay, actually. It's necessary to set boundaries with relationships that are toxic, draining, or just consistently negative, even if they've been around a long time. Prioritizing deep, authentic connections over a huge network of superficial ones. That's relational minimalism. It can make a huge difference to your emotional health. And finally, bringing it right inside. Applying minimalism to your mind. Clearing out mental clutter. Our brains are always buzzing worries, to-do lists, information overload. It's exhausting. So, how do you create mental clarity? Journaling can help getting thoughts and worries down on paper, gets them out of your head. Meditation, even just 5 minutes a day, can ground you, quiet the noise. Apps like Headspace or Calm are great starting points. And try single tasking. Focus on one thing at a time instead of constantly juggling. Better clarity, better focus, less mental static. It's bringing minimalist focus to your attention itself. It's actually incredible when you think about it. How far this idea can ripple out, touching everything from your kitchen drawers to your friendships to your own thoughts. It's really holistic.
Absolutely. And the thread that runs through all of it is intentionality. That's the key word. Whether it's physical stuff, digital stuff, your time, your energy, your relationships, minimalism is always asking you to consciously choose, to direct your resources, time, energy, money, attention towards what truly matters to you, making deliberate choices instead of just passively letting things accumulate.
A really common question, I imagine, is, okay, but can this really work for me in my situation? And the answer seems to be a definite yes. Minimalism is super adaptable. It meets you where you are with solutions for different life stages, different challenges. Like for students, the challenges are usually tight-spaced dorm rooms, small apartments, and tight budgets, right? Minimalism offers perfect solutions. Focus on a capsule wardrobe, saves space, saves money. Digital decluttering is vital for focus when you're studying. Using secondhand books or ebooks saves space and cash. Sharing things with roommates, kitchen stuff, maybe cuts costs and reduces clutter for everyone. It's practical.
For students, it's often less a lifestyle choice and more a smart strategy. Optimizing limited resources, space, money, time for what matters most, their studies, their well-being. It helps them thrive with less.
Then you have young professionals, their challenges. Often busy schedules, maybe feeling pressure to keep up appearances, attend every single event. Minimalism helps streamline things. A simple wardrobe saves decision time in the morning. Meal prep is easier with fewer gadgets. And crucially, learning to say no to unnecessary networking or social things that don't really add value, that protects their time and energy for actual career growth or personal well-being. Now, families, the big challenge. Kids come with stuff. So much stuff. Toys, clothes, gear. But minimalism still works. Toy rotation is brilliant. Keeps them toys out, store the rest. Keeps things less chaotic, and kids actually re-engage with the new toys later. Involving kids in decluttering, letting them choose what to donate, teaches them valuable lessons, and simplifying the family schedule, prioritizing a few meaningful activities over being constantly busy. Less stress, more quality time together.
That's a really important point. Minimalism shouldn't add stress. It should reduce it, even in busy family life. It's about flexible frameworks that adapt to reality, not imposing some rigid, impossible ideal.
And lastly, retirees. The challenge here is often decades of accumulated stuff. Downsizing can feel huge, emotionally and physically. Minimalism encourages a gradual, kind approach. Focus on keeping the truly meaningful, sentimental items, the ones that tell your story. Maybe gifting special items to family, letting them continue their journey. And often for retirees, minimalism shifts the focus away from things towards experiences, using freed up resources, time and money for travel, hobbies, grandkids. enriching life in different ways. It really does sound like it offers a custom-fit solution for pretty much everyone, no matter where they are in life. It's not rigid at all.
Exactly. It highlights that minimalism isn't some strict doctrine. It's a flexible framework. It consistently supports well-being across all kinds of life circumstances because it's fundamentally about finding your version of enough. And knowing that enough can change as your life changes, that makes it sustainable.
Okay, so maybe you've started. You've cleared a drawer, maybe tackled your emails, you're feeling that lightness, ready to go a bit deeper. There's some more advanced strategies for when you're ready to level up, tackle bigger challenges, maybe dig into some ingrained habits. First, the famous KonMari method, Marie Kondo's approach. It's all about keeping only what sparks joy. It's not just about tidying, it's this really intuitive, emotional way to connect with your things, asking if they genuinely bring you happiness. And practically, her folding methods are amazing for saving space and actually seeing what you own. It turns tidying to something more mindful, even joyful.
The genius of KonMari is that shift in focus, I think. It's about what you actively choose to keep because you love it or need it, rather than focusing only on what you discard. That feels much more positive, more empowering, builds gratitude for what you have.
Then there's the packing party. This one's pretty intense, but super effective for a big reset. You literally pretend you're moving. Pack up everything you own into boxes. Everything. Then, over the next few weeks or a month, you only unpack the things you actually need and use day to day. At the end of the time period, whatever's still packed. That's the stuff you seriously consider letting go of, donating, selling, tossing. It's a really stark way to see what you truly use versus what's just taking up space. Undeniable evidence. And the big one, for many people, sentimental items. These are often the hardest things to part with. Heirlooms, gifts, mementos. So much emotion tied up in them. The strategy here isn't necessarily ditching them all. It's about acknowledging they're tough, being kind to yourself. For things you really struggle with, maybe take a beautiful photo. Or write down the story, the memories attached to it. Preserve the memory, not necessarily the object itself. Then maybe aim to keep just one or two really precious treasures that hold the deepest meaning, rather than boxes and boxes that dilute their impact and clutter your space. These strategies definitely push you, don't they? Make you think really differently about your stuff and why you hold on to it. It's emotional work as much as physical.
Oh, absolutely. They're not just techniques, they're invitations to look deeper, at attachment, at value, at identity even. When you use these methods, you're not just getting rid of things. You're often shedding old habits, maybe old beliefs about yourself, creating new, more mindful ways of relating to your world and to yourself.
It's also really cool to realize that minimalism isn't just a Western thing, even though we often talk about it that way. It's truly global. Principles that show up in different cultures all over the world, often rooted in ancient philosophies or just really practical ways of living. Like in Japan, minimalism there is often inspired by Zen Buddhism, right? Emphasizing simplicity, mindfulness, connection to nature. Concepts like wabi-sabi, finding beauty in imperfection, in things that age naturally. Like a cracked bowl repaired with gold, cherished because of its history, not despite it. It leads to this appreciation for things that are functional, well-made, meant to last. Not just disposable trends. Their spaces often have clean lines, natural materials, intentional empty space for reflection.
That expression really shows how minimalism can be an aesthetic, yes, but also a spiritual practice. Fostering peace, contentment, gratitude for simple things. Finding meaning in the everyday, not just in acquiring more.
Then you look at Scandinavia. Concepts like hygge, that feeling of cozy contentment and lagom, meaning just enough, perfectly balanced. These ideas promote this comfortable, balanced way of living. Homes with functional design, lots of light, warm textures, focusing on quality essentials that create well-being without being flashy. It's about contentment with what you have. In India, historically, minimalism wasn't always a choice, but often a necessity tied to philosophies of simple living. Think of Gandhi, embracing radical simplicity as part of his philosophy. Needs over wants. Showing how living with less could be a source of strength, freedom, inner peace. A powerful statement.
That's such an important perspective. It reminds us minimalism isn't just a modern luxury trend for people who already have a lot. It's often a practical response to circumstances, a path to resilience and resourcefulness that goes back centuries across cultures.
And in parts of Africa, minimalism aligns with long-standing sustainable practices. Huge emphasis on resourcefulness, repurposing things, using multi-purpose items to reduce waste, often comes from a deep respect for nature, for community. Efficiency, durability, sharing resources are highly valued. So maybe a takeaway here is to try adopting just one small idea from another culture, like a Japanese bento box for mindful eating or Scandinavian-style capsule wardrobe. These global examples show just how universal and varied the paths to a simpler, more intentional life really are.
Absolutely. And connecting it to the bigger picture, it just underscores this universal human longing, doesn't it? For clarity, for resourcefulness, for intention. It pops up in so many different cultural ways, showing that the core ideas really do transcend borders and backgrounds. It seems to be a fundamental part of finding peace and purpose.
Okay, theory is great, philosophy is fascinating, but real stories, that's what really makes it click, I think. Let's look at a few examples of real people who tried minimalism and what actually happened. Take Sarah, 29, a teacher. She decided to seriously downsize her wardrobe, went down to just 33 items. You'd think that would make mornings harder, right? But nope, she found she saved about 20 minutes every single morning. No more agonizing over what to wear. But here's the cool part, what she did with that extra time. She used it to start a blog. And that blog took off, eventually started bringing in side income. Shows how minimalism can open unexpected doors.
That's a perfect illustration, isn't it? Freeing up mental space, even just a little bit of time, can directly lead to this burst of creative energy, tangible benefits you didn't even plan for. It's a positive chain reaction.
Then there's the Patel family, 2 young kids, classic challenge. Toys everywhere, kid stuff taking over. They started doing toy rotation, keeping only some toys out, storing the rest. Made the house less chaotic, and the kids got excited about the new toys coming out of storage later. They also made decluttering a weekly family thing, letting the kids help decide what to donate. Talked about giving, about intentionality. The result, their home feels bigger, calmer, and the kids actually enjoy being part of the process, appreciating their things more. And one more. James, 65, retired. Had the big family house, decades of stuff. Felt tied down, he made a huge leap, sold the big house, moved into a tiny home, massive change. But the financial impact was huge. It freed up a ton of money. And what did he do with it? Traveled extensively. In just 2 years, he visited 10 countries, living a dream he probably couldn't have afforded if he was still managing the big house and all its upkeep. These stories just bring it home, don't they? It shows minimalism isn't just some abstract idea. It's a practical path. Leads to more time, more space, more money, more freedom, amazing new adventures, whatever richer life means to you.
They're so powerful because they move beyond the concepts and show real, tangible, sometimes surprising benefits across different ages, different goals. It just hammers home that minimalism isn't about limiting yourself. It's a tool, a versatile tool for empowerment, for creating the life you actually want.
Right. But despite all these clear benefits, these inspiring stories, minimalism still gets a bit of a bad rap sometimes. There are these myths that hang around, misconceptions that stop people from even trying it. So let's just bust a few of those right now. Myth number 1, minimalism is only for rich people. Hear this one a lot. And it's just completely wrong. If anything, minimalism is incredibly helpful regardless of income, and it usually ends up saving you money, big time. By cutting out needless purchases, encouraging thoughtful spending, reducing storage costs, it actively helps build financial security. It's a smart money tool for anyone.
Exactly. It's precisely about not spending money on things that don't add real value. That frees up cash, which empowers people who might be on a tight budget or just anyone wanting to use their money more intentionally for education, experiences, paying off debt, whatever their priority is.
Okay, myth number 2. You can't have nice things. Also totally false. Minimalism isn't about owning cheap junk, quite the opposite. It encourages quality over quantity. You absolutely can have nice things, beautiful, well-made things you love, that last, that work well. The only difference is you probably own fewer of them. And each one is chosen carefully, appreciated more, makes the nice things you do have feel even more special. Myth number 3. Minimalism is boring. Oh man, this one makes me laugh. It's so far from the truth. When you clear out the clutter, physical, mental, schedule clutter, you're not creating emptiness, you're creating space. And what fills that space? Adventure, creativity, time for hobbies, passions, deeper relationships, personal growth. Minimalism often makes life way more interesting and fulfilling because you actually have the bandwidth to pursue what excites you instead of being weighed down by stuff.
Totally. Boredom usually comes from not engaging with life, right? Not from a lack of possessions. By removing the distractions, minimalism actually helps you engage more deeply with life, with passions, with people. It clears the way for being truly present.
And the last big myth, it's all or nothing. This is probably the biggest barrier for people starting out. They think they have to sell the house, ditch 90% of their stuff overnight, become some kind of hardcore minimalist guru instantly. Just not true. Sets an impossible bar. Like we said, you can start tiny. One drawer, saying no just once.
Yeah.
That's progress. Every little step counts. It's your journey, your pace. It's about progress, not some rigid, unattainable perfection.
Which leads to a good question. Why do these myths stick around so strongly? And how can understanding that minimalism is actually flexible, accessible? How can that empower you to just try it without feeling intimidated or scared? Often it's that fear of extremes or maybe societal pressure that stops people from taking even the first small step. And they miss out on all the good stuff right there.
Okay, so you started, you're feeling the benefits. But how do you keep it going? How do you stick with it long term? How do you avoid just slipping back into old habits, especially when the world is constantly telling you to buy more, do more? It really does sound like it's more of a continuous journey, right? A set of principles that grow with you, not some finish line you cross. That actually makes it more appealing, more sustainable. One really good strategy for sticking with it. Reflect monthly. Just take a little time each month to check in. Ask yourself, are my choices still working for me? Do they align with my current goals, my life right now? Is clutter creeping back in somewhere? Am I feeling overwhelmed again? That regular check-in keeps you accountable, lets you adjust things as life changes, and gives you a chance to see how far you've come.
That consistent reflection is absolutely key. Minimalism isn't a project you finish, it's an ongoing practice. And like any practice, it needs tweaking, calibration to stay effective and feel authentic as your life evolves.
Finding community can also be a huge help. Motivation, support, follow other minimalists online, join forums, maybe even find a local group focused on simple or intentional living. Seeing how others do it, sharing tips, talking about challenges, it keeps you inspired. Gives you practical ideas when you get stuck. There's a whole supportive community out there. And this is important. Celebrate your wins. Minimalism can feel like effort sometimes, so acknowledge your progress. Reward yourself. Cleared out that whole closet that was stressing you out. Treat yourself, but maybe not with more stuff. Treat yourself to a nice coffee, an hour reading in your newly clear space, a walk outside. Small, non-material rewards reinforce the positive changes, make it more enjoyable. And maybe the most crucial thing for the long haul, be kind to yourself. Forgive the slip-ups, because they will happen. Life gets busy, stressful. Maybe you buy something on impulse you regret later, or things accumulate over the holidays. It's okay. Minimalism isn't about being perfect 100% of the time. It's about consistent effort, intention. Acknowledge the slip-up without beating yourself up, let it go, and just gently get back on track. Don't let one detour derail everything. It's a marathon, not a sprint.
That emphasis on self-compassion, on flexibility, it's vital for sticking with any big lifestyle change, isn't it? It turns what could feel like rigid rules into an empowering, adaptable philosophy for you. Sustainable progress, not impossible perfection. That's the goal.
So as we wrap up this deep dive on minimalism, let's circle back to the core idea. Minimalism is your chance, your opportunity to intentionally design a life you actually love. It's not really about what you lose or give up. It's about what you gain. More space, more time, more mental clarity, more intention in everything you do. So our encouragement to you listening right now is just to take one small step. That's it. Maybe it is tackling that junk drawer finally, or maybe it's just saying no to one extra thing this week that, deep down doesn't really serve you. And when you take that step, just pause for a second. Notice how it feels. Notice that little bit of extra space or that reclaimed hour or that slightly quieter mind, that feeling, that lightness, that freedom, that's the real reward. And trust us, over time, those small steps, they really do add up. They build into big, transformative change. It's a journey of constantly discovering and refining what matters most to you, making life richer, more purposeful. So we'll leave you with this thought to chew on. What if the greatest freedom isn't found in always getting more stuff, more busyness? What if it's found in intentionally choosing to live with less? And in doing so, discovering more of what truly makes your life rich, what truly defines your purpose. Something to think about.
Hello, welcome to this deep dive from the Learn English Lab. Today, we're exploring a really big one, mental health in the social media age. Now, let's be honest for a sec. You've probably got your phone right near you, maybe even in your hand. Or, a tab open to X, or maybe you just had a quick scroll through TikTok a few minutes ago. Hey, no judgment here. We all do it. Social media is just so, woven into our daily lives now, isn't it?
It really is. It's almost unavoidable.
Yeah, it's often the first thing we check in the morning, maybe the last thing at night too. It's how we keep up with friends, how we share a laugh over something funny we saw, how we sometimes vent our frustrations, and sometimes, if we're not careful, how we just get completely lost.
Down that rabbit hole.
Exactly, just scrolling endlessly through cat videos or, sometimes getting caught up in really intense online debates that just drain you. But here's the real puzzle, the kind of paradox we want to dig into today. While social media gives us this amazing way to connect, to find information, all that constant digital noise, the sheer amount of stuff, the speed, it can really have a big impact on our mental well-being.
That's the core of it, yeah.
Think about it, right? You get that buzz when a post does well, that little hit of validation. But then there's that quiet pressure of seeing everyone else's seemingly perfect life and comparing yours. It's complicated. It can be overwhelming.
That's a really good way to put it. So for this deep dive, our mission really is to properly explore how social media shapes our minds. We need to look carefully at both sides, the genuinely positive things it brings, and also the very real downsides, the potential harm. Ultimately, the goal is to give you, the listener, some practical tools, some real strategies, things you can actually use to keep a healthier headspace in this digital world we all live in now.
Yeah, it's about getting some control back, isn't it?
Exactly. Being an intentional user,
Yeah.
not just passively scrolling.
I like that. It makes me think of like your favorite coffee shop.
Right.
It's inviting, it's comfy, you can chat with people, feel part of something. But if you hang out there all day drinking like 6 espressos, you're going to feel pretty jittery, right? Overstimulated, maybe a bit wired and anxious.
Right. Too much of a good thing.
Yeah. Social media can be that amazing connection point, a space for expressing yourself. But it can also kind of quietly chip away at your mental health if you're not really mindful about how you're using it and why.
And that mindfulness, that awareness is absolutely key.
Yeah.
You've got to understand the good and the bad, the real highs it can offer, but also the significant lows. That's step one. Without that, you're just reacting, reacting to the pings, the notifications, the algorithms.
Instead of making conscious choices.
Precisely. Instead of choosing your own path through it all. The bright side. How social media can boost your mental health.
Okay, so let's start with the positives then. Because it's not all, cat memes and filters. Those are fun too.
Right.
When you use it thoughtfully, it really can give your mental health a genuine boost. And one of the biggest wins, I think, is how it helps us find our tribe, build communities that really get us.
That's a huge one. Think about it. Maybe you feel like you're the only person obsessed with collecting, vintage typewriters.
Maybe.
Or maybe you're dealing with a health condition, something chronic, and people in your everyday life just don't quite understand. It can feel really isolating.
Yeah, definitely.
Social media has become this incredible place to find your people. Platforms like X, Reddit, Discord, even specific Facebook groups. They're like gold mines for finding others who share your niche interest or your life experience.
Like finding your corner of the internet.
Exactly. Where you belong. Where you don't have to explain yourself constantly. Think about new parents up at 3 a.m., totally exhausted.
Yeah.
They can find a group where everyone else is going through the exact same thing.
Instant connection.
Or using a hashtag like #MentalHealthMatters. It connects you to this huge global conversation, helping break down stigma, that sense of belonging it offers. It's just so vital for our well-being. It's where feeling understood really starts.
That feeling of, oh, I'm not the only one, is so powerful.
Immensely powerful.
And there's good research on this too, isn't there? I remember reading about a study from a few years back.
Yes, there was a significant one in 2020. It showed that these online communities can really reduce loneliness, especially for people who might feel isolated in their physical lives. Maybe they live somewhere rural, or they're part of a marginalized group, or just, feel like an outsider sometimes.
So it fills a real gap.
It can, absolutely. For many people, these online connections become genuine lifelines. They offer validation, practical tips, just support when you really need it most. Sharing experiences creates this understanding, this empathy that can make a huge difference if you're feeling alone.
I heard this story once about a woman named Sarah. I think she was in her late 20s, lived in a small town, and she had really bad social anxiety. Connecting in person was super hard for her. But then she stumbled upon a subreddit, one of those forums on Reddit, specifically for managing panic attacks.
Ah, right.
And it was like a light bulb moment for her. Suddenly, she wasn't alone. People were sharing coping strategies, offering encouragement, just saying, I get it. She said it felt like getting a virtual hug from people all over the world. It completely changed things for her.
That's a perfect illustration. These communities offer a safe space, a place to be vulnerable, learn from others who've been there, get that encouragement, often from people who really truly understand because they're going through it too or have come out the other side. It bypasses geography. It's powerful stuff.
It really is. And beyond community, social media is also just a massive resource hub now, right? Especially for mental health info.
Oh, absolutely. It's like this huge, constantly updated library of condensed wisdom right at your fingertips 24/7.
Yeah, you've got actual therapists, psychologists, wellness coaches sharing really valuable stuff on Instagram, X, TikTok.
Credentialed professionals, yeah. They're breaking down complex ideas into easy to understand advice. Things like, simple breathing exercises you can do right now to calm anxiety, or ways to reframe negative thoughts.
Little actionable tips.
Exactly. There's some great accounts out there giving daily doses of practical help. And think about access. Research from 2022 showed something like 60% of US adults look for health info online, and that includes mental health guidance.
Wow, that many?
Yeah. It's democratizing access to insights that used to be much harder to find, maybe locked behind appointments or paywalls.
And even just hashtags like hashtag self-care or hashtag mental health awareness. They can lead you to guided meditations, journaling ideas.
Or just simple reminders to pause, take a breath, step away from the stress for a moment.
Like a little wellness coach in your pocket.
Kind of, but, and this is a really big but, you have to be discerning.
Right. Critical thinking is key.
Absolutely. Not every wellness influencer knows what they're talking about or has actual credentials. Some advice out there can be unhelpful, even harmful.
So stick to reputable sources.
Yes. Look for credentials. Check if the advice is evidence-based. Be skeptical. And maybe the most important point, social media tips are great for general awareness, for maybe some coping skills, but they are never a replacement for professional mental health care.
Yeah.
Especially if you're in crisis.
That's a crucial distinction. It can point you to resources, maybe a hotline.
Exactly. It can signpost, but it can't provide that personalized, in-depth support you get from a therapist. So helpful, but know its limits.
Got it. Okay, another positive aspect. Creative expression, getting your stuff out there.
Yes. This is a big one too. Social media can be this amazing digital canvas. Whether you write a heartfelt tweet, share a quick doodle on Instagram, or, film yourself doing a silly TikTok dance, it's a chance to express yourself, your unique perspective to an audience.
And that act of creating, of expressing, it's good for the brain, right?
Hugely beneficial. Research consistently shows that creative activities reduce stress, build confidence, boost self-esteem. Plus, there's that immediate feedback loop. Someone likes your post, leaves a nice comment.
That little dopamine hit.
Exactly. Psychologists call it intermittent reinforcement because it's unpredictable. You don't know when you'll get it. Like, it actually makes our brains crave it more. It keeps us coming back.
Like a little high five from the universe sometimes.
Kind of. And that validation feels good. It signals connection, appreciation. It makes you feel seen.
Oh, I totally get that. I remember I once posted this really daft poem about my cat on X, just on a whim.
Okay.
And loads of other cat people replied, sharing their own silly cat stories. It wasn't like great literature or anything, but it just made me feel so connected and understood. It was a small thing, but it genuinely brightened my day. Made me feel visible.
That's it right there. Sharing parts of yourself, your art, your thoughts, even your baking fails.
Oh, plenty of those.
It allows for this unique self-presentation. And when people respond positively, it fosters that feeling of being truly seen and understood.
It turns passive scrolling into something active and rewarding.
Exactly. Fulfills that basic human need for connection and self-expression in a modern way. The dark side. When social media harms your mental health.
Okay, so we've looked at the bright side, the real potential for good, but let's not sugarcoat it. Social media, used mindlessly, can be a real minefield for mental health.
Absolutely. It's not inherently evil, but the pitfalls are significant and pervasive. We need to be aware.
And the first big one, maybe the biggest, comparison culture. The thief of joy, as they say.
Couldn't agree more. You know the scene, right? You're scrolling, feeling okay, maybe just chilling at home.
Yeah.
Then bam! There's your friend's post from their incredible beach holiday. Perfect sunset, fancy drink, looking amazing.
While you're maybe looking at a pile of laundry.
Exactly. Or dishes in the sink. And suddenly, your perfectly okay evening feels less than, drab, boring.
Yes. That feeling.
That's comparison culture. And it's sneaky. It goes way beyond just body image, so that's a huge part of it.
It affects everything, doesn't it? Careers, relationships, how good a parent you think you are.
Everything. We're constantly measuring our behind-the-scenes reality against everyone else's curated highlight reel. It's exhausting.
And demoralizing.
And the research backs this up strongly. A 2019 study found teens spending over 3 hours a day on social media had a much higher risk of low self-esteem, body image issues.
And it's not just teens, right? Adults feel this too.
Oh, absolutely. We're just as vulnerable. But the crucial thing to remember, always, is that these perfect lives online, they're often constructed.
Filters, angles, staging.
All of it. Filters, editing, good lighting, maybe dozens of shots taken to get the perfect one. People rarely post the messy stuff.
The meltdowns, the failures, the boring bits.
Exactly. They don't post the argument they had 5 minutes before or the credit card bill that came afterward. Recognizing that it's a performance, a curated highlight reel. not the full picture that's so important. It's the first step to breaking free from that comparison spiral. We also tend to remember the flashy, positive images more easily. That's the availability heuristic. And we often assume other success is down to them being amazing, while our struggles are due to bad luck, the fundamental attribution error. It sets up an unfair comparison in our own heads.
That makes so much sense. Okay, another dark side. Doom scrolling. Hands up if you've lost an hour, maybe more, just scrolling through awful news story after awful news story.
Climate change, political chaos, social unrest.
Yeah, until you're completely convinced the world is ending, like right now.
That's doom scrolling. And it is terrible for anxiety.
It just ramps it right up.
Massively. Studies, like one from 2021, directly linked consuming tons of negative news on social media to higher anxiety and stress. This really spiked during the pandemic, understandably.
And the algorithms don't help, do they?
They often make it worse. They're designed to keep you engaged. And often what engages us? Strong emotions, outrage, fear.
So they feed you more of what upsets you.
Exactly. It keeps you hooked, even if it's making you feel powerless and overwhelmed. It can create this state of learned helplessness, bombarding you with problems you feel you can't fix.
I know that feeling. I remember one night just getting sucked into posts about a natural disaster somewhere. It was just endless scrolling.
Yeah.
And I felt this rising tide of just helplessness, despair almost. It wasn't until I physically put the phone down, went outside for a walk,
Disconnected.
that I realized how much I needed to step away. Doom scrolling doesn't help anyone, least of all you. It just makes you feel worse, traps you.
It really does. It fuels that sense of powerlessness. And very closely linked to that is FOMO, fear of missing out.
FOMO, that nagging feeling that everyone else is having way more fun, living a much better life.
While you're stuck doing something mundane.
Yeah. You see posts of parties you weren't at, amazing trips you can't afford, big career wins, and you just feel left out, sidelined.
Forgotten, almost.
Yeah.
And again, this isn't just a fleeting bad mood. Research from 2018 linked FOMO directly to higher levels of anxiety and depression, especially in young adults. Social media constantly shows us these curated glimpses of what others are doing, and it just fuels that feeling of, I'm missing out.
It's relentless.
It can be. It helps to remember that most of those perfect moments are just that moments. They're fleeting for the person posting too. They don't show the boring bits, the travel stress, the work that went into the career win. It's not the whole story.
It's the highlight reel again.
Always the highlight reel.
Speaking of time, let's be real. These platforms are designed to hook us, right? To be addictive.
Oh, 100%. It's intentional design. The notification sounds, the infinite scroll, the autoplay videos.
The little red dots.
Yes. All meticulously crafted to keep you engaged, keep you coming back, keep you scrolling for as long as possible. It's not your lack of willpower. It's sophisticated psychological design.
It's a time drain by design.
A massive one. Think about this. A 2023 report found the average person spends about 2.5 hours a day on social media.
2.5 hours every day.
Yep. Do the math, that's over 900 hours a year.
Wow. That's a lot of time.
It's a significant chunk of life. And the downsides of spending that much time are clear. Disrupted sleep is a big one.
The blue light thing.
Exactly. It messes with melatonin, your sleep hormone, makes it harder to fall asleep, stay asleep, get good quality rest. It can strain real-world relationships because your attention is always divided.
Right.
And it can lead to this general mental fog, making it hard to focus. You get attention residue. Part of your brain is still thinking about the last thing you saw online.
I definitely know that feeling. You look up from your phone and it's like, where did the last hour go? Just vanished.
Poof. Into the digital ether.
And lastly, on the dark side, we have to talk about cyberbullying and just general online toxicity. It's not always a friendly place out there.
Unfortunately, no. Anonymity can embolden some really unpleasant behavior. You've got outright cyberbullying, trolling, hostile comments, doxing. It can get really nasty.
And being targeted directly must be devastating.
Especially if you're already feeling vulnerable, it can be deeply hurtful. But even if you're not the direct target, just witnessing constant arguments, negativity, aggressive threads, that takes a toll too. It's mentally exhausting.
Just drains your energy.
Completely. Research confirms this. A 2020 study showed a clear link between experiencing or even just witnessing online harassment and increased stress and lower self-esteem. The toxic atmosphere itself is damaging.
Your mental health toolkit for the digital age.
Okay. So we've seen the good, we've seen the bad, and the sometimes ugly. The big question is, how do we actually navigate this? How do we get the benefits without letting it tank our mental health, steal our time, and make us feel bad?
It really boils down to finding balance and being intentional. It's about building your own mental health toolkit for this digital age.
Okay, tool number 1.
Curate your feed. Deliberately. Carefully.
Like, be the editor of your own online experience.
Exactly. Think of your feed as your mental diet. What you consume directly affects how you feel.
Makes sense.
So the most powerful first step, unfollow or mute accounts that consistently make you feel bad.
Ruthlessly.
Be ruthless. If an account triggers jealousy, insecurity, inadequacy, stress, just hit unfollow. That fitness influencer with the impossible standards, gone. The friend whose perfect life makes you feel rubbish, gone.
What if unfollowing feels too, I don't know, harsh?
Mute is your friend. It achieves the same goal, protecting your headspace without the potential social awkwardness. They won't know you've muted them.
Ah, good tip. So cut out the negative.
And actively cultivate the positive. Make an effort to follow accounts that genuinely bring you joy or inspiration or make you laugh.
Funny memes?
Sure. Or reputable mental health advocates sharing good advice. Creators who are authentic and promote self-acceptance. Whatever genuinely lifts you up.
Research supports this too, right? Seeing positive stuff online actually helps.
It does. A 2022 study showed that exposure to positive online content can measurably improve mood and well-being. So be the boss of your feed. Fill it with good stuff.
Be proactive, not just reactive.
That's the key. Take control of your digital environment. It's conscious self-care.
Okay, toolkit item number 2. Set time limits and actually stick to them.
This one can be tough, but it's crucial. We all know how easy it is to lose hours scrolling.
Yeah, just 5 more minutes turns into an hour.
Exactly. So you need firm boundaries. Use the tools available. Most phones have built-in screen time trackers now. Use them. Set a daily limit for social media apps, maybe an hour total. Be realistic, but firm.
And if the built-in ones aren't enough,
There are third-party apps like Freedom or Stay Focused. They can actually block distracting sites and apps once your time is up. A bit more hardcore, but effective if you need it.
okay. And the bedtime rule.
Definitely enforce a no screens before bed rule, or at least no social media. That blue light really does mess with your sleep hormones, your melatonin.
Makes it harder to wind down.
Much harder. That 2019 study linked pre-bed screen time directly to poorer sleep. Give your brain a break before trying to sleep. It makes a big difference.
Okay. Curate the feed, set time limits. What's next?
Embrace the digital detox. Take breaks.
Sounds scary.
Haha. It can feel like it. But think of it as hitting a reset button for your brain. A mental cleanse.
How long are we talking?
Start small if you need to. A screen-free evening once a week. A social media-free Sunday.
Okay. Do it.
Then maybe try a weekend. Or, if you're feeling brave, a whole week. The point is to use that time consciously. Reconnect with yourself or with people in person.
Read a book, go for a walk, cook something nice.
Exactly. Journal, meditate, do a hobby, just sit quietly. Let your brain decompress from the constant digital input.
Does it actually help?
Research says yes. A 2021 study found even short breaks can significantly reduce stress, improve focus, and lessen depressive symptoms. It lets your brain recover.
I actually tried a 3-day detox once. Just completely off everything.
How was it?
Honestly, amazing. I felt so much clearer, more present. It was surprisingly refreshing. Highly recommend trying it.
See, it works. Okay, next tool. Engage with intention.
Meaning, don't just scroll passively.
Exactly. Mindless scrolling is often unsatisfying and can even make you feel worse. Aim for active, meaningful engagement instead.
Like actually commenting on things.
Yeah.
Sharing stuff.
Yes. Comment thoughtfully on a friend's post. Share something that genuinely resonated with you. Participate constructively in a group discussion you care about.
Quality over quantity.
Precisely. Active engagement fosters real connection, which is far more rewarding than just racking up likes. A 2018 study found that meaningful interactions, like having a proper chat via DM, boost well-being much more than passive scrolling does. Build relationships, don't just consume content.
Yeah, that makes sense. Cool. What else is in the toolkit?
Check in with your emotions before you open the app.
Like, take a beat first.
Yeah, just pause for a second. Ask yourself, how am I actually feeling right now?
Why does that help?
Because it helps you make a conscious choice. If you're already feeling stressed, anxious, maybe a bit down, is diving into the potentially triggering world of social media the best move right then? Maybe not.
It could make it worse.
It often does. Maybe a mindfulness app, some calming music, or a quick walk outside would be more helpful in that moment.
So don't use it as an emotional crutch if you're already feeling low.
Exactly. That's how you end up doom scrolling at midnight or falling into comparison traps when you're vulnerable. Recognize your emotional state first. It's about self-regulation.
Okay, final tool. Protect yourself from the nasty stuff.
Yes. Acknowledge that toxicity exists online. Trolls, negativity, they're out there.
You can't always avoid it.
But you don't have to tolerate it. Use the tools. Block, mute, report. Don't hesitate.
Don't engage with trolls.
Definitely not. It's rarely productive and just drains your energy. If a discussion gets heated or toxic, just step away. Protect your peace.
What about if you share something vulnerable yourself?
Consider turning off comments on that post if you're worried about negative feedback. It's a way to safeguard yourself. Ultimately, your mental health comes first. You have the right to curate a safe and respectful online space for yourself. The bigger picture, social media's societal impact and algorithms.
Okay, so those individual tools are super important, but let's zoom out again. How does all this affect society, and what about those algorithms really running the show?
Right. Social media isn't just personal, it has huge societal implications. It's a massive amplifier.
For good and bad.
Exactly. On the plus side, it's been incredible for raising mental health awareness, reducing stigma. Think about public figures sharing their struggles. That normalizes it for millions. Hashtags connect people globally, sharing resources and support.
That's definitely powerful.
But the flip side is just as powerful. Misinformation spreads like wildfire. Bogus health cures, dangerous trends or challenges.
And the platforms struggle to control it.
They do. And the algorithms often play a role here too. They're usually designed to maximize engagement, not necessarily accuracy or safety.
So outrageous stuff gets pushed more.
Often, yes. Sensationalist, emotionally charged content, positive or negative, tends to get more interaction, so the algorithm shows it to more people. Credible, nuanced information might get buried.
Which puts the responsibility back on us, the users.
To a large extent, yes. We need to be critical consumers, check sources, question claims, and consciously choose to amplify credible, compassionate voices.
And push for better systems.
Absolutely. We need healthier digital spaces overall, better content moderation, algorithms designed with well-being in mind, not just engagement, more focus on authenticity.
Are platforms moving that way at all? It feels slow.
It is slow, but we are seeing some movement. Experiments with hiding like counts, adding mental health resource prompts. There are baby steps, but they show some acknowledgement of the problem. Real change takes time and pressure.
And within this big picture, teens are a special focus, aren't they? They seem particularly vulnerable.
They really are. It's such a critical developmental stage, figuring out who you are, navigating peer pressure, body image, and social media adds this intense layer where likes and followers can feel like a direct measure of your worth.
That sounds incredibly stressful.
It is, and research confirms the risks. A 2023 report linked heavy teen social media use to higher rates of anxiety, depression, self-harm. The correlation is concerning.
So what can adults do? Parents, teachers?
Open communication is vital. Talk non-judgmentally about their online lives. Teach critical thinking skills, how to spot misinformation, understand curated images, emphasize the importance of real-world connections, encourage offline hobbies and friendships.
Digital literacy in schools helps too.
Definitely. It's great that schools are increasingly teaching these skills. It's essential for navigating the modern world.
And parents need to model good behavior too.
Oh, absolutely. Put your own phone down during family time, set household screen rules. Kids learn by watching.
Okay, let's circle back to the algorithms. You called them puppet masters earlier. Friend or foe?
Huh. Maybe frenemy. They are powerful, unseen forces shaping our experience. They learn what keeps you scrolling and feed you more of it.
So they can lead you down rabbit holes.
They can. They amplify emotional content because it works. It gets reactions. This can push you into echo chambers, reinforcing your existing views and making it harder to see other perspectives.
Or keep feeding you stressful news if you click on it.
Exactly. Or flood you with images that trigger body image issues. They're optimizing for engagement time, not necessarily for your well-being. A 2021 article really dug into how they amplify emotional stuff to keep you hooked.
So is it possible to outsmart them? To get some control back?
Yes. It comes back to being intentional with your interactions. The algorithm learns from you.
So if I interact with positive stuff,
it will learn to show you more positive stuff, like funny videos, engage with them, like inspiring posts, comment on them, share things that make you feel good.
And ignore the negative, or at least don't engage.
Precisely. If you click on every outrage piece, share every angry rant, you're telling the algorithm, more of this, please.
Even if it makes you miserable.
Even if it makes you miserable. So be conscious of where you put your clicks, your likes, your comments, your time. You can train your algorithm to create a better experience for yourself. You really can notice the difference. Real life stories and a healthier digital future.
That's really empowering to hear. Okay, let's make this even more real. Let's talk about some actual people's experiences. Like Jake, 22, a student. He had a tough time during exams.
Right, he mentioned getting sucked into TikTok, started looking for study tips.
But ended up watching endless day-in-the-life videos of these super organized students. And it just made him feel totally inadequate, like he was failing.
That comparison trap again.
Yeah, he said setting a strict 30-minute timer for the app was a game changer. Helped him break the cycle and focus. It shows how easily passive scrolling can undermine you.
Absolutely. Then there was Maria, 35, a new mom. She found a lifeline in a private Facebook group for postpartum depression.
She called it a safe space, right? No judgment.
Exactly. A place to vent, get real coping strategies, feel less alone during a really tough time. It highlights that community aspect we talked about, finding targeted support.
And Aiden, the teenager who dealt with cyberbullying on Snapchat?
A really difficult situation. But talking to his school counselor helped him take action blocking reporting.
And he learned to curate his feed, right?
Yeah.
Only following friends and things that made him happy.
Yes, taking back control. These stories, they're all different, but the lesson is the same. Social media's impact isn't fixed. It depends hugely on how you use it, your choices, your boundaries, your awareness. It can lift you up or it can pull you down.
So looking ahead, this relationship between us and social media, it's going to keep changing, evolving.
Definitely. It's a dynamic space.
Yeah.
And platforms are slowly, maybe reluctantly, starting to acknowledge their role in well-being. We see things like Instagram's Take a Break, reminders, X adding mental health resources. They're small steps, but they show a shift.
But the real power lies with us, doesn't it? The users.
Ultimately, yes. Significant change starts with individual actions, setting those boundaries, curating those feeds, prioritizing real life, making conscious choices every day.
And maybe even pushing for bigger changes.
Absolutely. If you feel strongly about this, consider getting involved in advocacy for more ethical technology, supporting calls for algorithm transparency, better mental health features built into platforms, designs that value well-being over just grabbing our attention.
How can people do that?
Join online conversations, support organizations working on humane tech, educate people around you. Every voice adds to the pressure for a healthier digital environment. Outro.
Okay, so wrapping up this deep dive, social media, it's messy, it's complicated, it's powerful, it connects us, inspires us, makes us laugh, but yeah, it can also stress us out, fuel self-doubt, become a massive time sink if we let it. But the main takeaway, the really empowering thing is, you're in control, you're in the driver's seat.
You have agency.
Yes, you can make it work for you. Curate that feed, set those boundaries, check in with yourself emotionally. Always remember, your mental health matters most. Protect it.
So maybe a final thought for everyone listening. What's your social media story? How do you navigate it? And with one small step you can take, maybe starting today, to keep your headspace healthier in this digital age?
That's a great question to reflect on. And hey, if you found this deep dive helpful, if it gave you something to think about, please do remember to like, share, and subscribe to the Learn English Lab YouTube channel. Let's keep this important conversation going. Thanks for tuning in. Hello, welcome to the Learn English Lab. Today we're diving deep into a topic that's, well, truly reshaping our world. ChatGPT and the future of education. Imagine this for a moment. A student staring at a math problem, completely stuck, feeling that familiar nod of frustration. Or maybe a dedicated teacher late at night trying to craft 5 engaging lessons while battling, creative block and just sheer exhaustion. And what about the parent trying to help with an essay, being really careful not to accidentally write it for their child? Does any of that sound familiar? Well, what if there was something, or maybe even someone, that could genuinely offer a helping hand in all those scenarios? That something is ChatGPT. And look, this isn't just some fleeting tech trend. It's a powerful AI tool that's actively transforming how we learn, how we teach, and even how we approach critical thinking. Our mission for this deep dive is basically to unpack exactly how ChatGPT is making its mark on the educational landscape. We want to give you a real shortcut to being well informed on this pivotal subject. We'll explore how teachers and students are putting it to use, how it's influencing school structures and even exams, touch on the important ethical considerations like data privacy and potential bias, and most importantly, how we can all adapt to this entirely new chapter in learning. We promise to keep things clear, conversational, and honest, focusing on how we can use these powerful new tools effectively with both curiosity and care. Okay, let's unpack this.
What's truly fascinating here is how this deep dive will connect the dots between past educational practices and the incredibly revolutionary shifts happening right now. It's really vital to understand this transition from what was often a traditional, maybe one-size-fits-all learning environment to an AI-powered future that offers a level of personalization we've simply never seen before. The implications, well, they're profound for every single aspect of education.
Profound indeed. And it almost makes me wonder, given that profound shift, how well equipped were we, or even are we, to handle something so revolutionary? Before we plunge headfirst into the exciting realm of AI-powered classrooms, let's take a moment and rewind. What did learning actually look like just a couple of decades ago? Not that long ago, education was very much a world defined by chalkboards, thick textbooks, those brightly colored highlighters, and those ubiquitous handwritten notes. It was incredibly hands-on, very teacher-led, and if we're being honest, often felt like a one-size-fits-all approach. There were no instant answers, no personalized help available at 2 a.m. It was often just you, a pile of books, and maybe a very stressed out tutor. If you visualize a classroom from, say, 20 years ago, you'd probably see a teacher at the front, students typically in neat rows, and that ever-present clock ticking on the wall, the main tools. Chalk, maybe an overhead projector, paper worksheets, and those heavy printed textbooks. Learning was largely lecture-based, meaning teachers spoke and students hopefully listened. Study was textbook-driven, so everyone read the very same chapters, regardless of how quickly or slowly they grasped the material. Homework was a daily ritual, meticulously graded by hand. And of course, exams were king. Your entire grade often hinged on how well you performed in those timed, high-pressure tests. For some students, this system worked quite well. But for many others, it often felt like trying to, force a square peg into a round hole.
Yeah, and if we connect this to the bigger picture, it becomes clear why, despite the incredible dedication of human teachers, the older system simply wasn't perfect for everyone. It was exceedingly difficult to personalize the learning experience for a large classroom of students with diverse needs. I mean, think about the inherent limitations of human teachers. They can't be available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's just impossible. They can't magically explain a concept in 100 different ways on demand, tailored to each student's unique processing style. And it's a truly formidable challenge to adjust their teaching style individually for a class of 30 or sometimes even more students simultaneously.
Right, 30 different learning styles, 30 different speeds.
Exactly. The traditional classroom, with its inherent structural limitations, it just wasn't designed for the fast-paced, hyper-digital world we inhabit today. This really sets the stage for why new tools became not just helpful, but genuinely necessary.
Speaking of tools, the idea of technology in education isn't new at all, is it? Before we had something as sophisticated as ChatGPT, we had calculators, and believe it or not, they were incredibly revolutionary in their time. It's easy to forget, but when calculators first started appearing in schools in the 1970s and 80s, they caused quite a stir. Some people were genuinely worried they would make students lazy and unable to perform basic arithmetic. Sound familiar? Others, however, argued that these devices would free students from tedious calculations, allowing them to focus on the deeper understanding of how math works, on the concepts themselves. That debate really parallels some of the discussions we're having today about AI, doesn't it?
It absolutely does. The same anxieties, the same hopes.
So fast forward a few decades, and we've seen wave after wave of technology hit education. We saw computers introduced into classrooms, internet access becoming commonplace for research, smart boards replacing chalkboards, and some schools, a laptop for every student. We also saw the rise of online learning platforms like Coursera, Khan Academy, big names. These tools were certainly digital, and they helped a great deal, especially during unprecedented times like the COVID-19 pandemic, when online learning suddenly became essential. But even then, these tools weren't truly smart. They were resources. They couldn't genuinely understand your questions, adapt to your specific learning style, or have a real conversation with you. They provided content, but they didn't offer that interactive companionship.
And this really brings into focus what artificial intelligence, or AI, actually is, and how it progressed to something like ChatGPT. Simply put, AI is when computers perform tasks that typically require human intelligence, things like understanding natural language, recognizing intricate patterns, or solving complex problems. Early applications of AI in education were definitely present, but they were far more rudimentary. We saw things like auto-grading systems for multiple-choice tests, basic spelling correctors, maybe some adaptive quizzes that could adjust difficulty based on performance. But these tools weren't intelligent in the way we now perceive ChatGPT. They essentially followed pre-programmed scripts. They couldn't genuinely think or create new content or engage in a fluid, dynamic conversation.
So they were more like advanced vending machines for information, maybe.
Sort of, yeah. A stepping stone towards true conversational AI was the rise of chatbots in the late 2010s. You probably encountered them on websites asking, "How can I help you today?" Some educational apps began to integrate chatbot-like features to answer specific questions or guide users. While this was, a cool development, it was still quite limited in scope. The underlying dream, though, was a bot that could truly understand you, respond in a nuanced way like an effective teacher, and guide you through learning material like a patient, ever-present tutor. Then, in late 2022, that pivotal moment arrived when OpenAI launched ChatGPT. People were genuinely astonished. It wasn't just another chatbot. Its capabilities were groundbreaking. It could write entire essays, solve complex math problems while providing step-by-step explanations, generate detailed lesson plans, offer support, communicate fluently in multiple languages, and even adapt its tone and personality to suit the user's needs. What truly distinguished it was its conversational nature. It genuinely felt like interacting with a highly intelligent, polite, and endlessly patient individual.
Like a real learning partner.
Exactly. In essence, ChatGPT transcended being merely a tool. It emerged as a true learning partner. This shift from simple calculators to search engines, then to online courses, and finally to AI like ChatGPT that helps us think, write, question, solve, and reflect. Well, it's nothing short of a revolution in how we approach education.
So let's demystify ChatGPT a bit further. What is it truly? In the most straightforward terms, it's an AI-powered chatbot you can simply talk to, almost like texting an incredibly smart friend who seems to know virtually everything. The GPT part of its name simply tells us two things that make it so powerful. Generative means it creates new responses. It's not just copying or recalling. Think of it like a chef inventing new recipes, maybe.
That's a good analogy.
And pre-trained means it's learned from a massive amount of information, basically, the entire internet. So it's seen countless conversations, articles, and books, which is how it knows how to talk back to you so naturally. The transformer part is the advanced brain behind it, helping it understand your questions and craft those surprisingly human-like answers. So in short, it's a super smart digital assistant ready to help you learn. So how does it actually work? Imagine you type something like, "Explain the French Revolution in simple terms." ChatGPT then processes your request and quickly replies with something like, "The French Revolution began in 1789 when the people of France decided they had enough of the king's unfair rules." Is it magic? Not quite.
Not quite, no. What it's doing is leveraging an enormous amount of training data and the patterns it has identified within it to predict the most appropriate and coherent response to your query. It's important to understand that it doesn't think in the way a human does, with consciousness or genuine understanding. Instead, it simulates human conversation incredibly well.
Simulates, right?
It's not alive, and it doesn't know things in the same way we do, but it can produce text that is remarkably coherent and often very helpful.
Okay, so given that, what makes it so useful for education specifically?
The benefits are quite clear for students, teachers, and even parents. Firstly, it offers instant help. You no longer have to wait for a teacher's office hours or for a tutor to become available. Help is right there. Secondly, it explains things with exceptional clarity, often cutting through jargon to deliver information in plain, understandable language. Thirdly, it provides truly customizable learning experiences. You can ask it to explain this concept like I'm 10 years old, or make it sound humorous, or provide an example relevant to sports. It just adapts. It never judges, allowing you to ask any question without embarrassment, which is huge for learners.
Huge, yeah. The fear of looking silly.
Exactly. And finally, it possesses endless patience. It will never grow tired or annoyed, no matter how many times you ask it to re-explain something. For learners, this is akin to having a personal tutor who is always at your beck and call. For teachers, it serves as an invaluable tool for brainstorming ideas, planning lessons, and simplifying complex concepts for diverse student needs. And for parents, well, it's a reliable backup teacher during those challenging homework sessions.
But it's not perfect, right? There must be limitations.
Oh, absolutely. It is crucial to discuss its limitations. While incredibly powerful, ChatGPT is not infallible. It can, at times, confidently provide incorrect or misleading answers, sometimes called hallucinations. Furthermore, it generally can't access real-time data or information beyond its last training cutoff, though plugins are changing that somewhat. It also lacks deep emotional understanding and empathy. It cannot truly grasp the nuances of human emotion or provide the kind of heartfelt support a human mentor can. And fundamentally, it does not and cannot replace the essential role of human teachers or mentors. That's key.
So a powerful assistant, not a replacement.
Precisely. Think of it as an extraordinarily powerful assistant, a tool that augments human capabilities rather than a replacement for critical thinking, dedicated study, or genuine human connection in the learning process.
We've looked at where we came from, but now the obvious question is why now? Why this moment? Was it just like a convergence of factors that made AI's impact on education not just possible, but almost inevitable?
That's a fantastic question. And you're right, it's not just one factor. It's truly a perfect storm of about 5 key shifts that converge to push AI into the educational spotlight right now. First, technology is everywhere. The widespread adoption of smartphones, reliable Wi-Fi, affordable laptops, pervasive cloud computing, it's made it easier than ever to connect, learn, and create. Even students in remote villages might now access digital learning materials. The technological foundation was already firmly in place. We just needed a tool like ChatGPT to activate it in a much smarter, more interactive way.
Right, the infrastructure was waiting.
Exactly. Second, the undeniable COVID-19 effect. When schools around the globe suddenly closed their doors in 2020, the world was forced into an urgent, rapid adaptation. Teachers became adept at instructing via Zoom, parents found themselves unexpectedly stepping into the role of part-time educators, and students often struggled with motivation and engagement from home. The pandemic starkly revealed an urgent need for flexible, digital, on-demand learning tools that could bridge these gaps. That's when the educational world collectively realized, we desperately need help, and perhaps AI can provide it.
That makes sense. And the third factor that really opened the door, students want personalized learning. We all know that no two students learn in exactly the same way. One might naturally excel at math, while another finds it a constant struggle. One student might learn best by listening, while another thrives through hands-on activities. Yet traditional classrooms often face immense challenges in meeting every individual student's unique needs simultaneously. This is where ChatGPT truly shines. It can adapt, explain, rephrase, and adjust its approach to each learner in real time, catering to their specific pace and style.
Absolutely. Then, the fourth shift. AI finally became truly useful. Artificial intelligence has been around for many years, but for a long time it was often clunky, awkward, or very limited in its practical applications. Then came the breakthrough with OpenAI and its advanced GPT models. Suddenly, the AI's responses were remarkably natural, the tone was friendly and approachable, and the ideas it generated were genuinely creative and clear. That was the real wow moment, the point at which AI moved from a theoretical concept to an incredibly powerful, user-friendly tool.
The usability threshold was crossed.
Right. And fifth, the world is changing fast. Today's students aren't just expected to memorize facts, they are being prepared for jobs that, in many cases, don't even exist yet. This demanding future requires advanced creative thinking, robust problem-solving skills, fluent technological literacy, and profound adaptability. In this context, AI is no longer just a fancy new tool, it is an integral part of the world these students are growing up in. Learning to effectively interact with and leverage AI is fast becoming a fundamental necessity for navigating their future.
So all these things coming together.
Exactly. If we connect this to the bigger picture, it becomes evident that this confluence of factors, the pervasive tech infrastructure, the urgent lessons from the pandemic, the inherent demand for personalized learning, the dramatic leap in AI's usability, and the rapidly evolving demands of the modern world created a perfect storm. This made AI's profound impact on education not only inevitable, but also absolutely essential. The door is now unequivocally wide open, inviting us to fundamentally change not just what we teach, but also how we teach, who gets access to quality education, and ultimately what is possible within the realm of learning. This isn't a minor adjustment, it really is a redefinition of educational practice.
You might initially think that ChatGPT is primarily a tool for students. But here's something I found really surprising, and I think you will too. Teachers are extensively using it, and by all accounts, they're finding it incredibly beneficial. From designing comprehensive lesson plans to providing nuanced feedback on student papers, educators are discovering that ChatGPT can help them achieve more, do it faster, and significantly reduce the risk of burnout. It's becoming a true super teaching duo partner for them. Let's look at some of the practical ways teachers are integrating ChatGPT into their daily routines right now. One key area is content creation and differentiation. Time is arguably a teacher's most precious resource, and ChatGPT is giving some of that invaluable time back. Instead of spending hours meticulously crafting a lesson from scratch, the teacher can simply input a prompt like, create a 45-minute lesson plan on the water cycle for 6th grade students. And almost instantly, ChatGPT delivers a structured outline, complete with learning objectives, engaging activities, maybe even thought-provoking follow-up questions. Teachers can then easily review, tweak, and personalize this generated content to fit their specific classroom needs and teaching style. This capability saves hours, sparks new ideas, and greatly assists with differentiating instruction for diverse learners.
It's a huge time saver.
Huge. Similarly, teachers can ask it to generate original writing prompts, develop reading comprehension questions, or even construct quizzes complete with answer keys. It's not replacing a teacher's creativity, it's enhancing it.
And expanding on these applications, ChatGPT also offers significant support for teachers in other critical areas. Another is supporting diverse learners. For students who are learning English or who have other learning needs, ChatGPT can be an invaluable asset. Teachers can prompt it to translate complex instructions, simplify challenging scientific or historical passages, or rephrase ideas in more accessible language. For instance, a teacher could ask, rephrase the science paragraph for a student reading at a 5th grade level, or even explain this concept in both English and Spanish. This functions almost like having a multilingual co-teacher in the classroom, bridging communication gaps and fostering greater comprehension.
Wow, that's powerful.
It really is. Furthermore, ChatGPT can significantly assist in providing feedback for student work. The task of providing personalized, insightful feedback on student essays or projects can be incredibly time-consuming for teachers. A teacher might input a student's paragraph and ask, provide constructive feedback on this paragraph's structure, clarity, and grammar. The AI can instantly generate detailed suggestions, which the teacher then reviews, edits, and personalizes before delivering it to the student. This dramatically reduces the heavy lifting of initial analysis without removing the crucial human judgment and voice of the teacher.
So it's like a first draft of feedback.
Kind of, yeah. A very detailed first draft. It can also act as a private professional reflection partner. Teachers can use it as a non-judgmental sounding board to brainstorm classroom management strategies, like how can I handle classroom management for hyperactive students, or give me creative ideas for building classroom community. But it is essential to include some caveats regarding AI's use by teachers. While incredibly helpful, ChatGPT is not without its limitations. It may occasionally make factual mistakes, and it might not always align perfectly with very specific local curriculum standards. You still need to check that. Furthermore, it cannot, by its nature, truly know the individual nuanced needs of every single student in a classroom.
Right, doesn't know the kid personally.
Yeah, exactly. Therefore, human judgment remains absolutely crucial. ChatGPT should always be seen as a powerful partner, a supportive assistant, but never a full replacement for the experienced and empathetic human teacher.
Okay, let's delve deeper into one of those critical areas for teachers: lesson planning. We all know the immense time crunch that educators face. Planning engaging and effective lessons can be overwhelming, especially when you're juggling multiple classes and extracurriculars. But with ChatGPT, teachers are no longer working in isolation. AI is truly making lesson planning significantly more efficient, smarter, and considerably easier. Imagine you're a high school teacher and you need to plan a lesson on climate change. You can simply ask ChatGPT, create a 45-minute lesson plan on climate change for 10th grade students, including a short activity and 3 discussion questions. In a matter of seconds, ChatGPT might respond with a detailed structure. This could include a clear objective, like students will understand the causes and effects of climate change. It could suggest a warm-up, maybe a quick quiz on common climate myths. For the core lesson, it might propose a brief lecture combined with a relevant video suggestion. For an activity, it could suggest a group brainstorming session focused on solutions to climate change. And finally, for the wrap-up, it might prompt reflective writing and a classroom discussion. The result: a comprehensive, ready-to-use lesson plan generated almost instantly. This gives the teacher a fantastic starting point that they can then refine and adapt.
And what's truly powerful here is the ability for teachers to customize these plans by grade level, subject matter, or even teaching style with remarkable ease. You can take that initial climate change lesson plan and immediately prompt ChatGPT to make this suitable for 5th graders, or add a hands-on science experiment, or make it culturally responsive for a diverse classroom.
So you can iterate on it really quickly.
Instantly. It truly is like having a full-time curriculum designer at your fingertips. Beyond single lessons, ChatGPT is capable of generating ideas for entire units or thematic weeks. Imagine asking it, design a 3-week unit on environmental sustainability for middle schoolers. It will return comprehensive ideas for each week, align them with key educational standards, offer project suggestions, and even propose assessment methods. While ChatGPT dramatically reduces the preparation time and boosts inspiration, it's vital to remember that lesson planning remains an inherently human task. The final plan must always adhere to local curriculum guidelines, genuinely meet the specific needs of real students in the classroom, and align seamlessly with the teacher's individual teaching style and the overall school culture.
Right, the AI provides the skeleton, the teacher adds the flesh and blood.
A good way to put it. The AI provides the foundation, but the human touch builds the bridge to effective learning.
Now let's talk about students and one of the most exciting applications: AI tutoring. We know that not every student has the privilege of affording a private tutor. Not every parent has the time in their busy schedules to meticulously help with every homework assignment. And even the most dedicated teachers have limited hours for after-school support. This is precisely where ChatGPT steps in, acting as a free, instant, and on-demand tutor, available 24/7. Students are using it in incredibly practical ways. For example, a student struggling with math can simply ask, "Can you explain algebra to me?" Or a literature student might say, "Help me understand the theme of this story." For those wrestling with complex subjects, they can prompt, "I don't get this physics problem. Can you walk me through it step by step?" ChatGPT responds with clear, friendly explanations, and if the student still doesn't quite grasp it, it's endlessly patient and willing to try explaining it in a different way, as many times as needed.
And this capacity for custom support truly facilitates differentiation on demand for a variety of learning styles. Students can specify, "Explain it like I'm 12 years old," or use a real-life example to illustrate this, or even make it visual for me. They can even request, can you turn this concept into a poem or a song? This level of customization allows the AI to tailor its explanations to the individual learner's preferences and cognitive style.
That's amazing personalization.
It is. Moreover, ChatGPT offers invaluable help for struggling and neurodiverse learners. It can break down complex instructions into smaller, manageable steps, use simplified language, and repeat answers without any hint of frustration. It can also provide a steady stream of emotional encouragement, which can be particularly beneficial for students dealing with ADHD, dyslexia, or anxiety, reducing their feelings of overwhelm. When it comes to homework help, the emphasis is on promoting understanding rather than simply providing answers. Students are encouraged to phrase their requests like, help me understand how to solve this problem. Don't just give me the answer.
That's the key difference, isn't it? Learning versus just getting the answer.
Absolutely. This is key. When used correctly, ChatGPT actively promotes genuine comprehension, preventing shortcuts that might pass true learning. However, a crucial caution needs to be voiced. Students must avoid letting the AI replace their own thinking. This means refraining from copying entire essays, using AI-generated content without truly reading or comprehending it, or relying on it to perform all their intellectual heavy lifting. The most effective results, and indeed the true goal, come when students leverage ChatGPT as a tool to learn, not as a means to cheat. The ethical line here is clear and vital for fostering genuine educational growth.
Let's pivot to another area where AI is making waves. Feedback and grading. I remember when I was in school, getting feedback felt like waiting ages. This instant feedback must feel revolutionary for teachers. Imagine being a teacher with 100 essays to grade. That's not just hours, but often days of intensive reading, commenting, evaluating. It's an exhausting process. With ChatGPT, teachers can now say, provide feedback on this paragraph's structure, clarity, and grammar. The AI can instantly generate suggestions and edits, providing a comprehensive first pass that the teacher then reviews, edits, and personalizes. This saves an enormous amount of time without in any way removing the teacher's crucial voice or expertise from the feedback process.
And it can be consistent, which is helpful.
Yeah, good point. What's more, rubrics can be integrated with AI to facilitate faster and potentially fairer grading. Teachers can input a specific rubric, for instance. Grade this 5th grade persuasive essay using a 4-point rubric for organization, clarity, evidence, and mechanics. Again, the final judgment and the nuanced interpretation remain entirely human, but the baseline evaluation and initial assessment become significantly faster and more efficient.
Furthermore, AI can contribute to preventing bias in grading, potentially. We know that human graders can sometimes be influenced by fatigue, distraction, or even subconscious biases related to handwriting or a student's name. ChatGPT, when used appropriately, can offer a neutral first pass at an assignment, which could support a more objective and fairer grading process. The AI can also quickly suggest personalized next steps for student growth. For example, a teacher could ask, suggest 3 specific ways the student can improve their essay writing based on this draft. This generates actionable, personalized feedback in mere seconds.
But there have to be limits here too, right? Can it really grade?
That's the crucial question. There are important limitations to AI grading that must be acknowledged. AI doesn't always fully grasp creativity or subtle nuances in student work. It might miss critical context or cultural relevance that a human teacher would immediately understand. Crucially, it lacks emotional insight. It cannot comprehend the personal struggles or triumphs that might be reflected in a student's writing.
So it can't read between the lines.
Exactly. Therefore, AI should never be used for final grading without thorough human review. It is best understood as a powerful grading assistant, a helpful tool that streamlines the process, but certainly not a grading robot capable of independent, nuanced judgment.
Okay, moving on. ChatGPT is also transforming classroom discussions, preparing students for deeper conversations, debates, and moments of real discovery. How does that work? It can act like a simulated conversation partner, which is invaluable for helping students prepare for high-stakes scenarios like formal debates, Socratic seminars, or even mock interviews. Think about how students can use it. They might prompt it to play devil's advocate for this particular issue, forcing them to consider opposing viewpoints. Or pretend to be a historical figure like Abraham Lincoln and argue your case for maintaining the Union. This allows students to practice critical thinking by engaging with an AI that respectfully challenges their assumptions and arguments, fostering a more robust understanding of complex topics.
And this functionality significantly aids in developing specific critical thinking skills. By interacting with the AI, students learn to practice active listening and develop probing questions. They can ask, what exactly do you mean by that point? Or, can you provide a specific example to illustrate your argument? Or, what's the evidence supporting that claim? ChatGPT will respond, giving students low-pressure, consequence-free practice for real-world conversations and intellectual exchanges.
That's especially good for quieter students, I imagine.
Absolutely. This is especially beneficial for shy students or those who are still mastering a language. It provides a safe, judgment-free space where they can rehearse their points, build confidence in expressing their ideas, and test out arguments before speaking up in front of their peers in class. It removes the fear of public speaking or making mistakes, allowing for more robust preparation.
And when it comes to project-based learning, or PBL, AI truly feels like a match made in educational heaven. PBL is all about fostering creativity, promoting teamwork, and developing real-world skills through hands-on projects. ChatGPT can support students at virtually every step of this process. It can help with initial brainstorming to choose a topic, assist with researching sources, help create structured outlines, and even aid in writing scripts, emails, or reports. It's also fantastic for practicing presentations, allowing students to refine their delivery before the big day. For instance, in a history project recreating a historical trial, ChatGPT can role-play different historical figures, allowing students to practice their arguments or even help them script the dialogue for their characters.
The collaborative potential of ChatGPT in project-based learning is also immense. Students can use it together as a group to divide tasks more efficiently, to get immediate feedback on different components of their project, or even to help settle minor debates among team members by providing neutral, data-driven insights. In simulations, they can even assign ChatGPT a specific role, like pretending to be a challenging customer or a skeptical investor, adding a layer of realism to their project work.
So it makes the projects feel more real.
It can, yeah. Ultimately, AI helps students transition much faster from the initial idea generation phase to actual execution. This acceleration keeps energy levels high, maintains engagement, and most importantly, facilitates deeper learning by allowing students to spend more time on the creative and critical aspects of their projects rather than getting bogged down in logistical or foundational tasks.
Beyond projects, imagine having a study partner who is smart, infinitely patient, always awake, never tired of your questions, and available 24/7. That's essentially what ChatGPT has become for millions of students globally, a dedicated study buddy that never gets annoyed and is perpetually ready to assist. Students are leveraging it across virtually every subject imaginable to study smarter, not just harder. For instance, in English and literature, they might ask, explain the main theme of To Kill a Mockingbird, or what's a strong thesis statement for an essay about identity? For science, questions like, help me understand photosynthesis are common, as is, explain this experiment step by step. In math, students can prompt, show me how to solve this specific equation, or why is the quadratic formula actually used? This immediate tailored support is transforming how students approach their studies.
But it's not just about getting answers. It's about students becoming genuinely better learners through their interaction with AI. ChatGPT can facilitate more effective study techniques. For instance, students can implement spaced repetition by asking, quiz me every 5 minutes on this topic until I get it. They can practice active recall by prompting, ask me 10 questions about the digestive system after I finish reading this chapter. They can even ask for help creating mnemonic devices. Help me memorize the periodic table with rhymes or visualize concepts. Describe the water cycle as a story or animation.
So it helps them learn how to learn.
In many ways, yes. The AI's adaptability means it can cater to your preferred learning method, making study sessions far more effective. Furthermore, ChatGPT can be an excellent organizational tool for study planning. You can literally ask it to create a 4-week study schedule for my upcoming chemistry exam, and it will generate a detailed day-by-day breakdown complete with goals, specific tasks, and review tips. It's like having a personal academic coach at no cost. The crucial tip here, however, remains the same. Use AI to learn to deepen your understanding and engage more effectively with the material, not to avoid the learning process itself.
Right, don't do.
Precisely. Students should always aim to ask ChatGPT to guide them, rather than simply doing the work for them. This distinction is vital for genuine growth.
Let's address something very real that many students face: homework anxiety. Have you ever just stared at a blank page or a difficult problem, feeling completely paralyzed? That familiar feeling of, I don't know where to start, or what if my answer is totally wrong? Or even the embarrassment of feeling like you're the only one who needs help. Homework anxiety is a widespread struggle affecting millions of students, but ChatGPT is genuinely starting to change that. It provides a judgment-free zone. Students can type in phrases like, I don't understand this word problem at all, or can you please explain it to me really slowly, or what's just a first sentence I could write for this essay? And every single time, ChatGPT responds calmly, kindly, and with absolute clarity. There's no pressure, no fear of being judged, and no grading involved, just pure, unadulterated support.
And this approach effectively coaches students through the learning process. Instead of just giving answers, ChatGPT can help by breaking down difficult questions into manageable parts, asking guiding questions that nudge the student toward the solution, providing examples to build confidence, and assisting with brainstorming and organizing ideas. Consider this dialogue example. A student asks, "How do I start my essay?" ChatGPT might respond with, "Try beginning with a captivating question or a strong, debatable opinion. What are your initial thoughts or feelings about the topic?" Suddenly, that intimidating blank page becomes far less daunting.
It lowers the barrier to starting.
Exactly. This is particularly helpful for students with learning challenges such as ADHD, dyslexia, or executive function issues, who often struggle with organization or staying focused. ChatGPT can assist them by creating checklists, suggesting setting timers for focused work, breaking larger tasks into smaller, more digestible steps, and even giving reminders like, "What's due tomorrow?" It truly becomes a helpful and patient learning companion. Ultimately, by providing instant feedback, gentle encouragement, and personalized nudges, ChatGPT plays a significant role in reducing homework-related stress, one question and one small win at a time.
Okay, now let's talk honestly about how students are actually using ChatGPT, both ethically and unethically. It's important to acknowledge that like any powerful tool, it can be misused. Some students are definitely using it in ways that support their learning, while others, well, not so much. Let's break down the distinction. On the ethical side, students are using ChatGPT for things like asking for clearer explanations of complex topics, getting help brainstorming ideas for projects or essays, practicing quiz questions to test their knowledge, and reviewing feedback before submitting their work to ensure they've understood it. These uses genuinely support and enhance the learning process. They don't replace it.
These are the uses we want to encourage.
Right. However, there are also unethical uses, which we can simply call cheating. This includes asking ChatGPT to write entire essays for them, copying and pasting AI-generated homework directly, using it during closed book tests where external help is forbidden, or generally replacing their own personal work with AI responses. This creates what we call fake learning, and it often leads to much bigger problems down the line.
And when students rely on ChatGPT for cheating, the negative consequences are significant. Firstly, they don't actually develop a deep understanding of the material, which inevitably leads to struggles in exams or more advanced classes. Secondly, schools are increasingly using sophisticated software to detect AI-generated content, meaning there's a real risk of being caught. Thirdly, and perhaps most importantly, they lose the invaluable opportunity to build their own unique voice, develop their own ideas, and critically engage with the subject matter.
They miss out on the learning itself.
Fundamentally, yes. This can also profoundly harm the trust between students and their teachers, classmates, and even their own self-belief. In response, schools are taking different approaches. Some choose to ban ChatGPT entirely, while others are focusing on teaching students how to use it responsibly and effectively. The key here is to treat AI much like a calculator in a math class. It's a tool that helps you learn and process information, but it doesn't do the actual learning for you. It's crucial to teach students vital digital literacy skills. This includes showing them how to use ChatGPT for brainstorming, planning, and revision, understanding when it's appropriate to cite AI as a source, and most importantly, how to integrate AI-generated insights with their own critical thinking and personal voice. This prepares them for a world where AI will be an omnipresent reality.
This brings us to a crucial question. In a world where answers are just a click away, are we still truly thinking for ourselves? In an AI-powered classroom, critical thinking becomes more important than ever before. Students must evolve their skills to ask much better questions, to rigorously evaluate sources, to meticulously analyze arguments, and to diligently spot any potential errors or biases in AI-generated output. It's no longer just about absorbing information, it's about discerning its validity and challenging its premises.
Absolutely. To foster this critical engagement with AI, educators must teach students to fact-check ChatGPT. The AI can sound incredibly confident, even when it's providing incorrect information, making this skill paramount. Students should get into the habit of cross-checking facts, asking the AI what's the source for this information, comparing its responses with other reputable sources, and testing its reasoning by asking follow-up questions that probe its logic. This practice transforms them from passive consumers of information into active, discerning learners.
So using the AI to become more critical, not less.
Ideally, yes. Furthermore, ChatGPT can be a powerful tool for exploring multiple perspectives. Students can ask, what are 3 different opinions on this complex topic? Or what's a strong counter-argument to this particular idea? The AI can simulate debate and disagreement, helping students to grasp complexity and nuance rather than just seeking singular answers. This ultimately builds a robust questioning mindset, where prompts like, what's missing here from this explanation? What's the underlying logic behind this statement? Or what assumptions is the AI making become second nature? These are skills that extend far beyond the classroom, essential for navigating an increasingly complex and information-rich world.
Okay, let's turn our attention to college preparation, a period that could be incredibly stressful for students. From navigating standardized tests like the SAT and ACT to crafting compelling applications and preparing for crucial interviews. The whole process can feel overwhelming. ChatGPT, however, is stepping in to help smooth out this journey and significantly boost student confidence. When it comes to writing personal statements and college essays, which are notoriously challenging, requiring students to tell their unique story, sound authentic, and be both reflective and clear, ChatGPT can serve as an excellent brainstorming partner. For example, a student might ask, give me 5 different ideas for a college essay about overcoming obstacles. Or, what's a strong opening sentence for a college application essay about a leadership experience? It's crucial to remember that the AI won't write the story for you, but it can be an invaluable tool to unlock your own ideas and help you articulate them more effectively.
And another powerful application is practicing interviews. Students can engage in realistic mock interviews by prompting the AI. Pretend you're a college admissions interviewer. Ask me 5 common questions and then provide me with feedback on my answers. ChatGPT can simulate a genuine interview experience, allowing students to refine their responses and build confidence.
That's incredibly useful practice.
It really is. It's also incredibly useful for creating structured study schedules for standardized tests. A student could ask, build a 3-month SAT prep plan if I can study 2 hours a day, and the AI can generate a comprehensive calendar, breaking down sections, suggesting practice materials, and even factoring in time for breaks and review. Beyond academic prep, ChatGPT can assist with practical tasks like drafting polite emails to teachers, requesting letters of recommendation, or even researching colleges. What are the top engineering schools with scholarships for international students? The more students interact with ChatGPT in these preparatory ways, the better they understand their own knowledge gaps and strengths. They practice explaining their thinking, and their communication skills become sharper. This cumulative effect significantly strengthens their overall confidence for interviews, essays, and exams.
Now let's confront a major question head-on, one that many teachers quietly wonder about. Is AI going to replace me? And the clear, unequivocal answer seems to be no, not even close. AI can assist, suggest, and explain, but it fundamentally cannot replicate the unique magic of a real human teacher. Let's explore why that is. Teaching is so much more than simply delivering information or facts. Teachers inspire students, they motivate them, and they manage complex classroom dynamics. They are attuned to when students are struggling emotionally, often noticing things that go unsaid. They build trust and genuine relationships with their students, adapting their approach to individual personalities and learning styles. They offer invaluable real-life experience, profound wisdom, and critical mentorship. AI, by its very nature, lacks empathy, intuition, and that deep well of lived human wisdom. It simply cannot perform these essential functions.
You should think of ChatGPT as a highly efficient teaching assistant, rather than an authority that makes independent judgments. It can certainly help with planning lessons, providing preliminary feedback on drafts, generating creative ideas for activities, and explaining complex topics in various ways. However, all the critical decisions, the nuanced judgments, and, most importantly, the vital human touch still originate from the teacher.
It's a co-pilot, not the captain.
Exactly. It's very much a co-pilot in the classroom, but never the captain. And what are teachers actually saying about this? Many educators are reporting overwhelmingly positive experiences. They found that integrating ChatGPT has significantly reduced their burnout, helped them differentiate instruction more effectively for diverse learners, and made them both more creative and efficient in their roles. Rather than viewing AI as a competitor, they increasingly see it as a powerful collaborator that enhances their ability to teach and connect with students.
That shift in perception opens the door to entirely new teaching models. The traditional setup, one teacher, 30+ students, all receiving the exact same lesson with very little time for individual help, is increasingly insufficient for today's diverse learning needs. But with AI as a classroom partner, teachers can fundamentally rethink their roles and create a much more dynamic learning environment. Consider the distinct roles. The human teacher facilitates learning, builds crucial relationships with students, assesses true understanding, encourages rich discussion, and most importantly, personalizes instruction based on genuine human insight. ChatGPT, on the other hand, excels at instantly answering questions, reviewing writing for immediate feedback, rephrasing confusing content in clearer terms, supporting shy or struggling students by providing a non-judgmental space and offering creative prompts to spark new ideas. Together, these two entities create a multi-layered, rich learning experience that far surpasses what either could achieve alone.
And this partnership aligns perfectly with evolving pedagogical approaches like flipped and blended learning models. In a flipped classroom, students might use AI to clarify content or watch educational videos at home, freeing up valuable class time for more interactive activities like projects, collaborative problem solving, or deep discussions. ChatGPT fits seamlessly into this model by clarifying any confusing content students encounter independently, answering their follow-up questions, and encouraging independent exploration. The real magic happens when AI handles the repetitive, time-consuming tasks. This liberates teachers to focus their energy on what truly matters, giving more personalized attention to students who need extra help, dedicating more time to fostering critical thinking activities, leading creative workshops, and facilitating those profound, meaningful classroom discussions.
So it makes teaching more human, not less.
That's the potential, yes. Ultimately, this integration makes teaching a more human-centered profession, not less, allowing educators to focus on their unique strengths in mentorship and connection.
Let's delve into one of the most exciting promises of AI in education: truly personalized learning. We all instinctively know that every brain is different. Some students are highly visual learners, others are more logical, while some grasp concepts best through hands-on, kinesthetic activities. And of course, everyone learns at a different pace. Yet traditional classrooms, despite best intentions, often treat everyone as if they learn in the exact same way. That's rapidly changing. ChatGPT is enabling personalized learning at an unprecedented scale. Now, a student can simply say, "Explain it again, but simpler," or "Give me an example of this concept using basketball," or "Test me right now on what I just learned." ChatGPT responds instantly, adapting its explanation, examples, or format directly to you. This is what true personalization looks like in action.
And this individualized approach means students can genuinely learn at their own pace. They can review complex concepts multiple times without feeling rushed, ask as many follow-up questions as they need without embarrassment, and even learn ahead if they're advanced. Conversely, if they're struggling, they can slow down and revisit material without the pressure to keep up with their peers. This diminishes the constant anxiety of falling behind.
That freedom must be incredibly motivating.
It really can be. Furthermore, AI significantly enhances accessibility for all learners. Tools that integrate with ChatGPT can offer text-to-speech options for audio learning, rephrase confusing text for students with dyslexia, and help organize tasks for those with ADHD. This makes learning far more inclusive than ever before. Ultimately, AI gives students an unprecedented power of choice over when they learn, how they learn, at what pace they move, and even which voice or style of explanation they prefer, be it funny, serious, visual, or otherwise. This level of ownership over their learning journey significantly boosts their motivation and engagement.
Let's face it, for many students, school can sometimes feel like a chore. It's often perceived as less engaging than the games and interactive experiences they encounter outside the classroom. But what if learning felt like a game? You know how video games use points, levels, or badges to keep you hooked? That's the core of gamification, taking those fun game-like elements and applying them to something like learning to make it more engaging. And ChatGPT is proving to be an incredibly creative tool for this. For example, a student could prompt it, "Quiz me on world capitals, give me 3 lives and make it feel like a game show." Or, "Pretend we're on a treasure hunt and I have to solve science riddles to move forward." Another great one, "Give me a challenge level for vocabulary, easy, medium, or hard." The AI can instantly transform what might be boring review sessions into exciting interactive adventures.
And what's truly exciting is that students aren't just playing games. They can actually use AI to create their own games. They can work with ChatGPT to build custom trivia games on a subject, design math quests, write interactive, choose-your-own-ending stories based on historical events, or even turn history lessons into detailed role-play simulations. This transforms students into active creators of their learning experiences rather than just passive consumers.
That's a huge shift in itself.
It is, and the benefits of gamification are well documented. It's not just about having fun, it demonstrably improves information retention, significantly boosts student engagement, builds confidence through achievable challenges, and even enhances teamwork when activities are designed for groups. This makes learning feel like a continuous journey of progress and achievement, rather than just a source of pressure or obligation.
Given all that AI can do, it naturally leads us to a profound question about the future of exams in an AI-powered world. If AI can write essays, solve complex math problems with detailed explanations, and clarify concepts instantly, what's the actual point of rote memorization or traditional standardized tests? education systems globally are beginning to seriously rethink the very nature of assessment. Right now, many traditional tests primarily measure speed, recall of facts, and the ability to write in a standard format. But future assessments may need to shift their focus dramatically to emphasize skills that AI cannot yet fully replicate. We're talking about things like complex problem solving, genuine creativity, effective collaboration, real-world application of knowledge, and robust ethical reasoning. These are the skills that truly differentiate human intelligence and become even more critical in an AI-augmented world.
And furthermore, AI can serve as a powerful support system for better assessment practices, even with evolving formats. For students, AI can generate practice quizzes with instant feedback, help them create detailed essay outlines for planning, facilitate simulated interview prep, and provide valuable feedback on early drafts of their work. For teachers, AI can assist in analyzing trends in student work over time, offering insights into common misconceptions or areas where more instruction is needed. This means assessments can become an integral part of the learning process itself, rather than just a final judgment.
Assessment for learning, not just of learning.
Exactly. We may also see a broader shift towards project-based and portfolio assessment, moving away from high-stakes, single-event exams. This could involve long-term projects, the creation of digital portfolios showcasing a student's best work, reflective essays, and oral presentations, perhaps even with AI observers providing feedback on delivery. ChatGPT can significantly support these new assessment formats by guiding research, role-playing stakeholders in project simulations, suggesting next steps for project development, and helping students organize their timelines. A crucial word of caution, however. While AI-generated work can appear highly polished, it is absolutely essential that students still demonstrate their own original thinking and understanding. Future exams may adapt to this new reality, potentially asking questions like, how did you use AI to solve this problem? Or what specifically did you learn from your interaction with the AI during this assignment? In this future, learning with AI becomes an explicit part of the assessment itself.
Okay, now we arrive at some of the most critical considerations: the challenges, ethical dilemmas, and the road ahead as AI becomes more integrated into education. Let's start with data privacy and student safety. Every single time a student interacts with AI, whether they're asking questions, writing essays, or just chatting about assignments, data is being generated. This raises fundamental questions. Who can see this data? How is it being stored and protected? And most critically, could it potentially be used in ways that compromise privacy or even cause harm? These are deeply serious concerns, especially when we're talking about children and teenagers. What kind of data are we talking about? It includes things like names, ages, usernames, the actual writing samples and questions submitted, the full chat transcripts, and even learning behaviors like what topics you struggle with or how long you spend on a particular subject.
And the risks associated with this data, if we are not extraordinarily careful, are very real. Student data could potentially be sold to advertisers or other third parties without consent. Those sensitive conversations that students have with AI could be used to train future AI models in ways that were not intended or disclosed. Educational platforms, like any digital system, could be vulnerable to hacking, leading to the exposure of sensitive personal information, including details about a student's mental health or other private concerns.
That's frightening.
It is. This isn't science fiction. These are tangible, pressing risks. Therefore, what constitutes responsible AI in schools must include several non-negotiable elements: clear and easily understandable data policies for both students and parents, a strict policy against collecting any unnecessary information, robust encryption of all chat logs and stored data, clear opt-out options for data collection, and a firm commitment to no sharing or selling of student data to third parties.
Transparency is key.
Absolutely. Transparency is key here because trust is everything. What can schools and teachers do right now? They should prioritize choosing AI tools from vendors with strong, verifiable privacy policies. They must actively teach students about digital citizenship, emphasizing the importance of avoiding sharing overly personal details in AI chats. And they need to set clear classroom rules for responsible and safe AI use. The overarching goal is smart use that simultaneously ensures the safety and privacy of all students.
Another significant challenge is bias in AI. Can ChatGPT truly be fair for everyone? We know that AI models learn from vast amounts of data, primarily from the internet. While this includes a wealth of helpful facts, it also encompasses biased viewpoints, ingrained stereotypes, and outright misinformation. The crucial point here is that AI doesn't genuinely understand truth in the human sense. It learns patterns and probabilities. So if the data it was trained on is biased, the AI can inevitably reflect or even amplify those biases in its output. We've seen real-world examples of this: AI favoring Western perspectives in historical explanations or making gender assumptions in career advice. This isn't necessarily intentional on the part of the AI developers, but it can nonetheless significantly harm the learning experience for students.
And why does this matter so profoundly in education? Because education is fundamentally supposed to be inclusive, fair, globally informed, and empowering for all students, regardless of their background. If AI reinforces existing biases, it limits comprehensive learning and can effectively exclude or marginalize voices and perspectives that are underrepresented in its training data.
So what can we do about it?
So what actions can educators and AI developers take? Developers must actively work to train AI on diverse, global, and inclusive content. Educators must regularly audit the AI's prompts and outputs for any signs of bias, and critically encourage students to question and challenge the AI's responses. This involves teaching a new form of AI literacy, which includes the vital understanding that just because it sounds right doesn't mean it is accurate or unbiased. We need to empower students to think critically by prompting them to ask questions like, whose perspective is this information coming from? Is this culturally accurate for everyone? And what are other valid ways to see or interpret this? By teaching students how to spot and challenge bias, we empower them to become more discerning and critical consumers of information, a skill vital in our AI-driven world.
While AI tools are undoubtedly convenient, helpful, and smart, there's a growing concern about what happens to student motivation and overall well-being when there's too much reliance on technology. This is an especially pertinent issue for teenagers who are already navigating significant pressures from social media, academic stress, screen fatigue, and for many increasing levels of anxiety and loneliness. We have to consider the potential downsides of too much tech, too little human interaction.
It's important to find a balance, as AI support can genuinely reduce mental stress for students. It can lower homework anxiety, boost confidence through consistent practice, ease the pressure of perfectionism by providing iterative feedback, and make students feel less stupid for asking fundamental questions repeatedly. However, the risks of overuse are also significant. Over-reliance can lead to students avoiding genuine effort, a potential for screen addiction, emotional detachment from real-world problems and people, and even a crippling low self-belief, where a student might internalize, I can't do this without ChatGPT.
That's a real danger.
It is. What actions can schools take to mitigate these risks? They need to actively create a healthy tech balance, integrating both offline and online learning experiences. It's crucial to build mental health awareness and strategies directly into the curriculum. Teachers should guide students on when it's appropriate to ask ChatGPT for help versus when to seek assistance from a human. And importantly, educators should model healthy tech habits themselves, demonstrating the importance of taking screen breaks, practicing mindfulness, and fostering strong community connections. AI can be a valuable part of a healthy learning ecosystem, but it should never be its sole center. The tip for students is clear. Use AI to build confidence and capability, not dependency. Ask ChatGPT to quiz you, to support your ideas, or to suggest improvements, but always ensure you're doing your own core thinking, taking regular brain breaks, and actively building your own unique voice and understanding. Your mind is fundamentally more powerful than any machine.
This leads us directly to another critical concern. What if AI makes us lazy? It's a very real trap for learners. If AI can instantly write essays, solve complex math problems, and explain concepts in perfect detail, a student might understandably ask, why should I bother doing the hard work myself? This is a truly dangerous mindset. The risks of over-reliance are considerable. It can lead to a shallow understanding of the material, significantly weaken critical thinking skills, foster poor writing habits, stifle genuine creativity, and ultimately cause a decline in confidence in one's own ideas and abilities. Students who rely on AI without actively engaging their own minds might appear smart on the surface, but they will inevitably struggle when truly tested or challenged in real-life academic or professional scenarios.
And the secret to preventing this lazy learner trap lies in using AI as a true thinking partner, not a substitute brain. Let's compare the approaches. The lazy use would be simply commanding, write this paper for me. In contrast, the smart use involves prompts like, help me brainstorm and organize my ideas for this paper, or give me constructive feedback on my conclusion, or even challenge my point of view on this topic so I can strengthen my argument. When used actively in this way, AI can genuinely spark deeper, more nuanced thinking.
So it's about the intent behind the prompt.
Very much so. This means educators must advocate for and teach a combination of a growth mindset and robust AI literacy. Students need to understand that real learning still requires significant effort and critical reflection, that AI is a powerful tool but not a replacement for their own brain, and that the satisfaction of true understanding comes from their own hard work. They must also learn that making mistakes is an inherent and valuable part of the learning process. Schools should prioritize and reward genuine effort, thoughtful engagement, and authenticity in student work, not just a polished AI-generated output. The ultimate challenge of the future isn't simply using AI. It's learning to think better because of it, actively integrating its capabilities to enhance rather than diminish our own cognitive processes.
Finally, let's consider the broader implications for global education and the ever-present digital divide. In theory, AI promises a truly transformative future. More affordable, accessible, personalized, and scalable learning experiences for students across the entire globe. Imagine a student in a rural village in India, or one living in an inner-city neighborhood in Chicago, suddenly having access to the same high-quality, personalized tutoring help that was once reserved for only the most privileged. This is an incredibly powerful promise. However, we must confront the harsh reality that not everyone has equal access. Millions of students worldwide still lack reliable internet connectivity, modern devices, fundamental digital literacy skills, and even safe, conducive learning spaces. The digital divide is not merely a concept, it is a profound and tangible barrier.
Indeed, and the barriers extend beyond just technology. Even if every student had access to AI, other issues remain. There are persistent language gaps, the potential for culturally biased content from AI trained on limited datasets, a lack of parental support or understanding of these new tools, and insufficient teacher training on how to effectively integrate AI into their pedagogy. Without robust human support structures, AI alone cannot close all existing educational disparities.
So what can be done to bridge this divide?
Governments must make significant investments in rural connectivity and educational technology infrastructure. They should also promote AI education across different languages and actively fund the development of inclusive AI models that reflect diverse cultures and perspectives. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, and innovative startups have a crucial role to play in building AI tools specifically designed for low-bandwidth regions, creating tools that can function effectively offline, and providing comprehensive training for local educators. And for us as educators, it's imperative that we advocate tirelessly for equity, share open educational resources freely, and commit to using AI responsibly and inclusively in our own practice. Ultimately, AI must be a bridge that connects learners to opportunity, not another barrier that widens existing inequalities. The future of education depends profoundly on one simple truth. No matter how powerful the technology becomes, it only truly works if everyone can access it and genuinely benefit from its capabilities. Let's build that future together.
So as we wrap up this deep dive, let's be absolutely clear. ChatGPT is not here to replace teachers, students, or even the fundamental role of schools. Instead, it's here to dramatically change what's possible within the realm of education. And with the right mindset and approach, that change is undeniably a very good thing. We've explored how AI can help teachers save invaluable time, unleash their creativity, and effectively reach every student in their classroom, no matter their learning style. We've also seen how students can leverage ChatGPT to boost their confidence, alleviate homework anxiety, and finally understand those tough concepts that once seemed impossible. We've certainly acknowledged that exams, feedback systems, and lesson planning are all evolving, but the core essence of education remains firmly rooted in human connection, personal growth, and a profound sense of purpose.
That human element remains central.
Absolutely. Of course, we've also shone a light on the challenges: navigating data privacy, ensuring equity and access for all, addressing mental health concerns, resisting the temptation to take shortcuts, and mitigating bias in how AI learns and responds. But these aren't reasons to halt progress. There are compelling reasons to slow down where necessary, to ask even better and more critical questions, and to diligently build smarter, more ethical systems. The truly powerful takeaway is this: if we effectively teach students how to use AI wisely, to think critically about the information they receive, to collaborate creatively with these new tools, and to never stop asking why, we will undoubtedly raise a generation of learners who are not just smarter, but ironically, more human than ever before. The future of education isn't artificial. It's authentically powered by people with AI as our partner. And that future truly spins now. So what does this all mean for you?
This really encapsulates the idea that human ingenuity, when thoughtfully combined with powerful AI tools, has the potential to forge an educational future that is richer, more accessible, and profoundly more effective for everyone.
We hope this deep dive into ChatGPT and the future of education has given you plenty to think about. If you found this discussion insightful, be sure to like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel, Learn English Lab, so you don't miss our next exploration.
Hello and welcome to the Deep Dive. This is the show where we take, a whole stack of information, really sift through it, and pull out the most vital nuggets of knowledge for you. So have you ever been in like a high-stakes meeting? Or maybe just a really crucial conversation with someone close to you, only to realize later you totally missed a key detail? Or maybe misinterpreted the entire emotional undercurrent. You might have nodded, offered a few, but your mind was actually miles away. Maybe, I don't know, replaying yesterday's argument or even just planning dinner. Don't worry, you are absolutely not alone. We've all done it.
Definitely.
In fact, our research suggests this is a way more common communication breakdown than most people realize. It kind of silently sabotages relationships, business deals, you name it.
It's really true. We often think communication is mostly about, what we say, the words we choose. But today we're going to flip that script a bit. We're embarking on a pretty extensive deep dive into active listening. And specifically, we're looking at it in the context of English, which is a language just brimming with subtleties, right?
Absolutely.
Things that can challenge even the most attentive ear. So whether you're navigating, say, complex professional dialogues, or maybe you're just aiming for richer, more authentic personal connections, mastering active listening is, well, the profound skill. It really changes everything.
Yeah, we'll unravel what active listening truly means, like beyond just the simple definition. We'll explore some of the surprising cognitive science behind why it's so transformative. And importantly, we'll equip you with some highly practical, maybe even enjoyable strategy to elevate your own listening game.
From deciphering accents, understanding idioms, mastering the skill in high pressure virtual meetings. We've compiled insights, examples, exercises, hopefully everything to help you become not just a better hearer, but a truly exceptional listener.
Ready to unlock a whole new dimension of understanding? Let's dive in. Okay, so let's start by painting a clearer picture. What is active listening, really? Because it's so much more than just, sounds hitting your ears. Imagine you're in a critical project review with a colleague, let's call her Sarah, and she's describing a major setback. She says something like, the client proposal was a complete nightmare and I'm utterly exhausted.
Right.
Now, if you're just hearing her, your internal monologue might already be jumping ahead, formulating your next question, or maybe thinking about how this affects your workload.
You might just nod.
Exactly. Maybe offer a quick, that's rough, and then just move on.
But active listening, that means you are fully present. Not just physically in the room, but kind of in her experience. You're not just registering the words client proposal, nightmare, exhausted. You're picking up on maybe the faint tremor of frustration in her voice. You might notice the way her shoulders are kind of slumped, or maybe a subtle tightening around her eyes.
Right, the nonverbal stuff.
Exactly. You're synthesizing all these cues, the spoken words, the tone, the body language, and that underlying emotion. Weariness, maybe even a hint of defeat. You're not just passively waiting for your turn to speak.
No.
You are there absorbing her narrative, trying to genuinely grasp the weight, the significance behind what sounds like a simple statement. It's about engaging on multiple dimensions, processing the complete message.
Not just the words.
Not just the audio parts, no.
And this multidimensional engagement. It's particularly crucial in English, isn't it? This language is packed with subtle nuances, verbal and nonverbal, that can be incredibly tricky to discern if you're not actively engaged.
Totally.
Think about idioms. If someone casually says they're going to spill the tea,
Yeah.
they're certainly not reaching for a teapot, right? They mean they're about to share gossip.
Oh.
Or sarcasm, a drawn out flat, oh, what a splendid job.
Can mean the exact opposite.
Exactly, the precise opposite of praise. For anyone navigating English, native speaker or not, these subtleties, they often hinge entirely on context, tone, nonverbal cues.
Things that only active listening can truly unlock. You're spot on. And it's not just a challenge for language learners. Our research shows that even highly proficient native speakers, they frequently miss these subtle clues if their attention isn't fully tuned in.
That's surprising, actually.
It is. And this is precisely where active listening becomes exceptionally vital. It's the difference between just getting the literal meaning of words and truly comprehending the intent, the emotion, the unspoken message.
Yeah.
Without active listening, you're really only getting a fraction of the story, leaving significant gaps in communication. So why is this skill so profoundly important? Why does it matter so much beyond just, polite conversation? Well, for starters, it's the bedrock of building stronger relationships, both personal and professional.
Yeah.
When you genuinely listen to someone, when you're fully present, empathetic, reflective, they don't just feel heard, they feel valued.
That makes sense.
And that creates this powerful sense of trust, psychological safety, whether you're a friend offering support, a manager giving feedback, or even a salesperson building rapport.
Yeah.
That feeling of being truly understood, it forges incredibly robust connections.
And if you're maybe learning or navigating English, active listening is just this huge accelerator for your language skill development.
Absolutely.
It sharpens your comprehension, not just of vocabulary and grammar, but of the rhythm, the intonation.
The music of the language.
Yeah. The cultural nuances, you start to intuitively grasp the emotional weight of words, the implied meanings, things that often elude people who are just trying to translate literally.
It's like learning the invisible grammar of human connection.
Exactly, expanding your vocabulary and cultural understanding at the same time.
Plus, active listening is an absolute safeguard against misunderstandings, those awkward, sometimes really costly communication breakdowns.
Oh yeah, we've all been there.
Haven't we? Think about when someone declares, "I'm fine," but their tone, their body language, maybe a slight tightening around their lips, it just screams, "I am absolutely not fine."
Classic example.
It really is. Active listening helps you detect those incongruities, those mismatches between words and reality. It empowers you to interpret the whole message, not just the literal words, saving you from awkward, maybe even damaging misinterpretations, whether that's in a negotiation or just a team update.
And ultimately, being a proficient listener just elevates your overall communication massively. When you've truly absorbed what someone said, your responses become, well, relevant, thoughtful. They directly address the speaker's core message or concern.
Right, you're actually responding to them, not just waiting to say your piece.
Exactly. It ensures conversations flow smoothly, they maintain their significance, and you avoid those frustrating tangents where nobody feels heard. It transforms a simple exchange of words into a meaningful, impactful dialogue.
And the data on this is pretty compelling. Various studies, in communication psychology, they consistently indicate that in a typical passive conversation, we often retain only about 25 to 50% of what's said.
Wow, only 25 to 50. That's low.
It's surprisingly low.
Yeah.
Think about the implications of that in a business meeting or a crucial personal chat. You're potentially missing half the vital information.
Yeah.
Active listening dramatically increases that retention figure because your intake of information becomes far more deliberate, more purposeful. You're no longer passively hearing, you're actively processing, analyzing, retaining.
So whether you're, say, in an academic setting trying to absorb a complex lecture, or navigating tricky discussions in a corporate boardroom, or even just having a nuanced conversation at a coffee shop with a colleague, this skill is undeniably transformative.
It really is.
It truly reshapes how you interact with and understand the world around you, turns every interaction into a chance for deeper connection and better information retention.
Okay, let's think about active listening, not as just one single thing, but maybe like crafting a complex dish, like baking a cake.
Okay, I like that analogy.
It requires the right blend of ingredients, right? Applied with intention to really shine. Just like a master chef wouldn't skip essential components, you need to deliberately incorporate certain elements to make your listening truly effective. So, drawing from a lot of communication research, here are 5 pivotal ingredients, the core stuff to help you become an active listening expert.
All right, ingredient number 1. This sounds foundational. Giving your full attention.
Absolutely foundational. In our hyper-connected world, this means ruthlessly eliminating distractions.
Okay.
Put your phone face down, mute non-essential notifications. Resist that urge to glance at your smartwatch or that email pop-up.
Easier said than done sometimes.
Oh, definitely. But it's not just about politeness, it's about cognitive capacity.
Yeah.
Every little mental diversion siphons off precious processing power from the actual conversation. And for anyone navigating English, this focused concentration can feel even more demanding, right? You're processing new words, maybe accents, subtle inflections.
Yeah, it takes more energy.
It does. But even a small conscious effort to eliminate distractions yields significant results. It trains your brain to stay present. And visually, to underscore your engagement, make sure to maintain appropriate eye contact.
Okay.
In many English-speaking cultures, this signals interest, respect, sincerity. It shows the speaker you're truly invested.
But not like staring intensely.
Right. Good point. It's a delicate balance. Avoid an intense, unblinking stare that can be really off-putting. In a critical to your virtual interactions so common, now direct your gaze at the camera itself, not just the screen.
Good tip.
It simulates genuine eye contact with the other person. It makes a huge difference in how connected and engaged you appear.
Okay, second ingredient. Showing you're listening. This is more than just eye contact.
Exactly. It's about providing subtle, yet powerful, nonverbal, and verbal cues that communicate your engagement.
Like nodding.
Yeah, things like a gentle nod, a soft, encouraging smile, or uttering simple sounds like or
Right.
These demonstrate you're not just hearing, but processing. For those speaking English, straightforward verbal affirmations are great.
Oh, I see.
Got it, that makes sense, or understood. These are excellent ways to show you're following along without interrupting the speaker's flow.
They're like conversational lubricants.
That's a great way to put it. They signal your presence. And here's a fascinating technique, psychologically speaking.
Yeah.
Subtly mirror the speaker's body language.
Mirroring, like copying them.
Not exactly copying, that can feel forced or weird. But if they lean forward slightly when making a point, you might gently lean in too. If they adopt a more relaxed posture, you can subtly reflect that. It's called the chameleon effect. It fosters this subtle rapport, an unconscious connection. It helps build comfort and trust, making the speaker feel more at ease and understood.
Okay, third vital element, reflecting and clarifying. This sounds more active.
It is.
Yeah.
This is where you actively demonstrate your comprehension by paraphrasing what you've heard back to the speaker.
Okay, give me an example.
All right, say that colleague, Sarah, expresses, "This client proposal was a nightmare because the data kept crashing, and I'm utterly exhausted from debugging it all weekend."
Right.
You might respond, "So if I'm understanding correctly, the technical issues with the data, specifically the constant crashing, were the main nightmare, and that's left you completely drained."
Ah, I see. You repeat it back in your own words.
Exactly. It shows you're not only attentive, but that you've processed and understood the specifics of their frustration. Plus, it gives you a great chance to practice your English phrasing and vocabulary, making sure your understanding is accurate.
But what if you're, still learning English and worried about getting the grammar perfect?
That's a really important point. For anyone whose primary focus is just understanding, don't feel pressured to deliver perfectly grammatical or sophisticated sentences right then.
Okay.
A simple, direct reflection like, "So the data crash was the nightmare, and that's why you're exhausted," is perfectly fine. It keeps the conversation flowing smoothly. The main goal is showing understanding and confirming accuracy, not a flawless grammatical performance. Clarity of comprehension is key.
Got it. Okay, number 4. This one sounds tricky. Holding off on advice or interruptions.
Yeah, this is often the most challenging for many of us.
Totally.
It's incredibly tempting, isn't it? To jump in with immediate solutions, share your own similar story, or finish their sentence. We often mean well.
Right. You want to help or relate?
But our research consistently shows that sometimes people just want to be heard. They just want to articulate their thoughts and feelings without immediate judgment or problem solving.
So you need discipline.
You do. Cultivate the discipline to wait. Wait until they explicitly ask for advice, or until there's a clear, sustained pause that invites your thoughtful contribution. Patience here isn't just a virtue, it's a strategic communication tool.
So instead of jumping in with, "Oh, data crashes, I had that last week too."
Right, which subtly shifts the focus to you.
Yeah.
Try a response that keeps the spotlight firmly on them. You could say, "That sounds incredibly frustrating. What was the most challenging part of debugging it?" Or, "What are the next steps you're considering?"
Oh, okay. It invites them to say more.
Exactly. It shows you're interested in their unique situation, not just relating it to your own. This is a small shift, but it makes a huge difference in how heard someone feels.
Okay. And the 5th essential ingredient.
Responding thoughtfully. When it's genuinely your turn to speak, make a conscious effort to refer back to specific points or feelings they've expressed.
Show you're listening.
Precisely. Demonstrate your attentiveness. So, building on our example with Sarah and the proposal nightmare, if she's finished explaining, you might respond, "I truly understand your point about that data-induced stress and exhaustion from the weekend. Given all that, have you discovered any particular strategies that help you manage such intense technical challenges?"
Nice. It connects back.
Yes. It maintains conversational coherence, shows you are actively listening, and crucially, it cultivates trust and rapport. It makes the other person feel genuinely connected in the dialogue. It moves the conversation forward while affirming their experience.
Okay, so we know the what and the why, but let's talk about the challenges. Because English, as you said, is dynamic. It's full of characteristics that can challenge even the most focused listener, right?
Absolutely. It's not always a straightforward path to understanding. There are specific linguistic and cultural elements that can make active listening in English feel like, well, solving a complex puzzle sometimes, much more than just vocabulary. So let's unpack why it can sometimes feel like a strategic game, requiring more than just good hearing. And crucially, how you can effectively tackle these common hurdles, how you can become really proficient at navigating this intricate landscape.
All right, first, hurdle. This seems like a big one, especially globally. Accents and regional variation.
Huge one. From, say, a distinctive Glasgow accent to the lilt of Irish English, the rapid-fire cadence of a New Yorker, or the drawn-out vowels down under in Australia, English accents vary extensively.
Yeah, a Londoner's mate sounds very different from a Texan's y'all.
Exactly. And even within one country, regional variations can throw you off if you're not used to them. Plus, English is a global language, so you're often interacting with non-native speakers who bring their own unique phonetic influences. That adds another layer of complexity to the soundscape.
So what's the solution? How do you handle that?
Strategic immersion is the most effective way. Deliberately expose yourself to a wide range of accents through media. Watch films, TV shows from different English-speaking regions, maybe a British drama for nuanced intonation, an American sitcom for everyday idioms,
Right.
an Australian documentary for its unique rhythm. Listen to online videos, podcasts, audiobooks from diverse speakers. It significantly trains your ear to recognize, process, and ultimately differentiate these variations. It makes it far easier to actively listen and comprehend, even when the accent is unfamiliar.
Okay, next challenge. Idioms and slang. The colorful, sometimes illogical heart of informal English.
Yeah, definitely colorful. If someone says they're over the moon, they're not literally floating in space, right?
No, they're thrilled.
Exactly. Or modern slang, like that's lit, meaning excellent, or spill the beans, meaning reveal a secret. These can totally confound even an attentive listener if they're not familiar with a cultural context.
Even native speakers might struggle with slang from other regions.
Absolutely, leading to momentary confusion or misinterpretation.
So, strategy here.
Cultivate a proactive approach. Keep a mental or physical log of new phrases you encounter. Think of it like your personal linguistic field guide.
Write them down.
Yeah, don't be afraid to jot them down discreetly. Research their meanings later. There are great online dictionaries specifically for slang and idioms, often with context and examples. Then subtly practice using them in conversation. This active engagement turns passive exposure into active learning and retention.
Makes sense. Okay, what about tone and sarcasm? That feels like a really subtle one.
It is, and it presents a significant challenge that often goes unnoticed by less active listeners. English speakers frequently use subtle vocal inflections and tone to convey meaning that goes far beyond the literal words.
Like the flat. That's awesome.
Exactly. Delivered with a sigh, it can imply the exact opposite. Sarcasm, dry humor, subtle vocal shifts. Incredibly difficult to grasp, especially when you're trying to decipher the true emotional undercurrent.
So how do you catch that?
Develop a heightened awareness of context and body language. If someone's tone doesn't align with their words, like saying, "I'm fine" with a furrowed brow, or avoiding eye contact, or shrugging.
Red flag.
Big red flag. The clear signal, the verbal message, might not be the full story. In those cases, instead of just accepting the words, consider asking a clarifying, empathetic question like, "Hey, are you sure everything is all right? You seem a bit preoccupied," or maybe a little down.
So you call it out gently.
Gently, yeah. It shows you're picking up on more than just the words, indicating deeper engagement.
Okay, another one. Fast-paced conversations. These can be overwhelming.
Definitely. Native speakers, especially in informal settings or when they're enthusiastic, can talk remarkably fast.
Yeah.
For many, keeping pace can feel like trying to chase a high-speed train. Words just blur together.
Even native speakers struggle sometimes, right? In noisy places or group chats.
Absolutely. Actively listening and fully processing information in noisy environments or dynamic group discussions where people are talking quickly and overlapping. It's hard for anyone.
So, advice for keeping up.
Build up your processing speed gradually. Start with more moderately paced content. Look for podcasts or audio programs designed for nuanced discussion.
Yeah.
They often have clearer articulation, a more considered tempo. And in live conversations, get comfortable politely asking, "Could you please repeat that a bit more slowly?"
Is that okay to ask?
Totally okay. Or could you break that down a bit? Most native speakers are very understanding and happy to adjust their pace for clear communication. Don't be afraid to ask.
Good to know. All right, final challenge area, cultural nuances.
Yes. Different cultures have distinct listening customs. What's polite or attentive in one context might be perceived differently in another.
Like interrupting.
Exactly. In some English-speaking cultures, interrupting is generally frowned upon. In others, a quick interjection can actually signal enthusiasm and active engagement.
And eye contact.
Similar variations. Direct eye contact might feel respectful and engaging in one scenario, but uncomfortable or overly intense in another.
So how do you navigate that? It sounds complicated.
The key is astute observation and flexible adaptation. Observe how native speakers interact in your specific target environment, work, social gatherings, academic settings. Pay close attention to their nonverbal cues, their conversational rhythms, how they respond to different listening behaviors.
And if you're unsure,
don't hesitate to discreetly ask a trusted friend or colleague. A simple question like, "Is it generally okay to interject with quick thoughts in this kind of meeting?" can prevent an awkward moment and speed up your cultural fluency.
okay, so active listening. It doesn't have to feel like homework, right? like studying a textbook.
Hopefully not.
It can actually be quite an enjoyable and insightful process. So, leveraging insights from communication experts, here are 10 enjoyable, practical methods to cultivate your listening skills, whether you're just starting out or you're already pretty adept.
All right, 10 ways. Let's hear them. Number 1.
Engage with English media with intent. Don't just passively consume. Pick an English TV show, a film, an online video channel, maybe a well-written drama for nuanced dialogue, or a compelling documentary.
Instead of just enjoying the plot, focus intently on how the characters communicate. Observe their tone, gestures, word choices, the underlying emotions. Become like a linguistic and emotional detective.
Make it active. How?
After a scene, pause it. Jot down what a character seemed to be feeling and why you think that. For example, Monica appeared exasperated because Chandler forgot their plans.
Linking words to feelings.
Exactly. It sharpens your empathetic listening.
Okay, number 2.
Participate in a language exchange or structured conversation group. Find a partner through language apps or local meetups. These are relaxed, low-pressure environments for practice.
And the key focus.
Focus diligently on grasping the speaker's main message, their overall intent, before you formulate your reply. Authentic comprehension first. And a useful tip. Set a personal goal. Aim to ask at least one insightful clarifying question per chat. Something like, so, you enjoy hiking because it offers both physical challenge and mental solitude, is that right?
Shows you're listening and checks understanding. Okay, number 3.
Engage in the paraphrase game. In your next English conversation, try to rephrase something the speaker says every few minutes.
Like we discussed earlier.
Exactly. If they say, I'm so weary from studying for this exam, the material is dense, respond, wow, it sounds like exam prep has been exhausting due to the complex content.
Practices reflecting and expands vocabulary.
Precisely. And for beginners, start simply. So you're drained from the exam prep is fine. The effort to reflect is what counts.
Got it. Number 4.
Immerse yourself in audio-only content. Podcasts, digital books. Content with real people discussing compelling subjects is invaluable. Audiobooks are great for pacing and pronunciation too.
Why audio only?
No visual cues. You have to rely on your auditory processing. It sharpens those listening muscles. And an exercise. Listen to a 10-minute segment. Then summarize the key points in your own words. Bonus points. Note one new word or phrase you learned. Reinforces comprehension and vocab.
Okay, number 5.
Practice with a listening buddy. Team up with a friend. Take turns speaking for 2-3 minutes about something simple, a recent insight, a hobby, a news topic.
And the listener's job.
Their sole role is to summarize what they heard, content and emotion, without interjecting their own story or opinions. Then switch roles.
Why is that so effective?
It forces you to concentrate solely on listening, not on planning your response. It trains your brain to fully absorb the message before reacting. Teaches patience and focus.
Makes sense. Number 6.
Role-play complex real-life scenarios. Imagine specific nuanced situations. Handling a difficult client, mediating a team disagreement, conducting an interview. Have a friend play the other role.
And focus on.
Attentively listening to their responses, discerning underlying motivations, and reacting naturally and appropriately like in a real high-stakes chat. For instance, if they're playing a client saying, your update caused a bug costing us 3 days. Practice responding thoughtfully. Understood. A critical bug, 3 days lost, Q2 sales impacted. That sounds incredibly serious. What specific functions were affected?
Trains you to process complex info quickly and respond appropriately. Okay, number 7.
Use subtitles judiciously, not dependently. Watch English media with subtitles on, but try not to rely on them entirely. Listen first, then check the subs to verify, catch missed words, or understand phrases.
And then?
Gradually disable them. Challenge yourself. Wean yourself off the visual aid. And a pro tip. Some streaming services have language learning modes in certain browsers. They let you slow dialogue, loop sentences, highlight words, great for deep analysis.
Cool. Number 8.
Practice responsible eavesdropping. In a public space cafe, park if it's appropriate and safe. Quietly listen to nearby English conversations. Don't interrupt, just observe.
What should you try to catch?
The main subject, emotions, key phrases. It's informal, real-world practice with unscripted speech. And an exercise. Afterwards, note 3 observations. They seemed excited about a new job, despite reservations. Or, the movie chat focused on the unexpected ending. Sharpens your ability to catch details in authentic settings.
Okay, number 9.
Integrate mindful listening meditation. Just 5 minutes a day. Listen to an English audio clip, audiobook, podcast, song. Close your eyes. Focus only on the sounds. Words, tone, rhythm, pauses.
What if your mind wanders?
Gently guide it back, without judgment. It happens. This practice directly cultivates your ability to stay present and focus, fundamental for active listening. Builds mental stamina.
All right, and number 10?
Regularly record and review your own conversations. With permission, record a casual English chat or use a language apps feature. Later, listen back critically.
Looking for what?
Instances where you could have listened better. Did you interrupt? Miss a cue? Focus too much on your reply? Self-reflection provides an objective mirror, significantly aiding improvement. And this is great for native speakers too. Helps recognize habits like talking over people or zoning out. Provides unique, objective insight into your conversational patterns. Now, active listening. It isn't static, right? It's not one size fits all.
No, definitely not.
It fluidly transforms, adapts, depending on where you are, the social context, who you're talking to. What works with a friend might be totally wrong in a formal meeting.
Yeah.
So let's talk about tailoring your skills to common scenarios, making sure you're always listening effectively and appropriately.
Okay, let's start with the workplace. High stakes here. Miscommunication can have real consequences.
Absolutely. Listening well at work makes you a much more effective colleague, team member, or leader. It's about accurately absorbing complex info, understanding expectations, contributing meaningfully.
So how do you adapt active listening for work?
Concentration and structure are key. Focus on taking diligent notes during meetings. The act of writing keeps your mind anchored.
Good point.
Ask precise, clarifying questions. So you need this report by Friday, including Q3 figures and a Q4 projection, correct? Confirms understanding, shows engagement.
And what not to do?
Avoid multitasking. Checking emails, scrolling feeds while someone speaks. It's a huge barrier. It signals you're not fully present or valuing their input.
Okay, give us a workplace example.
Sure. If your supervisor says, "We need to adjust our approach on this project due to market shifts."
Don't just nod.
Right. An active listener might respond, "Understood, so we're shifting direction strategically. Could you elaborate on what specific market shifts are driving this and what the new key priorities will be for the team?"
Shows comprehension and proactive thinking. Okay, what about social settings? Casual chats with friends, family?
These are perfect, low-pressure opportunities to practice, often where real connection happens, built on feeling heard.
So focus here.
Match their energy. If they're enthusiastic, show enthusiasm. If they're serious, maintain a calmer demeanor. Use open-ended questions. What was the most enjoyable part of your trip, instead of just, "Did you have fun?"
Encourages more sharing.
Exactly. And diligently practice reading body language. Crossed arms, strained expression, avoiding eye contact might signal distress or unspoken thoughts, even if words say otherwise. Nonverbals are often more telling.
So if a friend says, "My weekend was okay, but sounds down,"
Don't just move on. An active listener picks up that incongruity. Try, "It sounds like it wasn't the best, even if it was okay. Want to share what happened or if anything's bothering you?"
Empathetic, invites deeper sharing, validates unspoken feelings. Nice. Okay, what about virtual settings? Video calls, phone calls, they have unique challenges.
They really do. Listening can be much harder without full body language, maybe with iffy audio or home distractions.
Strategies.
Proactively minimize distractions on your end. Close tabs, mute notifications, let others know you're on a call. Since nodding isn't always visible, use more frequent verbal cues. I'm with you. That's interesting. I understand.
Verbally confirm engagement.
Yes. And always check your mic and speakers. A quick sound check saves frustration.
And if you miss something due to tech issues.
Just say it politely. "Apologies, my connection briefly faltered. Could you please repeat that last point?" Totally normal and accepted. Shows you're committed to understanding.
Good advice. Lastly, for those maybe studying English, formally active listening in classrooms.
Oh, hugely beneficial. It can significantly enhance your learning.
How?
Engage with the instructor, rephrase instructions to confirm understanding. So exercise 3 by Monday, focusing on irregular past participles. Practice listening to classmates summarize their responses during group work. Helps your listening and consolidates learning. And crucially, have the courage to ask for clarification. "Could you explain that again? I want to be sure I grasp it."
Example. If the teacher says, "Today we're exploring phrasal verbs, focusing on idiomatic usage."
You can respond. "So we're learning expressions like pick up or turn down, but emphasizing how their meanings often aren't literal." Shows engagement, confirms understanding of the learning goal. All right, listeners, ready to take it up a notch? Go beyond the basics.
Become listening ninjas.
Exactly. These advanced approaches, drawn from deep dives into communication psychology, will help you discern subtle cues and deeper meanings in pretty much any English conversation, no matter how complex.
Okay, advanced technique 1.
Practice empathetic listening. Go beyond just comprehending words or surface emotion. Attune yourself to the speaker's deeper emotional state and perspective.
How does that sound in practice?
If a colleague sounds distressed, acknowledge it directly, with care. You appear genuinely frustrated about this project delay. Want to talk more about it, or maybe just need to vent and feel heard?
Fosters deeper connections by validating their emotional experience.
Precisely. And an exercise. In your next chat, consciously identify the speaker's core emotion, happiness, stress, sadness, whatever, and subtly reflect that emotion back in your response. Often opens up more profound, authentic dialogue.
Okay, advanced technique 2.
Utilize silence thoughtfully. Silence can feel awkward, right? Like a vacuum.
Totally.
But in conversation, a deliberate pause can be profoundly impactful. Pausing for a few moments before responding gives the speaker room to add more elaborate or express thoughts they might have held back. Crucially, it also shows you're truly contemplating their words, not just formulating your reply. And for language learners, it provides invaluable processing time.
So how to practice this?
Try this. After someone shares something significant or emotional, silently count to 3 before you reply. This small, deliberate pause conveys consideration, reflection, respect, adds depth and sincerity.
Interesting. Okay, number 3.
Master nonverbal cues beyond the obvious. Nodding, smiling, leaning in. These are important in English-speaking cultures. But mastery lies in being acutely aware of cultural variations and subtleties.
Like eye contact again.
Exactly. What's expected in one culture might be uncomfortable in another. Context is everything. A keen eye prevents misinterpretations.
How to sharpen the skill.
Observation exercise. Watch an unscripted talk show or panel discussion. Closely observe how guests use subtle body language, posture, facial expressions, gestures to signal attention, agreement, or even disagreement. Decode that silent language.
Okay, number 4. Sounds complex. Practice layered listening.
It's more analytical. Consciously listen for 3 distinct layers. Layer 1, content what's explicitly stated, the words.
Okay.
Layer 2, context why they're saying it, the background, situation, influences.
Right. Layer 3, the most advanced. Subtext, what remains unsaid. Underlying feelings, unspoken motives, hidden messages. Someone says, I'm fine, but their voice cracks, they look away, fidget. The subtext might be they're deeply upset. An exercise. After a complex or emotional chat, note one observation for each layer. Content, context, subtext. Forces deeper processing, attunes you to unspoken messages.
Wow, that's deep. Okay, number 5.
Adapt to complex group dynamics. In meetings, social gatherings. Active listening means tracking multiple speakers, understanding individual contributions, and the collective mood.
So don't just focus on the main speaker.
Right. Notice others' reactions too. Someone rolling their eyes, a subtle nod, a shift in posture. These indicate agreement, disagreement, desire to contribute. Strategic tip, periodically summarize the group's key points. So it seems we agree on point X, but point Y still needs resolving. Demonstrates you've listened to everyone, synthesized viewpoints, helps consolidate understanding and drive clarity.
Okay, even the best listeners mess up sometimes, right? We fall into common traps. Oh, absolutely. But recognizing these pitfalls is the crucial first step to skillfully avoiding them. Let's cover some common ones and how to navigate them.
First one, zoning out. Mind starts wandering.
Happens to everyone. If you notice it, try this. Focus intensely on one word the speaker just said. Mentally repeat it. It acts like an anchor, pulls your attention back to the present, helps you re-engage quickly.
Okay, second trap, the urge to interrupt. So tempting.
Very tempting. To offer solutions, share stories, finish sentences, cultivate the discipline, take a deep breath, consciously wait until they've finished. Especially for language learners, interrupting disrupts your own comprehension too. Patience enhances understanding.
Third pitfall, assuming you know, thinking you know what they'll say next.
Big one. Don't presume. Allow them to complete their thought. English phrasing can be unpredictable. A sentence might take an unexpected turn. You might miss crucial details, nuanced feelings, innovative ideas if you jump to conclusions. Keep an open mind.
Fourth, specifically for language learners, overloading on new words. Getting stuck on every unfamiliar term.
Yeah, easy to do. Leads to frustration, fatigue, losing the overall message. Don't stress about catching every single word. Focus on the main idea, the core emotion. Use context clues. Grasp the forest. Don't get lost in the trees.
Makes sense.
And finally, judging too soon. It's natural to form opinions quickly, but resist. Avoid forming conclusions before the speaker has fully articulated their point. Remain genuinely open to their perspective, experience, emotions, even if it differs from yours. True active listening needs a non-judgmental stance to absorb information impartially.
Let's walk through a practical scenario again, maybe a bit more complex, professional. Put it all together. Imagine you're at a critical team debrief, discussing a tough Q2. Your colleague, Alex, confides, our Q2 performance was really tough, the market shifts caught us off guard, and honestly, the whole team feels pretty drained.
Okay, how to apply the principles actively here.
Right.
Step 1, pay attention. Put away the laptop, close tabs, give Alex your full undivided attention, turn your body slightly towards them, signal presence.
Right. Step 2, show you're listening. Nod gently, maintain thoughtful eye contact, respond with empathy. Maybe, Understood, Alex. That sounds like a really significant challenge for the quarter. Verbal and nonverbal cues.
Step 3, reflect and clarify. Paraphrase, picking up the sentiment. So if I'm understanding correctly, Q2 performance was hit hard by unexpected market shifts, leading to considerable team fatigue. Is that accurate? Shows you absorbed the message and implications.
Step 4, hold off on advice instead of, well, we just need to work harder in Q3.
Right, which is dismissive.
Ask further. What exactly were the most impactful market shifts? And what does drained mean for the team morale, capacity, something else? Invites people sharing.
And finally, step 5, respond thoughtfully. After Alex explains more, maybe about low morale, offer a connected thought. That sounds incredibly frustrating and a significant burden. Given the fatigue, what do you think would be the most immediate support the team needs to regain momentum beyond just Q3 targets?
This whole approach, it shows Alex you genuinely care, you're interested, you understand the complexity, keeps the conversation flowing productively.
Exactly. And for anyone honing their English, this kind of real-world, nuanced interaction provides invaluable practice with everyday expressions, authentic rhythms, and responding with real emotional intelligence. Now, active listening, as we've touched on, is deeply intertwined with cultural context.
Yeah, what's normal varies.
Hugely. What's expected in one English-speaking country could seem unusual, even inappropriate in another. So here's a brief guide drawing from cultural studies to help you adapt and navigate these nuances respectfully.
Okay, let's start with American English contexts. What's typical?
Americans often anticipate direct eye contact, especially one-on-one, as a sign of sincerity, honesty, engagement. They also use frequent verbal affirmations. Got it. Right, good point, to show they're following.
Interrupting.
Less common in formal settings, but often acceptable in casual ones, especially if it shows enthusiasm or lively exchange.
Okay, what about British English interactions?
It can be more subtle. Brits might use understated language. It's not ideal. I mean, it's truly awful. You need to listen for tone and context.
And silence.
Often used to process thoughts or take turns. Resist filling every pause. Jumping in might seem impatient.
Got it. Australian English.
Does be quite informal, direct, lots of humor and slang. Listen for phrases like, no worries, it's okay, you're welcome, or mate, casual address, to get the tone. They often appreciate authenticity over formality.
And importantly, what about conversing with other non-native speakers in diverse settings?
Cultivate even deeper patience and adaptability. Focus on grasping their intended meaning, core message, intent, rather than getting caught up in different accents or grammar. Connection and understanding are the goals, not linguistic perfection.
Makes sense. Maybe an exercise for exploring this.
Yeah, watch a film or show from each culture. The King's Speech for British, The Office US version for American, Priscilla, Queen of the Desert for Australian. Observe how characters listen and respond. Note the differences in cues, rhythms, styles. Great visual and auditory immersion.
Wow. So as we wrap up this deep dive, it really feels like active listening is, well, it's like a communication superpower.
It really is.
It doesn't just improve comprehension, it makes you a better friend, a more insightful colleague, a more impactful communicator everywhere. And for many, it significantly boosts English mastery and fluency too. Pays profound dividends in every interaction.
That's absolutely correct. Whether you're diligently catching every nuanced word of a fast-talking professional or subtly picking up on a friend's unspoken feelings through their body language and tone, every conscious moment you dedicate to practicing this skill brings you closer to genuine mastery. Each effort builds on the last, solidifying your ability to truly connect, understand, and engage much more deeply.
So we really encourage you, start modestly, but start today. Try just one of the exercises we talked about. Maybe commit to paraphrasing in your next chat.
Right.
Or watch a show with that deliberate listening focus, maybe using subtitles strategically at first. Over time, these practices will feel completely natural, and you'll notice your conversations flowing with remarkable ease, depth, and understanding.
And consider this as you go about your week. How might just a small, deliberate shift in your listening habits, how might that not just change your understanding of one conversation, but fundamentally alter the way others perceive you, the way they connect with you, on a deeper, more meaningful, ultimately more trusting level?
Powerful thought. We truly hope this deep dive has been incredibly valuable for you. If you found this information insightful, please do like, share, and subscribe to this YouTube channel. Happy listening, and here's to even better conversations in English.